Good evening, good afternoon, and a great afternoon to those who are in America, South America, and all these other places, the Caribbean. Good afternoon to you guys, and good evening to those who are in Africa. Every part of Africa, we know it's nighttime, or it's evening, early evening, or late evening. And for those who are in Asia, good morning to you guys that are out there. Thank you for joining us. My name is Ezra. Um, as you all know, we just had another stream, and this is like a double whammy today. And yeah, we will just be looking at some of the uh, updates from Mali, things that have been happening in Mali. And we're going to have our brother Yusuf very soon joining us. And yeah, so welcome, family. And for those who are joining us for the first time, please subscribe to our channel, get to know us, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to the membership programs that we already have in place. Join our YouTube membership program and our Patreon as well. You can become a Patreon member and really be part of this family, support us, support an African media platform, Swahili Nation Network, and obviously the movement, the One Africa movement, which is here for everyone, which is here for all the people all over the world that are here and love Africa, who want the unity of Africa, who want the progress of Africa. So welcome again to those who've just joined us. Click that notification icon. If you're already a subscriber, if you're a new subscriber, you're new on the show, please subscribe to our channel. Click on the notification icon, like and share. And yeah, let's get talking. Let's talk. So tonight we will be having a lot of conversation more about West Africa. As some of you already know that of the developing stories that have been happening there in Mali, the sanctions and a lot of things, the French. So there's been a lot of things, and welcome and join us. And let's talk about this a great nation of Mali. We know that the country of Mali has a lot of history, and there's a lot that we can also take from land and from the country of Mali. For those who don't know the history of Mali, hey man, you're missing out. That's also one of the African histories that you need to really know about, like places like Timbuktu, the libraries that are there in Timbuktu that you can really find a lot of history, be it Arabic history or so. Feel free, family, to join us, and as we talk about Mali. For those who don't know, I will be sharing the location. Mali is in West Africa. For those who don't know, so wow. I see my brother is already here, and I won't be wasting a lot of time tonight because we have so much to really talk about. So our brother Yusuf is here. He'll be giving us some updates, things that we need to look out for, and as the people of Mali, how they feel and how they want to see their country moving forward. So join us, and if you've got a question, if you've got questions, I'm sure he'll be open to answer some of the questions. So yeah, be ready for Mali, and let's support the people of Mali. Let's show them all our love and support, and make sure that we are behind them. We are praying for them, and make sure that Mali succeeds in all its endeavors. And for the people of Mali, especially the youth, that the youth can have a future, because without the youth being empowered now, it will really be a disastrous generation. I mean, going forward, with them not having the proper things oh, sorry about this, guys. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm back. Sorry, family. I was just having something here with my network. I was seeing, yeah. But anyway, our brother Yusuf is here, and he'll be joining us very soon. So we will be talking to him, and he'll be giving us some feedback, so far what happened. And he has been to the show before. For those who don't know, who are new, it will be first time seeing him. But for the subscribers, the followers, they'll know and recognize the face once they see him. So I will be allowing him to come in just now. And I just wanted to show you something about, just for those who don't know, just geography for the day. Since we're trying to know each other, to know about each other's countries, so it's always great to know more about what other countries, where they are in Africa, because we know some people don't really even know all these places that we're talking about, but they only hear when we say there's Mali, or where is this Mali? Where's this Mali? Where's this country? So I will be sharing just a map of Mali for those who might not know where Mali is in the map of Africa. So here's Mali, the country of Mali, the beautiful country of Mali. For those who don't know, there's a lot of countries bordering Mali: Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Guinea, Senegal, Mauritania, Algeria, and obviously Niger on the other side. So yeah, but a little bit of history that I just wanted to share with you guys. And I'm going to welcome our brother just now, Yusuf. Welcome,
Hey,
brother.
how you doing? Can you hear me well?
I can hear you loud and clear,
Perfect,
brother.
perfect. Hey, peace to everybody here. I'm not able to see the comments, but I hope everybody's doing well.
Yeah. Brother Yusuf, you are welcome, and it's great seeing you. I know it's been you've been busy, you've got a busy schedule as well, and you had to compromise today and say, this I have to do for the Africans, and I need to be with my brothers.
For sure. Always happy to be here.
So, brother, a lot has been happening in your home country,
For sure.
the country of Mali.
Yes.
And I was just showing the viewers just the geographical location of your country.
Correct.
It's also my country because it's in my continent. Mali is also my home.
For sure.
And I pray that I will also one day visit Timbuktu. It's one of the places where I've got a lot of curiosity to learn about that history there.
You
But
always
as a
welcome.
country, I would love to reach even as far as Bamako and be there and see the lovely people, interact with the people, and learn more about that city as well.
For sure, for sure. Hey, if everybody ever want to visit Mali, I promise you, let me know. I have people in there that will be more than happy to show you the place.
Family, you can see this.
Literally.
Africans are always welcoming.
Yeah.
You know, there's already a door open for us, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. I'm sure a lot of guys will be keeping in touch, obviously, now as they're learning more about this beautiful country. A lot of interest. And as you know, Brother Yusuf, we always also advocate African tourism, where as Africans, we need to learn about each other's countries, visit each other's countries.
For sure.
You know, as you can see, His Excellency Mika is in Ethiopia now.
Nice.
And is conquering mountains and so many things. There's a warrior.
Yeah. No, that's wonderful. Like I said, like I will probably talk about today, the borders that you see here, those were all chosen by France and in the Conference of Belgium. So actually these borders don't exist. They didn't exist before. So we are not confined within those borders. It's all one people and one culture. So yeah, anybody want to visit Timbuktu and all those things, just let me know. Literally, I have people that will be very, very happy to show you around.
Yeah. And I know that a lot of people are showing interest, and especially now with the headlines that they've been hearing. I'm sure most people have been reading on the newspapers or even hearing on the news. What's happening in Mali? Why Mali is like that? I mean, some people. I was just having a discussion like with some friends, and they were telling me that, hey, this Mali is really tough, man, for a country to really. But we'll get down to the issue of France and the relationship with France, and now obviously other things that are the new developments that have been happening.
Definitely.
Yeah, brother. I don't know. The floor is yours. I don't know where we can start. Where do you feel more?
We can start from the I mean, let me just kind of brush off on the history that happened in the recent days. So we all started when there was a so there is a special task force in Mali right now that they call Takuba, that is made of 15 countries, right? And then so they are there to fight for in the integrity of the country and fight terrorists, right? So when that happened, there was a partnership between that task force and Mali that didn't allow other countries to come in without the approval of the Malian government. So usually they never ask for that approval because the last government that was in place was basically very lenient towards those things. And then, so when the task force came in, they sent almost 100 soldiers from Denmark. And then, so when those soldiers were sent in Mali, the Malian government requested those soldiers to leave before they get the approval. So when they got sent back to Denmark, there was a whole diplomatic conflict that happened. Denmark got very mad, and then the French president and the Denmark representative, they met and they talked about it. And so after that, the ambassador of France residing in Mali was also expelled. They sent him back to France because of comments that was made by the French foreign minister, who met with the Niger foreign minister, and they talked about the case of Mali. They say that the government in Mali is illegal and illegitimate, right? So which was hit a nerve in the Malian government, so they decided to send them back. And then yeah, so that meeting was made with the Niger foreign minister as well, who also spoke very ill of Mali during that meeting. And also, I don't know if you guys were aware of it, but this is they are in the process. The foreign minister of Niger is in the process of some litigation because they were made aware of some illegal transaction that he did with the French government regarding some uranium and gold resources. But anyway, fast forward to that. As you know, the sanctions were already in place from the ECOWAS before all of this happened. And then, so now they are just trying to suffocate the country as much as they can. There was a phone conversation that was released, that was leaked a couple of days ago between the Malian ex prime minister with the president back then, before the coup the prime minister talk on the phone with the president of Ivory Coast, Alassane Dramane Ouattara, and they were talking about the case of Mali. So from the conversation, I'm not sure if you guys heard the conversation, but it's a plot, the way the two of them were talking. It's treason basically from that guy, and then they were talking about suffocating Mali as much as they can through closing borders and stuff like that, to see how far the current government in place is willing to go. So I really feel like it's a disservice to the fight and to the African communities in general. But the borders are closed from Senegal, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Ivory Coast. All the front borders are closed, so there is no goods coming in. On top of that, in Mali right now, Mali has reserves, right? Currency, monetary reserves in banks in those countries. Also, those funds are also blocked, and because of that, Mali has is being unable to pay their debts. And right now, the debts are up to $80 million. And the money is available from the government. The money is available, but it's within those resources that the BCAO, which is the Bank of the West Africa, the Central Bank of West Africa, decided to block those funds. This is also illegal. So because the borders are closed, we have been getting goods from Guinea. Our brothers from Guinea have opened their borders because they have access to the coast, right? So now our goods are coming in. There is a video. I'm not sure if I can share links or media here, but there is a video of trucks full with goods, right? It's rice, and all those first necessity goods that were coming in. So we are it's still fighting. The government is still fighting, and I think the French president is meeting with this ECOWAS and the representative of the Takuba Task Force and the Barkhane Task Force, and they will talk about what is happening in Mali right now, and eventually they will mention eventual withdrawal of French soldiers in Mali right now. So that's basically what has been happening in a nutshell. And yeah, the situation evolved. Also, we had a coup in Burkina Faso, and the sanctions were the ECOWAS made sanctions on them as well. But it's very funny because when the coup happened in Burkina Faso, the president, the ex-president of France, Nicolas Sarkozy, and I don't know if you guys know the guy Bolloré. So there is this big conglomerate called Bolloré. They work a lot in Africa. They're present in 47 African countries. They do a lot from logistic, from ports. They extract mineral and resources. So they're super rich and super influential. And if you just check the headlines, Bolloré, they are right now being sued in Europe for corruption. They agreed. They say that they participated in corruption in African countries because they like to have corrupt African leaders in place and work with them so they can get so they can get whatever they want to do, right? And that's it's recorded history. So the son of that Bolloré guy and Nicolas Sarkozy, they met right after the coup happened. They flew to Ivory Coast to meet with Alassane Draman Ouattara. That's not official, but the premise of the meeting was that ECOWAS doesn't put the same sanctions they did on Mali on Burkina Faso, because you gotta know, if you just check the partnership between Bolloré and Burkina in 2014, they invested $1 billion to that will allow them to exploit 3 million mineral tons of manganese a year in Burkina. And so the routes between Niger, which is where they get most of their electricity, French electricity, nuclear electricity depends on Niger's uranium. So that transits from Niger to Ivory Coast passed through Burkina. So it doesn't do them service if they close those routes, because they will just suffocate their own process. That's why you're seeing it. There's not the same sanctions that happened in Mali upon none of these countries. And it's very funny that you see a country like Chad, which is essentially the same, right? It's the same environment. The guy in there came from a failed coup, and he's there they can say illegitimate, right? Because it's the same process that happened in Mali, but for some reason French is supporting the guy, and then he's the head of G5 Sahel, which is the 5 countries in the Sahel that they created that task force to fight for terrorism and fight for stability in the region. So he's the head of G5 Sahel, and he's not even there democratically. And the meeting that is happening tomorrow, they invited him in France, but they didn't invite the Burkina head and the Malian head or the Guinea head of states. So you just have to see two politics, two, how they say in French, 2 scales, 2 meters, right? It's the politics that they're doing in Mali is very different from the politics they're doing in all of the other countries, and it's neo-colonialism. That's basically all it is. It's how can we be there without actually being there, right? They have had regimes that work for them for the whole time since 1960. These guys have been there. The case of Gabon, 2 presidents since independence, son and father. In Cameroon, Paul Biya has been president for 40 years now. Sudan, 3 years of transitional government. Alassane Draman Ouattara, he did his 3rd mandate, right? This is his 3rd term as the president, which is illegal, but for some reason they're supporting them, and I just don't understand why now that Malians decide to to stand up for the rights and just fight for this oppression that we're getting all these sanctions.
And if I may ask, Brother Yusuf, especially you mentioned something about the trade. Currently, if I may start with the trade, whereby we having, you said the trade route for the uranium, I'll presume because that's what they use for their nuclear facilities.
Yeah.
Is there trade at the moment where the only thing that's leaving the country in terms of export, is it only the uranium, or is it totally closed? They've got maybe reserve uranium somewhere stored in Burkina Faso, even in there in France.
Oh, you mean in the specific case of Niger or Burkina?
In a case of, I mean, Mali, sorry, Mali
Yeah.
and Burkina Faso, since you said they've already invested like $1 billion US dollars there in
Yeah.
Burkina. So
Yeah.
and a lot of countries obviously in the ECOWAS already blocking any trade or anything coming into Mali. Literally, is it because of the sanctions? If I can start there in terms of the countries that have blocked trades around it, all these countries, is it because of the sanction that ECOWAS put in place, or are they getting any pressure from France to just block you guys, or what's happening there? Because
Oh, yeah. So the sanctions were definitely made from a call for France, because the day the sanctions were decided upon, right, the French foreign minister was there at the meeting talking about African affairs. So because the current government doesn't want to work with France. That's the reality. They don't want to work with them. You have to know that the military, the guy that is leading it, Assimi Goita, he was a military for the longest, and he was there in the battle, seeing what France was doing and seeing the politics that was made for regarding the issue. So they know firsthand that this partnership between France and Mali is not working for Mali, because they have been there for 10 years. They have been there for 10 years. Nothing has changed. For 10 years, they're still displaced in Mali. For 10 years, there are 6,000 schools that are still closed. 10 years, 450,000 displaced in Mali. Those are just the official numbers as of last year. This year, it might be even more. For 10 years, people don't have stability, security. People are not being able to raise their cattle, to participate in agriculture. You have to know, Mali, we do a lot of agriculture, and we raise a lot of cattle and stuff like that. None of this has been happening for 10 years. So the how you say it, it's negative. The work that they have done in Mali, it's literally negative. Nothing has changed. There has been not one thing that has been working from the task force that they have. They have Barkan, they have the European task force, they have Takuba, they have MINUSMA. All those things are there, but still you have to ask yourself, what is the goal? In terms of trade, right? So the sanctions were happened from because France decided that, because all the politics that they have put in place for the past 5 years was working for France. So now that we stopped that, the goal was, hey, let's put this sanction upon them. Let's block all these trades. Let's block the foreign aid, because they depend on aid, right? 50% of Malian budget is actually aid. Sorry, is actually foreign aid, which is crazy. But yeah, so they block the aid, they block the trades, they block the routes that will service all the goods coming in and going out, so that to suffocate them. They didn't think that the Malian government would be resilient at this point to stay there for months now, right? It's been a month now. So they thought it was going to be a weekly thing, like just a week, because that's exactly what happened in 2012 when the coup happened in 2012. They blocked everything, and after a week, the guy gave up, right? Because they didn't have the politics in place and the knowledge of how to circumvent those sanctions. So I mean, right now our foreign ministers of our Minister of Foreign Affairs is meeting with representatives from all everywhere, right? He met with the Turkish ambassador. He met with Iranian representative. He met with people other partners, potential partners. And so right now, the only access to water that we have is Mauritania and Guinea. So Guinea is actually even closer than Mali, but because of the, well, this is a very long story, but basically Mali has been in a lot of partnership between with Senegal and Ivory Coast for the longest, just because of the fact that if you actually check in West Africa, Guinea was the first country in the region to ask for independence. So when that happened, the government, the French government at the time, really despised Guinea. That's the reason they did everything to stop the advancement of such politics in the other regions. And then it's even to the advantage of Mali since the get-go to work with Guinea compared to Senegal, because Guinea is actually way closer than to Mali. The port is closer to Mali than Ivory Coast or Senegal. So you have to add all the taxations that will happen in between. Bolloré actually controls a lot of the ports in Senegal and Ivory Coast. So when we have all these taxations in Senegal and Ivory Coast, and then the routes, the land routes, right, is longer compared to you see. So exactly, so when you come from the port in Conakry at the from the water, it's closer to Bamako than coming from Ivory Coast and then going to Bamako. So right now we are just, it's even time to develop those routes, right? Because it's strategic and it makes more sense in the term of financial politics.
No, I just had to share that when you talked about the routes between Conakry, Guinea Conakry to Bamako, just had to share that on the screen, and also just for myself to also see what you're talking about. Because sometimes when you just say Guinea Conakry, some people don't know our geography,
Correct.
so I'm just putting out there for them
sure.
to see what you're talking about there.
Yeah. So a little history about Guinea. Guinea took independence in 1958. It's one of the first country to ever do it in West Africa. So what happened is that when they first did it, there was sanctions, right? France closed all these borders from them, and then they decided to create their own currency. All these West African countries have the same currency. Most of them, we use the franc, colonial franc of Africa. That's literally the name of it. The French, the franc of colonial Africa. So the Guinea decided to make their own currency, and the French president at the time, they decided to print fake currency, right, and just flood the Guinean market with it, so which created inflation. And right now, Guinea still suffers from the same inflation because their currency is still very cheap compared to the other one, because of the politics that they had put in place at the time.
Wow. And another thing that that you also mentioned about the central banks of West Africa, is that the bank, or is it the French banks? Because it's a known fact that a lot of former French colonies have their central banks money being printed in France. And how true is that? And how much is it impacting now the currency there? Since you mentioned the currency at the moment.
Oh yeah, no,
Inflation.
it's very true. It's not well, those are news that started coming in the last 10 years and stuff like that. I mean, it was known, but people just didn't, we were worrying about our own affairs in Africa. But right now people started studying and people went abroad and were made aware of those things. No, France literally prints our currency in Mali. They print it. So they say we are immature. We don't understand finance. We don't understand politics. We don't understand economy. So let us print your currency for them. So if you zoom out a little bit, in this map, okay, zoom out. Okay, yeah, okay. So you see, okay, Mali, Senegal, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina, Niger all use the same currency. The currency is franc, right? And the literal it's CFA, which is franc of colonial Africa. That's literally what it means. They printed in France in a small village in France. So basically, what happened is that they decided that we don't understand economy. That's the basis of it. We don't understand how it works. So they have a stable economy. So let's tie your currency to our currency. So by doing so, you give us some reserves, right? Some either gold reserves or the reserves of your franc itself, which then they can use as collateral to make loans in with Europe, with other European countries or America or Russia. So they use our reserve to take loans, right, to help themselves. That's one. The second thing is that franc is a euro is a very strong currency. So the problem that causes that if someone want to do trade in Mali, for example, shea butter, right? Mali makes a lot of shea butter. Actually, the whole shea butter in the world comes from that area, the belt area of Africa. So yeah, so they make a lot of shea butter. For example, if America wanted to trade shea butter with Mali, they would have to convert their American dollar to euro, then convert the euro to the franc, right? Which is basically how it works in the background. And that's not plausible for American investors because euro is actually a stronger currency than the US dollar. So that makes it very, very hard to compete with other market because our goods are cheap, but the currency is very expensive. So if you want to trade outside of Mali, it becomes almost impossible to compete with other people who have control over their own currencies.
Wow.
And then not only it gets even crazier. Every year Mali and all these countries pay France to actually have this partnership, right? They take some of the money out of the money that is printed out of our profits, basically, to keep this system going. And that's basically for them, that's the fee, right, for them helping us. And then on top of that, the central bank that I was talking about, at the board, I think from the last time that I checked, two French representatives on the board, sitting on the board of our central bank, which is even crazier. Okay, so I'm reading the comments. It says,
Yeah.
when Mali says no more and how other Africans can show their solidarity. So if the question is how can people show solidarity, like I said, it's through stuff like that, right? It's through the tool that we have at our disposal is social media, which they didn't have before. With social media, I can sit here and talk with Isra at the other end of the continent and just communicate, so there is definitely power in number. And everything that is happening right now, from Senegal and Ivory Coast, and there is not the will of the Ivorian population, is not the will of the Senegalese communities, right? Because they went in the streets. They really talked about, they protested. Even just 2 weeks ago in Niger, the same thing happened. They protested the sanctions against Mali because everybody knows that what is happening is super, super messed up, and people are talking about it. So I think that's basically it. Just bring awareness and kind of bring pressure, right, on the government in place everywhere, because they will see that the same thing that is happening in Mali might replicate in their own countries. So with that, they can be scared to take certain actions.
And I think looking at maybe especially the question that was asked, I wonder if in terms of the people from Mali who are living outside the country, currently with the state of sanctions around ECOWAS and obviously the French, and I think I saw an article where the French were even pushing for the whole European Union to kind of put more pressure on the government of Mali.
Yeah.
How are the people at home? If maybe we can just bring it more at home, the people who are at home, are we seeing a lot of people leaving the country because of the sanctions, because of all the political pressure and the financial pressures?
Okay. So as of right now, I haven't made aware of such numbers, like people leaving because of the conditions in Mali. But what I know is that from the past 10 years, due to the conflict and the whole political environment and the insecurity and instability of the country, people fled a lot. There is numbers of people fleeing from Mali to Mauritania, to Burkina, Niger, because of the the terrorist attacks and all those in their local villages. As of right now, from what I know, is that the government in place is doing everything it can to keep price the goods to be stabilized. We don't have any spikes of price in terms of like the goods and services that you get. There is people there's some how you say, some stores, right, that really want to capitalize on all these issues, and not because there is sanctions, right, just because they're trying to make more money. They will spike their prices to take part of the the turmoil, the economic turmoil that is happening. But there is a task force in place in Mali that goes in the shops and the markets every day to make sure that the price that those people are showing in their stores are low enough to the minimum, that the maximum that they have set. So there is a maximum price for oil, for rice, for sugar and stuff like that. So if anybody goes beyond that price, they will get sanctioned. My parents live in Mali right now, and then I talked to them. They said everything is fine as of right now, and so I believe that, I hope it will go through. But see, the same thing happened in Cuba, right? When they decided to block access to America, to Cuba for the longest. Just recently, they opened those routes. But right now, Cuba is making the how you say, they're making the vaccines. So I watched documentaries on there, like how the population were and stuff like that. People were not complaining. They were like, hey, at least we have our necessities, we have our rights, we have, and all those things, right? So I think it takes some type of resilience and some know-how, to take out of this. And I believe that the people in place right now in Mali we are fortunate to have them kind of know this.
And I think with the Cuba, because they've been under sanctions for many years, they've learned to use all their resources to build their country, and also be self-sufficient in terms of whatever they need. That's why in Cuba, I once saw a video, a documentary, where you still had like taxis the cars that are like 1960s models still being driven in the city of Havana, for example, and transporting people. And I can also talk about some doctors, even in my country, that people go to study medicine in Cuba. There's been scholarships with Cuba, allowing a lot of Africans to also come and obviously come and study medicine and other trades, but more specific about medicine I know of. And Cuba has always been a friend of a lot of African countries, has been a biggest supporter of many countries. And it's one country that never gets its shine from, and a lot of Africans, we tend to even forget about Cuba's influence in Africa, and always lending a hand to the people of Africa and many countries here in the continent, especially during the colonial days and even after, So, but another question that I just wanted to find out, since you're saying so far it doesn't look like. So now, what's their direction when you look at the country, or from what you hear, when the military say we are cutting ties with France? What's their plan? Are they going to get their central bank, their money back in the country? Is that what they are fighting for? What's the way forward when you're looking at the sanctions, and obviously more sanctions may be coming from other so-called European nations?
Yeah. So the European Union already imposed sanctions upon Mali, and not Mali itself, but more of the representative, the people in power right now. So if they have accounts that are in those countries, those funds will be blocked, and them themselves and their relatives cannot visit those European countries as well. So which were the same sanctions that the ECOWAS had put in place at the time, but then they moved, they saw that that was not working, and then they decided to bring more economic, more harsh sanctions. So like I said, there is a lot of illegal sanctions that happened. So when you read the text, for example, for ECOWAS, nowhere in the scriptures of ECOWAS, like the partnership between those countries, is actually not very long. You can read it in 2 minutes. There is nowhere that says that if there is a coup, that we have to close our borders and stuff like that. Nowhere does he say that, and that never happened. This is the first time that such thing happened, and that already, one, is illegal. The second thing is the UOMA, which is the economic how you say, the economic union, right? That for the bank I was talking about, the central bank. So the central bank cannot be influenced by other countries or the politics that is happening in the region to place to put sanctions, right? They cannot be influenced. So they were influenced by the ECOWAS to also put sanctions. So that is the second thing that is illegal. And the third thing is that Mali doesn't have access to water. So if a country doesn't have access to water, the countries around that have access to water cannot close their borders from it, right? Because every land has equal rights to water, right? To the ocean. And even if you are in the middle of Africa and you don't have access to it, the countries around should let you have access to that water. So that is also the third thing that is illegal. So I believe that from what I hear, the government, they were talking about kind of take this to the court, but I have to ask myself, like, which court? Because the ECOWAS is the court that deals with all of this, and we are not part of the ECOWAS anymore. So, but talking about it and stuff like that, people will realize that this is illegal throughout, from the get-go is legal. And I'm like the last time when I was here, I said that there should be sanctions, right? I'm Malian and I support everything that is happening, but we have to know that we decided to be part of this system called democracy. So when you are part of that, there should be a democratic way to get a president to be outed, more than a military one. But they have to also know that I was for the sanctions for the people in place directly, not the population, and not closing the borders, right? So, for example, our president couldn't visit Senegal, for example. That is a sanction that I think was probably more appropriate. Like I said, we are part of democracy, and they decided this democracy. Either you live democracy or you abide by it. But the other part is that they have to really know that what is happening in Mali right now is very different from what has been happening in all the other coups. This is a direct result of mismanagement and poor governmentship. It's something that the problem existed since 2012 when that first coup happened. From that part, they did refuse to deal with the cause of the coup and what actually led to the coup. So they refused to deal with it, and we have had so many after that. Ezra, if you can mute your mic real quick. Oh, cool.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just moving something, my screen, because I've got a side screen, so sometimes I'm just checking the comments on the other side. Sorry about
I feel you.
Plugging it back, But
so, like I said, they refused to deal with why the coup happened, right? So since 2012, there had to be a diagnostic. They had to sit down and think about the reasons for it. They refused to do. So the what we are seeing right now is more of, it's a direct result of poor governmentship. The government in place the last time was super extremely corrupt. The corruption was 10 times more. Every year in Mali, there is at least $70 million that is embezzled every year, at least. And when that government came, it was 750 million. It was 10 times more. It was almost $1 billion, right? So you just saw that it was super bad. The population was suffering. There was more terror attacks and stuff like that. So they should work more for a good government, for good leadership. When that leadership was there and everybody knew that it was bad, they didn't put any sanctions. You know what I'm saying? So there should be sanctions for people that don't deal well in their national affairs and stuff like that, and not just fight people who wanna have a better betterment of their own population, because you just have to be either very stupid or blind to not see that what is happening right now in Mali is unfair and unjust. You know what I'm saying? It's super 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 unjust from the standpoint of someone who live there and stuff like that, seeing how the resources are being inexploited, and how much the Malian population suffers already, right? It's a poverty and all that. It's just all these sanctions are just adding more to it, and it's just not fair to the people who just want a better life, basically.
And going back to the other issue where you talked about Guinea, at least now opening up the border at least for some of like some of the goods to at least go inside the country. Like what you just said as well about the sanctions being very bad, and this is the first time we have seen one African country deciding to do something, and a part of a structure of or a regional bloc sanctioning the country so quick. This is what you're saying. I also, if I'm now trying to be objective, I think this is the first time we have seen such a thing, and I wonder why this was done so quick, because we've seen other countries. There are many countries even prior to even Mali doing having such a transitional government, and like other countries that, I mean, Guinea, all the surrounding countries, they've had Chad as well. They've had similar structure where the military taken over. But why no like in terms of instruction or a law that was put in place to say all the original bloc, all the countries in our region, please make sure that there's elections as quick as possible. And if you're struggling with the logistics, can we come and help you? Because I mean, they could have reached a hand and say, since Mali said we are not ready to do it within a short space of time, maybe we don't have the resources, the country's still unstable. Why no hand was reached out to them as ECOWAS to say, this is just my thinking right now, to say,
no, I agree.
You know, can we come and help you with the logistics of elections then, if you guys don't have the capacity, instead of you just go for the harsh sentence?
Israel, you are talking like a Pan-Africanist, right? That's the solution that makes the more sense. You know, why do we need 15 European countries in Mali right now? Why there is all the European task force? Why there is the MINUSMA, you know, the UN? You know, why don't we have even just not ECOWAS everywhere? Why don't we have the African Union sending troops? You know what I'm saying? Why don't we deal with our own affairs instead of always showing hand, like, please give me troops, give me money, give me military equipment? You know, we have a country as rich as Congo or Botswana, stuff like that, could bring their military and just say, hey, this is an African issue, let's deal with it swiftly. You know what I'm saying? For all the conflicts that is happening in Africa right now, all the wars that is happening in Africa and all these conflicts, where is the African Union? That's what I ask myself. There should be a task force, you know, of Africans. We can't be always be dependent on the Europeans to fight for us all the time. But let me tell you, since we mentioned it, the conflict of Mali is very simple, right? Mali was our president in 1960, at the time when France was getting ready to find an exit strategy in Mali. How can we stay there even after we left? He went on national TV and he told the French president, he said, yo, I give you a time. You have to leave my country or else there will be problem. And then they left, you know. So that was in 1960. They left. They were the first one to like say this outright, you know. In a lot of other countries, it was French own decision to pull their troop at their own time. But
we kicked them out basically. And because of that, there was a lot of minerals that weren't exploited in Mali. For example, uranium. You have a lot of uranium in the north of Mali. From the map again, it's the uranium mines in Niger that French exploits right now is less than 300 kilometers. So if you come in the north, yeah, somewhere north to the right, yep, between to the right, yep, between Niger and Mali. So where they exploit is 300 kilometers from Mali. Okay, yeah, it's 300 kilometers from Mali. So there's still a lot of minerals in Mali that they are aware of. They know that these gisements are there, and we're not just exploiting it as of right now, but we want to have a way to still have control over it in case we get ready to harvest the minerals that are there. So that was basically the politics that was happening when they saw that this whole war was happening. They decided to send their troops. Like we said the last time, if you come across right the map, if you go down the map, the south, they decided to leave the south to the Malian government, and then the north they were in control of. Our own military was not allowed to go in the north. That's how lax our the government was. So they had these rules in place that prevented our military to go in the north and ledge this battle. So in 2012, when there was a movement that wanted to split exactly where your mouse is right now. If you just come across, they wanted to split that region and make it an independent country, which France wanted. Mind you, French was for the separation, because if they separated, they could use the how what they say, the savior syndrome, right? We saved you guys from the south. You guys are a minority, so now you give us access to the resources in there. This is the price of us fighting for you and stuff like that. They were working with that liberation movement that wanted to split it, and it's a politics that failed, and now everybody sees that it failed, and it was something that they wanted to do from the get-go. But it's all for how can we control the resources. If you look at France, debt to GDP ratio right now, it's at 95%. So they are indebted. They borrow more than they produce. So on top of that, they just you have to produce more. If you're not borrowing, you gotta produce more. So how do we do that? You just have to control the means of productions of those countries. But they failed in Mali a lot of times. A lot of times, every time that they try, they have big military bases in Senegal and Ivory Coast and Niger, but they don't have in Mali. So this was a way for them to get this foothold in the country that they failed to do for the longest, because even ECOWAS, Malian was part of the the when ECOWAS started, right? The government, our president in time, was at the initiation of the group. Mali, Senegal, Burkina was it was a partnership between the three as well. Mali was the head of that. Mali was the epicenter of democracy in West Africa for the longest time. Mali and Ghana were actually the examples that everybody used, but due to poor government and stuff like that, we're not doing well right now. But it is what it is. I see it has in we just everything is new in Africa. Everybody got their independence in the 60s, right? In the 60s, 50 years ago, 60 years ago in France, the president at the time, for example, was a dictator. He was in power for 11 years, De Gaulle, and it was a military in power for 11 years. We are still young, in terms of democracy and how do we deal with our own stuff. It's still young. Independence. America got an independence in the 70s, right? France got independence for the longest time. So everything that is happening right now is a natural process of how you become free and how you get yourself developed. 50 years ago, South Korea was not even where they are right now. 50 years ago, China was not. Development takes time. It takes fights. It takes all of these. This is all part of it, but it can't go well before it goes bad. And it's bad right now, and which means that it's getting well, because right now we are seeing that how do we disassociate ourselves from the politics that have been in place for the past 100 years? It's a system that is put in place. It works well. I mean, it's been working well for the country that liked it, and it works well for the people who imposed it, meaning Europe. How do we go away from that? So those systems and strategies that you need to put in place, it's not going to be easy. But once you do, they will start respecting you. You know what I'm saying? The case I really liked when the French president went to Rwanda to apologize in his part of the genocide, in the French part of the genocide. The French president, from his own mouth, uttered the words, "We're sorry. We agree that we participated in this genocide." And I think that's you. You cannot do that if you're not in a place of power. You have to stand up for yourself and actually have these people come and respect you, the respect that you need. So we are just asking for the same respect. If you look at how the French prime minister, or the French minister of foreign affairs, or the French president, they speak about Africa, it comes from how a father will speak to his son. It's very, very harsh, very I will punish you if you do this, you're not doing this right. It's always pointing fingers. It's never like in a place of, you are my partner, I'm talking to you like I'm talking to America. Let's work with this, let's have this partnership that works with you, that works with me. But no, it's always like, if it doesn't work for you, it cannot work for me. If it doesn't work for me, it cannot work for you, basically. So that's the separation that we are seeing right now in Africa, and it's a wake-up call. Honestly, it's a wake-up call. If they don't deal with it very well, it's going to affect them in a big way. Because, like I said, 80%, more 70 to 80% of all the uranium in France comes from Africa, and France has 80% of their electricity that depends on central of nuclear powers that come from that region. You see what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
it's crazy. So if there was a choice, if there was a choice to be made from the French president between you know doing a war for against the Malian government to protect their resources, or to have electricity in their country, they will do it in the blink of the eye. They will do the war just to save their population, because they depend on this electricity. You know what I'm saying? So if I cannot get it from politics, I will get it by force. That's basically what is happening. So it's a fight for resources, basically. And when they say, "Oh, we don't want to give," if China and Russia and all Turkey and all these other countries come and they talk about, we don't wanna leave way for Russia. Like, what does that mean? We don't wanna let Russia be. Why don't you want to let them be? They're working as an independent country in an other independent country. Why do you have to instigate? Why do you have to be between the two of them if you don't have any interest? You know what I'm saying? So what happened when the Malian government kicked the French ambassador? After it happened, everybody was so scared, and I was like, yo, this is actually very, very, very smart. The move is extremely smart. It might not be easy from at first, right? But it's super smart. Why is it smart? In 2013, when the French government went to Mali to save us, right? First of all, Malian was very happy. Everybody was happy. If you guys check the history, the pictures, everybody was happy because we were tired of the terrorism that was happening. So in 2013, the president, Francois Hollande, he said that we are here to pay a price of blood because you guys fought for us when we were fighting against Germany and all those, right? So you guys fought for us, the first. And secondly, we're not here to save for any interest. We don't have any interest to defend in Mali, which is a lie. It's a very, very big lie. In Mali, there are 16, at least 16 companies that operate on a big scale, which are French companies, right? In the bank, we have one of the very biggest banks in Mali is France, or our telecommunication, almost 60 to 70% telecommunication communication, right? And internet services is provided by a French company. Can you hear me? It's provided by a French company. They call it Orange. It's French. They have
Orange.
60% of all the communication in Mali. On top of that, for gas, the company Total is in Mali, and they operate. It's the largest gas company in Mali. It's French. In our pharmaceutical industry, the warehouse that distributes medicine to pharmacies in Mali, all over Mali, the biggest warehouse is French. It's a French warehouse. You have at least 10,000 French civilians working in Mali as of right now. That's just the part of it, right? In terms of logistics and mineral exploitation, all of them, they have a lot of interest in Mali. But tell us that, don't come like we are some I don't know, some people uneducated folks, right? Don't come tell us Rob's the skin and tell us, hey, we are just here to for you because you can't fight this war, so we are here just like that because we love you guys. We love Malians, right? You guys are beautiful. It's a lie. It's a lie that people are sick of. There's no aid between countries at all. There's no like, oh, I'm helping you, I'm aiding you. They are there for their interest. If France loses control of Mali, Niger, Burkina, Senegal, it's over. It's over. It's not a country anymore. From the conference of Belgium, when they decided to split all these countries, the reason why France got at least 14, I think they have 14 colonies, is because the fact that they were poor. France doesn't have any natural resources. They don't have anything. So they were like they leveraged that to say, hey, we don't have anything, so give us more, give us more influence. You see what I'm saying? So it's a wake up call, and I honestly believe that due to the nature of the relationship between France and Mali, due to the fact that we have had the history, everybody speaks the language, we speak their language, we live in France. Like France has the in the diaspora of France, Mali is the second largest group of people who live there. Um, in terms of economics, it's a lot of money that transits between the population, not even the government. The diaspora in France sends so much money in Mali that they are necessary in the economy. So I believe that in the end, it's very wise to work with France in terms of partnerships, right? But it has to be partnership that works with all of us. We know France, we don't know Russia, we don't know China like we know France. We know them, they know us. So we should just change all this partnership and politics, right? It has to work for all of us, but that's exactly what France doesn't want. So
The
I'm trying
mic
to
was muted. The
read the
mic
comment.
was muted. Sorry about that. There was a question that I wanted to also just
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
um, from Seni T. There's a question here. I don't know if you can see it on your screen, where she says, "I would like to ask the speaker, what is the Mali diaspora doing to support the current government? Do they support the Mali army? Please let us know."
So the Malian government created a fund. There is a bank. There is a bank account that they created to help um, with what's going on. So, but unfortunately, it's very hard for Malians to send money from here to Mali. I've sent money and it got blocked. It gets blocked because, again, when you send money in Mali, it has to transition through France. It has to, French is the router. French is basically the router of all the transactions that happen between Mali and other countries. So even for me, when I want to send money to my mom, for example, if I don't use those mobile money services and I send with a bank, those transactions have to route by France. So when it does that, they block it a lot of times. Back then, you could send $5,000, 10,000 without being asked, but now it's $1,000, right? From $1,000, you need to send all these verifications and paperwork to prove that you are sending money, to why you're sending money and stuff like that. But I really don't feel like the sanctions and everything that is happening it's like I said, it's kind of necessary. It's necessary. And if the population and the people have the resilience to go through it, it will work at the end, because we are fighting to free ourselves from the joke of a system that has been in place for the longest time. You know what I'm saying? If everybody gets together and work with it, it's gonna be fine. We don't need France. We don't need Senegal. We don't need Ivory Coast. Obviously, if we all get together, it will be better, right? But with globalization today, we can find other ways to satisfy our needs, basically. You know what I'm saying? If you open the doors to people around, and you find better strategies and better politics, it will definitely work. But it has to be bad before it gets good. So that's how I see it in terms of like positivity. I try to be positive, right? We can't win it without a fight. In nowhere in the world that people won something without fighting. The case of South Africa, the case of Black Americans in America, the case of Haitians, the case of name it, you can't have it without a fight. So that's the fight that we are having, and I'm really glad that it's happening right now. And I said this too: if it doesn't work this time, which I hope it does, if it doesn't work this time, the next time it will work. The time after that it will work, because we are creating through having these conversations, right? Through knowing, getting people getting interested in the politics, the people that they did independence with, those people in power at the time, I don't know, for the lack of better term, were either uneducated or they were just gullible. They were not aware of the system that were put in place. Bless their heart. I can't know what they were thinking at the time, but it was a very, very bad decisions that they've all made. Well, very bad decisions. So the case of Gabon, it's very funny. The Gabonese president, I forget, Bongo. He went on
Yeah,
TV, and then I think it's Bongo. He went on. That was back then. That
that's
was before
Bongo.
the time of independence. Yeah, and he said every Gabonese has two nations: Gabon and France. It's bad. That's how bad they were. But we are creating a new breed of Africans right now that just don't care. We don't assimilate. We don't care for friends. They don't do us nothing. They used to see the Europeans and like be complex and stuff like that. Now we don't care. We just know that we want a better life for ourselves, and we want a better situations for ourselves. And Africans everywhere are asking, demanding that. We live in the richest continent in the world. We know that. We know. So we have people that are studying economics. You have people that are studying political science. You have people that are studying international politics. People that are studying computer engineering. People that are studying all these tools necessary to develop the country. All the mineral that the French exploit. It's because Malian didn't have engineers to exploit those minerals. But I'm telling you right now, I have so many friends studying exploitation of gold, exploitation of uranium, and so many other things, right? When they get the opportunities, when these people with the knowledge come in Africa and start developing it, we are taking off like super fast. And like I said, it doesn't take time. In 60 years ago, there was a dictator in France. 50 years ago, South Korea was I love the case of South Korea. The population actually really helped the government, right? But they were not there. they decided to work on how can we control our means of production, how can we give how can we let people actually create businesses. For those who don't know, South Korea, the easiness to create a business anywhere in the world, the ranking, South Korea is number 2, America is number 49. That's how much to tell you that they really valued entrepreneurship, right? That's exactly what we need in Africa. We need people to come and create. It's dead. There's nothing in Africa. You can think of any small things, like a company to cut the trees, as simple as that. Things that we in the diaspora neglect, we need it in Africa. We need a company to print books. We need a company to make the signs. We need a company to clean the roads. We need a company to, I don't know, fix the engines. We need it. It has to be done. The country cannot develop without those things. So there is so many things to be done in Africa if they give the chance to Africans, those people to develop it. But is gonna happen. So we are in this era right now. If the fight that the Malian government are doing right now, it doesn't work. They did it before. Thomas Sankara, they did it before that too. If the fights that are happening right now doesn't work, when people like us, the youth, people like us that think alike, that know the politics that they have in place, it's a blood sucking politics. When we get the power, things will change. Those old heads are still in power right now, and they are assimilates. The French, the Ivorian president has a white woman. The Senegalese president at the time before that had a white woman. They were assimilates. They were. I don't know what is the lack of better term other than assimilation. It's just that they just thought they wanted to be white. They want to be white. They want to be French. They want to live like the bourgeois, of France. But it's not gonna work. Like we don't care for that. I don't care for that. My friends don't care for that. The people that I speak with don't care for that. You know what I'm saying? We just want better time, better conditions for our population, and it's a wake up call. I say this all the time. It's a wake up call. If France doesn't stop their politics, their blood sucking politics towards Africa, they will lose everything. Because if someone like me gets in power, man, they're screwed. You know what I'm saying? They're screwed. So back to what I was saying, that the fact that they took the fact that they kicked out the ambassador of France, which was very smart at the time, was that they always tell us that they don't have interest, always telling us that they're coming to save us, which is a lie. So now that we kicked them out, in France, you had Zemmour, the guy running the very far right, running in France right now, Zemmour, and Marine Le Pen, also far right. They were talking about, let's just kick their ambassador. Mali didn't have an ambassador in France for 2 years, the past 2 years. France already kicked our ambassador because France had mercenaries in Mali, and our ambassador talked about it. They kicked him out for 2 years. We have been trying to send an ambassador, they refused. So they don't even know the politics that is happening. It's people that talk about it, but they don't know. So they were like, let's kick them out. Let's stop. Let's remove our troops. Let's cut the aid. Let's take all of it out. But they cannot. France cannot leave Mali, my brother. They cannot leave it. They have to stay there one way or another. If it's through force or it's through politics, they have to stay there. We know that. So now that we kick the ambassador out, every politicians in France were expecting Macron to say, okay, now we release all the troops. Now you guys are by yourselves. But no, that's not the politics that they want to do. The politics that they want to do is, how can we control these resources before we get to exploit? Because Mali kicked us out in 1960. We didn't have time to build our base there. We didn't have time to build a system that would exploit those resources. So it was on standby. This part of Africa was on standby for the longest time because we've always refused occupation. Always. Every president that came up until the last one always refused occupation. So that's basically why now we are seeing that, hey, you have no interest, then go. They kicked you out. They always insult you. They kicked your ambassador. Don't you have shame? Go, leave. But they can't go. because they have to stay there. So the narrative has to change. Don't come here telling us that, oh, we've come to your aid. And that's, I tell this to Africans all the time, all my brothers and sisters. I tell them it's a lie. We cannot keep listening to the aid thing. There is no aid. As much as you hate a country, China and France and America hate each other. Russia and America, they hate each other, but they still work together. You know, they still have all this partnership, but they hate each other. You see what I'm saying? You have to work with even someone you hate in politics. So if you work with someone you hate, you will do bad to someone you love easily. You know, there is no aid. We have to take that out of our mind. Every time we hear the word aid, just run, because there is no aid. It's all, I give you something, you give me something.
Exactly. You know, there's always an exchange of something.
It is an exchange. So now we just have to wait. You know, you say you have no interest in Mali, then just go. But they cannot go.
They can't.
They can't go.
And I've got some questions. Two from the chat. I want you to answer them, and then I'll also be asking a question. And then I'm going to open the lines for some of the guys that might want to join the stream and ask a question, and then we can take it from there. Senitu, again, she sent another a follow-up question saying, so has the Mali government provided, I think she also said, provided alternative for crowdfunding? I think you kind of touched on how the banks are, it's a bit of an issue with some of these financial systems. Okay. And so then the second one, then you'll answer this two. You'll start with Seniti with the crowdfunding one, and then there's another one from Tenzen. She's somewhere in the States as well. She's our sister from Kenya. Tenzen, she's asking, what is the relationship between Mali and other French speakers and their English-speaking neighbors?
Okay.
So we can start with the crowdfunding one and then end with this one. Then I'll share the link for the guys that want to come and ask the question face to face.
Crowdfunding, yes. Like I said, there is an account. It's an account for helping the Malian government. You know, it's everybody in Mali. If you already live in Mali, you can do this exchange without having to go through friends. You can, if you have money in your bank account, you can decide to give it. I know people who have donated to that funds to help Malian itself. Additionally, it's accessible to people outside as well. But like I said, it's kind of hard right now to fund those accounts while you are abroad. So yeah, the crowdfunding is happening. The relationship between Mali and other countries, it's a beautiful thing. Like the first sentence that I said is, if any of you ever want to visit Mali, I promise you, right? I have friends that would love to show you guys around. Not even anything out of expecting something in return. The Malian culture is like that. It's a very welcoming culture, very appreciative culture. We respect the other people, everybody around, because I think that started from the longest time since the Malian Empire. When you had the Malian Empire, if Israel can find a picture of the Malian Empire at the time, the Malian Empire extended from Mali all the way to Sudan and part of Ethiopia, Ghana, and all those other places. That's why you have all this mingling of how you say, of ethnicities and stuff like that. We have Fulanis, for example. I love the case of Fulanis because we have Fulanis from Mali, Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, all the way to Ethiopia, you know, Sudan, Chad. Fulanis are everywhere because the Malian Empire was so big that everybody just was, you know, working together and stuff like that. If it's not for the problem of language barrier, for the case of people living in Ghana, for example, Malian wouldn't have no problem talking with them. Mali, Senegal, Ivory Coast, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, we all said, everybody from the country said, we are one body, you know, it's one nation basically. So there is no difference between the French speaking countries, at least. in Mali. I have people live in Burkina. I know family living in Mauritania. I have so many families in Ivory Coast, Senegal, and like they do too. They all have people living in Mali. So it's like it's basically the same, at least from the West. From the West. And if there are any Senegalese or any people who live here that can attest to that, they will know that it's the same. You can ask anybody, ask any Ivorian, what is the relationship between Ivory Coast and Mali? It's a beautiful relationship. Ask any Senegalese, what is the relationship between Mali and Senegal? From their point of view, they will tell you very beautiful relationship. And the people, we love each other. We just love and respect each other. And even Ghana, the first prince, the first kings of the Ghana Empire and all that were Muslim, migrated from Mali, right? So that is also, it's just to say that we, all this, like I said, the map, the shape of the map that you see here, it's not Malian that decided to cut it. They decided to do that in the 1800s in France. There was no borders. It was all open. There was no borders. Just one day they decided to say, hey, you can't come here and you can't go there. This is now Mali. This is now Niger. This is now Nigeria and all that. There was no borders. We were one body beating with the same heart. So that has always been my mindset. And it's very true when you look at the culture, the differences in the culture from Mali and Senegal and Mali and Guinea, Mali and Burkina. It's very, very slim. The culture is extremely similar. We eat the same food. We understand. We speak the same language. Not even French. With the same local languages. We dress the same. We literally it's the same. So it's definitely it's a beautiful thing. So even in terms of like ECOWAS and all that, if the partnership we're doing in the better way, the population will strive because we get it. That was a very long answer to a short question.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I see people are starting to come in. Just one question before I let one of our brother, also from West Africa, from the Smiling Coast, Gambia, to be exact. I'll just allow him to come in just now. But there's a question from Seni T. She wanted to ask. I don't know if this should be public knowledge or what. I don't know the sensitivity of the crowdfunding for the people of Mali. And for just a disclaimer to the people, we are not running any bank or any of that stuff. So this is a question. We won't be managing any funds to the people of Mali saying, give us money, we'll give them. We're not running that campaign. Just a disclaimer to the people at home. We're not asking for money. But there was a question raised about the crowdfunding for the people of Mali, since we know about the sanctions and what's happening in that country. This is a question from Seni T, asking about the bank info, where people can assist those who feel that they want to support the people on the ground of Mali. Since currently we know that most of the economy is closed, even the borders are closed. Only Guinea, as we've heard today, that only Guinea has started opening their border for cross-border trade and things of that nature. So I don't know if you want to answer this, Yusuf.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I don't have the information on me with me right now accessible. But if you have my contact, or I can send it to Isra. I can find a picture of the bank information, then Isra can share it in if you have a group chat or something like that. And I really appreciate it. It's a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah. I think obviously we will still have more topics, more conversations, because Mali is also one of our family, and it's in our heart and in our interest to make sure that there's stability and there's progress in the land of Mali. We're still going to have more conversation, as you know, Yusuf.
Yeah.
We'll have more conversation, and next time, maybe when you come, or if during this live session, if you do find it, we are more than welcome to share it, and then we'll share with those who feel they want to be part of it. and then they can assist in that sense. But I just want to welcome our brother Abdul from the Smiling Coast, still in West Africa. Banju.
Hey, what's up, Ezra? How are you? How are you? How are you, brother?
Yeah, man.
My
Good
Malian
seeing
brother.
you.
Doing good.
Good. No, just words of encouragement. That's all I wanted to just add to it. That this is a unique situation for these countries in West Africa because majority of the people are behind the plight of Malians this time around because they see oppression and it's very clear. The contrast is very clear. There's not much ambiguity in this situation. So we are all in the same mindset, and majority of us are behind the Malian people. Just because we hear ECOWAS saying these things and some of these leaders, they do not reflect the people. And, most importantly, the Malians also are aware of the fact that these leaders are not a reflection of their people. So majority of us in West Africa and in Africa as a whole are behind you. And, you talking to Ezra right now is a testimony that, this is not even a West African issue. This is a continental issue, and we are all behind our fellow brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
And I, the last time, we talked about this, and Ezra, I mentioned that locally, we have these colonial languages, yes, but locally, before there were people living in these areas before Europeans came, and we have to remember that our history do not start with colonialism. There were great empires in these regions that were my ancestors came from this region. Even though I call myself nationally a Gambian today, but the Mali Empire stretched all the way down to my country, and majority of the people in my country are Malian descent. They're Mandingo, majority of Gambians. So they're, and the same thing goes for Guinea. Locally, we do understand each other. We speak the same language locally. You will see a majority of Guineans, Gambians, Ivorians.
I think we've lost Abdul there for a sec. I know he's a businessman. He always gets calls and stuff between streams. So I'm sure that's a business call. He has to make some bread. But family, yeah, please, you can join us on the stream, or you can even post your questions for those who feel that they've got questions. You can, if you're not brave enough to join the stream, just send us a question there on the comment section, and then we'll gladly post it to Yusuf to answer. And then I think she replied, Seni T. And I think Seni T, I know you sometimes log in. You can even join the stream if you do get a chance. I think she says, looking forward to it. Once you have it, Yusuf, please share. I'll share it on my social media and all. Yeah.
I'll send that to you.
Yeah. What's this? Okay, and there's another comment here. Can updates on Mali be recurring topic on Swahili Nation YouTube channel? We all need to keep talking about Mali and reaching out to support and encourage where possible. Also, reliable news source is needed too.
For sure.
Thank you, BBKB. We'll definitely do. Mali is also a country dear to our hearts, and all African countries are dear to our hearts. So we will really be reaching out to so many countries. Even Guinea will reach out to them, even Burkina Faso, Chad, all these countries are dear to us, and not one single country, but we will really obviously be keeping you guys updated and getting more people. And I'm sure Yusuf has even family back home that sometimes might want to come one time.
For sure. No, I said, not to cut you, I've sent the link to a lot of the group chat that I know, and I think some people are here who are following. So hey, if there is any Malians right now that would like to come and talk more about it, please text me, and then I will send the information to Israel so we can have a conversation, and have more inputs.
Exactly. So they're more than welcome. As I told you, brother Yusuf, this is home. whenever you want to come, whenever you're available. I know you're a busy man as well. So some people they just think Yusuf is just, you know, he's a busy man. And as I told them I think on weekend I told them that, you know, guys, sometimes to get people to come in, it's not easy because we also working with different time zones. I mean, you're like behind like 7 hours, I think. So during the day, it's in your afternoons, and maybe it might be your lunchtime, or it might be you might be at work some days, you know. So sometimes it's not as easy as it looks to get people in. People want to come, but you find that the times to find a proper time sometimes can be quite challenging. But we thank you, Yusuf, for always availing yourself and always enlightening us. That's really appreciate that so much.
For sure.
And let's see who else is here. I see people also reaching out. We will definitely reach out to other countries. And Seniti, another thing, she says, this is the time Mali needs our support. We definitely supporting the people of Mali everywhere they are, whether in the country, outside the country. We support them wholeheartedly. And we want to see them progress. We want to see Mali stable. We want to see Mali growing. And we want to see Mali becoming the best country that can feed its nation. People can have faith in their country and have the confidence to say, I'm from Mali, without any negative energy surrounding Mali. You know, we want the positive side of Mali, and we will continue praying as well for Mali. I think tonight, in closure, we will be praying for Mali as well. So, so yes, guys. We are definitely. Oh, another thing that I wanted to ask you, Yusuf, was the regions where you mentioned something about where France was saying, we'll protect this region, just don't worry about it and stuff. I'm just going to share the map again, and then you can just direct me which regions currently are not as stable, or they were also controlled by the French troops and special forces there. I'm just going to quickly share this again at the map. And then you can just show us here in the middle.
Okay, you can stop here. Okay. Okay, you can stop here. Yep. Okay, so where the cursor is right now, if you click from, I don't know, I don't see a cursor. So if you cross from Burkina Faso, right? You see the Burkina Faso and Niger and Mali, all those three, the dots that, yep, up, go up.
Yeah.
Go up, yeah, follow the line, follow the black line.
Okay, this line, the border line.
Follow it. Okay, now stop there. From here, right? Cross Mali going left, like cross it. Yeah, left. So if you cross it, across, yep, across, exactly. Keep going all the way to the black line. So that is the split that they wanted to do, right? From the south and the north. So the south is where the capital city is. So the north is where most of the uranium reserves and stuff like that are in the north. So this is what France did when they first came in. They said that well, there is conflicts in whole Mali, actually in the center, literally dead in the center. There is a lot of conflict. Even as yesterday, there were attacks and stuff like that, right? So in the center, in Mali, you have two terrorist groups that are actually acting. You have the first one are Malians, right? They're Malians, terrorists, like some people that want to work towards the Islamization of Mali. So they perpetrate terrorism in the local region in the center of Mali. And in the north, you have Yad, which are basically the Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, in the region. So France decided to come in and say that, okay, we will focus on the north more, right? And you guys will focus on the south. And that happened after at first they were for the whole region. They were fighting for the whole region. And then literally a day, just in one day, they got up and decided to stop doing what was happening in the south and focus on the north. So the movement of France in 2013 was to fight terrorism, combat terrorism and stuff like that, and bring peace and all. But then they were during those 10 years, they decided to switch from fighting terrorism to just keep keeping peace. So you had terrorist attacks that were happening in less than, I don't know, sometimes 150 kilometers from French bases, and they refused to go save those populations. The last terrorist attack that happened in the center, they burned a whole bus with kids and women and everybody in the bus. They burned it down, and then that happened less than, I think, at least 100 kilometers from where a French base was. So in the north, they decided that the Malian army is no longer allowed to fly over the northern region or to have boots even in some of the region. You needed to have permission from France, to authorization from France to have those aerial supports, so which is crazy. You come in our country and then you tell us, our own military, that they are not allowed in parts of their own country. It's crazy, but it was allowed in the last presidency there. So yeah, that's basically the fight that is happening. And now the government decided that it's actually France that need authorization, and all the other foreigners, they need authorization before they fly any plane on the French aerial region. You need permission from us to have these recognition missions.
Wow. It is interesting. I mean, when you look at the line where you said they want to divide the country, that's a huge chunk of the country. I mean, you literally having like almost a 60-40. They're going to get the 60% of the country, and you're getting the 40% of the country.
It is. So I see your comments. They want to split it like Sudan. Exactly. So you have in the north, right? You have a lot of oil, right? Because there's a lot of oil in Algeria, and just south of that region, right, there is a basin that has a lot of oil that is shared between Mali and Algeria. And a lot of Algeria claim was that this part of the oil is theirs. It's actually coming from their underground and going into Mali. Whatever it may be, so right. But a lot of those parts of Mali is still unexplored, like I said, because we have had so much resistance towards colonialism in Mali at the time, that they didn't have time to put base foothold to exploit those areas. So you have uranium, like I said, 300 kilometers from Niger, which is not exploited. You have a lot of gold in Mali. In parts of Timbuktu, I'm telling you guys, you could just put a bucket in the sand, clean it up, and you will see gold in it. You can just take a handful of dirt, clean it up, and there will be dust. There will be gold dust in it. You have gold mines that have not been exploited. You have lithium that is just found in the region. You have uranium that is not exploited, and you have gold, uranium, oil, and also oil that is not exploited. So the politics that France wanted to do is to work with those people, cut it up, divide it, and then have the white savior syndrome. Hey, we saved you guys, so now the price of us saving you is by letting us control those resources, is by giving us access to the means of production of those areas, and that was basically the whole basis. There are videos, documented videos of French military talking and strategizing with the movement that wanted to split Mali. It's not even a conspiracy at this time anymore, because there are literally videos, documented articles from their own journalists talking about it. You know what I'm saying? So what I always come back to is that there is power in numbers. We Mali, Niger, Ivory Coast, Burkina, we all beat the same heart. It's the same heart that beats in all of us. So you cannot have this separation, politics of separation. It's not going to work well in Mali and all those countries around, because it's embedded. You can't split them. If you take the example of what is happening in Syria, in the Middle East, for example. In Syria, they were able to confine the conflict within the borders of Syria. You have to ask yourself, why all this terror is happening in Syria? There's so many terrorists in Syria, but why don't they just go south and go to Israel? Why is Dubai still a beautiful place? Why there is no terrorism in Iran? Why there is no terrorism in Saudi Arabia? Why is Syria and Afghanistan and all those weak states that have been overthrown? You know, that's the truth. Anywhere in the world, if you have a weak state, you are vulnerable to such politics. Mali had a very, very weak state. It's not hyperbole. We had a very weak state at the time when the corrupt regime was there in place. So again, if you try to confine the conflict within a specific borders, you have to have strong states all around it. You have to have strong institutions all around it. In the region in Mali, Burkina, and all the Mauritania, Niger, they're not as strong as Dubai. You know, they cannot keep these conflicts out of Mali. That's why you are seeing terrorist attacks right now in Togo, terrorist attacks in Burkina, terrorist attacks in Niger, because again, they are a weak state. They cannot keep the conflict confined within the borders. So if you wage war on Mali, you are doing it on the whole region, because Malians will move to Niger. The war will move to Ivory Coast, you know. So it's very hard. It's going to be very hard for France. So which is what I tell people, hey, when they say, will France decide to kill the people in place, will France decide to have all this terror, give weapons to the terrorists and stuff like that, it's not to their advantage. They can do it. They did it in Afghanistan. They did it in the CIA work with the Al Qaeda and all those mercenary terrorist groups, right? But they cannot do it in Mali, because if they do it, the conflict will leak out to neighboring countries, which is not to their advantage, because they have all these minerals and resources that they're exploiting in those regions.
Wow. And something that I just wanted to find out as well with regards to like the opposition, if I may use that word, opposition, or even others who are classified as terrorist groups there in Mali. What's their stance now when the government took a decision to say, friends, please leave our country? Do they support that notion, or are they pro-France staying in the country? Or
so you mean the neighboring countries has in?
No, I mean the terrorist groups normally they will post online to say we support this notion or we'll be fighting against this decision. Like in a case now where the current government in Mali said France should leave the country, for example. The so-called terrorist group and even opposition parties there, what's their stance? Are they supporting France leaving and Mali gaining its full independence from France? Do they support that notion, or do they support France staying? Do they still believe in the French savior mentality? Do they still?
So you mean the political leaders in Mali?
Yeah, political leaders.
Okay.
Yes.
Obviously, you still, regardless, you will still have people who will be against the struggle, right? If that was not the case, Sankara would be alive today. So you still have people that were plotting and planning against any type of advancement, right? But right now we have all the major political parties in Mali are in support of the transitional government. They all came out. Even the political party of the ex-president, you know, which is who led to all this situation, is in favor of the national government in place right now. It's not easy, because like we were talking about like politics in Africa, where you know being a politician is now a job. It's not a job in a lot of countries, right? But politicians in Africa, they get money from having elections. Like, that's all they want. They're like, let's go to elections so we can find a way to have some money. Right now, there can't be no elections in Mali, because the leader of the opposition party was kidnapped in Mali for a whole year. Can you believe it? In his own country, he was trying to campaign in Mali. They kidnapped him. The terrorist groups kidnapped him for a year, you know, and he died right after, because it's to tell you that you can't even campaign in parts of Mali. There's no way. It's impossible. It's impossible to campaign. If it was possible, the leader of the opposition party wouldn't be kidnapped. You know, so it's to tell you that the people that want to have the elections right now are people who want to do disservice to Mali, and it's people who have a different agenda. You know, it's not an agenda of, oh, let's get together. They all know that what is happening is messed up, right? But the people who follow it don't want to. They don't want to work. You know what I'm saying? So it's a very tough environment, and I know that like politics is not easy. You know, it's actually hard if you think about it. It's hard to get things across, especially in Africa where you have so many barriers, so many roadblocks on your way. But as of right now, at least the population is in support of what is happening, and then the leaders of the parties are also in support. So they decided that there was a small group of people in Mali, or politicians, that decided that from can you meet yourself? They wanna how you say it? They wanna not recognize the government from I think in 2 weeks, right? So they say they will not recognize it. They will have their own transitional government, but that is all. It will fail because you don't control the information, right? You don't control the national TV. You don't control the military. You don't control the foreign minister, like the positions already that are doing the liaison between Africa and the channels. You don't control those channels, so it's hard for you to say you want a transitional government. But again, those people they were there since independence, right? It's the same group of people. It's a handful of politicians that are corrupted and that obviously want to work with friends, and the system right now is to their advantage, basically. You know, so we don't have fresh ideas, we don't have young people right now that are participating in the politics of Mali. You know, all of them are old heads. That's basically it. There are people assimilates. There are people who have seen how the system worked for the longest time, and they just want to keep doing it. Like I said, please, let's be patient with each other, and let's be patient with Mali and all the other countries. We have only been independent since 1960. That's nothing in the history of the country. For only 40 years, we can't 50, 60 years. We can't be on the same level as a country that has been independent since 1700. You know, but for those 40 years, for example, for Gabon, for example, in Gabon, is the dad that has been the president and then the son, right? It's only two people in power since independence. So this the in Gabon is going to be very hard because those people have put a very big foothold in the Gabonese politics. In Cameroon, the same. Cameroon, Paul Biya, his son, Frank, I think it's Frank Biya or Patrick Biya. He's very, very likely to take power after his dad. You know, they are already getting him ready to take power. Those are not things that you are seeing in Mali. You know, Mali has been the example of democracy in Africa for the longest time. You know, we've been one of the first countries in the region to have a multi-plural party, you know, at the time. So, and all these institutions were started in Mali. ECOWAS, like I said, ECOWAS, the leaders of the ECOWAS, why they decided to create ECOWAS, one of the leaders was Mali. The initiators was our Malian president, right? So they will go. Frank Biya, my bad, that's it, Patrick. So they will go. The people that are stopping this progress will go. And when they go, it's going to be development when the people with new ideas come in.
I just want to welcome BJ on the line. Welcome, DJ. Where are you connecting from?
Hi, I'm in America, Diaspora, and I was listening to all the wonderful things that you were saying. I understand your frustration because being an American citizen with no rights to vote, we've been going through this oppression for hundreds of years. But one thing I know is we look to the past to solve the future. The governments are set up to do just that, to hold up the government. So you can't look to your leaders to make a change, because they are there to make sure that things are running the way it is. Back in the past, we had to go from the ground up, from neighbor to neighbor, person to person, and unite and come together. So maybe we will not have the media platform getting the word out, but if enough people hear the words and start speaking them, the media will come to them. But you have to stay united. Like, if you look at the history of just what went on with OPEC and the hard fight they had to fight to just unify over there, they knew it was important. If they didn't unite, the same thing that's going on where you guys are at right now would have been going on over there. You have to unite, and you know your enemy better than anybody. So you should have just enough knowledge on what to do and what not to
do. I agree.
Thank you. You guys take care.
Thank you, BJ.
I agree. We have to unite, and so when we talk about the problems of Africa, right? It's very easy to point fingers a lot of times, right, in the government. I'm aware that in the populations also need to be more aware of things that are happening, and we need to take a harsher stance against corrupt regimes and corrupt government. We need to do our job to stop, participating in the corruption that happens in the institutions in Africa and stuff like that. So there is, when I talk to my friends and stuff like that, there is always there is an echo. I don't know if it's from you or me.
Not sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
how's my voice? How's
your voice is good, but when I speak, there's an echo. Okay, it's fine though. So
can we see? Let me just do something here. Just want to see if I. Okay, are you hearing any? Okay, speak now.
Yeah. Okay, it's fine now, I think. I mean, still a little, but so I was saying, the population also needs to do their job, right? We always blame the government and all those things, right? But I feel like when the population puts the pressure on the government, things will change a little bit. You have a lot of corruption that happens in every institution. For example, in Mali, the police is corrupt, the administrations are corrupt and stuff like that, and the population takes part of it. People are it's very lax. It's a very lax system. So I have the conversation with all of my friends all the time, and I trying to see what is the problem. Is it the people or is this the system? And I hardly believe that it's the system. It's true people need to change and all those things, but I give the example of me, for example, me being in the diaspora in America. So if the system here doesn't allow people, doesn't allow corruption for the cops. You can't corrupt the cop. You can't throw trash out of the window and stuff like that. A lot of people like me who are in France, Belgium, and all that abide by those rules. But when they go to Mali, they will give money to the police officer. They will throw trash out of the window. They will be participating in the same system. So if America, for example, was the system allowed people to corrupt the judges, to corrupt the politicians, I believe that Americans will do it. So it's not a people thing, it's a system thing. The whole system has to change. But for the system to change, obviously, you need to have a revolution. You need to have more people who are aware of things that are happening. And it just has to be done all together. But I believe that the solution is a top-down. That's what I believe. And it's not, there's no right or wrong way of doing it. The people who believe that it's a bottom-up also are right in the way that they explain it. So there's no right way of doing it, but I believe that the system has to change and everybody will conform to the system. It's hard to change 15 million mindsets. In Mali, there are 15 million. It's very hard. You can't change 15 million. But when you have a system in place that doesn't even allow you to participate in it, you won't. You have Americans who don't do corruption. They're not corrupted, right? That come here in America. They go in Mali and they participate in it. They will give money to the cop to just be. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a people thing. If the system allow it, everybody will do it. Most of the people will do it if the system allows it. So the system obviously has to change. But back to if we talk.
Sorry to cut you there, Yusuf. Are you still getting the echo thing?
No, it's better.
It's better now.
Yeah.
I think one of the monitors has a screen as a speaker. I think
Playback, yeah.
I think it might be that because I unplugged it now. Because I see even Sam was saying there's an echo, so
it's better now.
Guys, it's better than
Yeah.
right now. Is it better? Okay. Hopefully this. Sorry guys for the echo. I didn't know one of my devices was plugged in here, so. But I want to welcome another brother from the giants of Africa, Nigeria. Some call them the big brother of Africa or the big brother of ECOWAS. The giant, Mr. Niger, Mr. Two Niger. Welcome, brother.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it, man. You really flatter us. You are trying to ruin our country. That's your plan, isn't it? You're trying to ruin us. So, yeah. Oh my! I think your guest speaker, has spoken quite well about many of the topics, and I think he's particularly correct about there is no right way to do these things. It can come from the top. It can come from the grassroots. The point is, we all do what we can to make the change happen. Because if you have a leader that comes in from nowhere and telling people all the right things, doing all the right things, people will follow. And if the leader refuses to follow, the people can also get the awareness and force the change themselves. So that point is quite well made. One thing he said that I really wanted, that really puzzled me, was that the French asked the national government not to send their military to some part of Mali. Basically, the French were a kind of in control of that area because they were fighting insurgents or something like that. When was this, and how in the world they did accept such a this in condition?
Yeah, man, I have the same question. Like I said, we've had a very, very corrupt government back then. It's someone that, to tell you how bad it is, for example, when you have a French civilian who is killed on the battle of war, right? On the battle in Mali, our president will go on TV and cry for that loss. When our army, when people Malians die in Mali, he doesn't cry. There is no statement. There is no public release. There is nothing. There is not even. They don't even send back the body for the family to bury them in the correct way. There is no. There is no financial money or there is no. Basically, dying for Mali at the time was pointless. You know, there was no support. There was no support whatsoever. So that's how he was the president. When friends came, they were literally allowed to do everything that they wanted to do. They were controlling the area that they were controlling. They were sending even for the Danish, for when Denmark sent their military. It was from a call from France. It's France who called them and say, hey, bring your soldiers in without the permission. France knew that you needed the permission, but they didn't ask for the permission because in the past, those such things were allowed to happen. You know, you can't just decide to bring 100 soldiers on the foreign territories without getting the approval from the government. What type of respect is that? So that's how bad it was, and they allowed it. So we have seen those things that were the how you say it, the partnerships, right? The papers that were signed between France and Mali and all the other countries were not to the advantage of Mali, and all those things were changed now. Now, if France want to do an aerial recognition and aerial mission and stuff like that, they have to ask the Malian government permission to do those things. And we said we're no longer asking permission to go anywhere. If we want to go to Timbuktu today, we are taking a plane and going there.
Yeah, and for one, sorry, I want to get an idea of the time. When did the French make this demand? When was this time? Is it like in 2013 when they came in, they said, okay, leave the north to us, we take care of it? Or when did it happen, that demarcation?
So, okay, I don't know exactly when it happened. And those things were even, we were unaware of that until this government came in, right? And said, hey, we're not even allowed to go to this place. And they were like, saying what was happening. And I think it's very wise also because they are really using social media to their advantage and getting these things across, getting this information, this information out, you know. So I don't know exactly when they decided that, but I would say from 2013. It could be from 2013 because they had access to everything. The ports were open, the borders were open, the aerial frontiers borders were open. They could bring anything they wanted to without being checked. They can bring any military support that they wanted without being checked. Even in 2013, the Malian government didn't even ask for troops on the ground. They asked for aerial support. But France decided to bring troops on the ground based on that. The paper literally says we just need aerial support so that our army can go and fight those people.
Then why did they allow people to be on the ground?
Corrupt government, corrupt regimes.
Oh God, this is really, really sad. And you see, this is where, you know, people being aware really matters. Because if people are really aware, they will be like, okay. And one of the problems is that, like you said, when the French arrived, the people were happy. So you can see why when they are on the ground now, they will not see any problem with it. And this is happening because we have not taught our people the fundamentals. Our fundamentals is that you don't outsource your security to others. You don't say foreigners should just come and be in your territory when they could be responsible for the problems that you're having in that country. When soldiers come into your territory, your people should be suspicious by default.
Correct.
No government should ever have their people, especially given our history in Africa, should ever have their people be so, how do I put it, accepting of foreign military, not NGOs, not military in their country. Because what they are doing is that you are bringing, military is worse than just a spy even. Because now you are bringing people that will take over territories. They can recruit 1,000 spies and to sabotage your country as much as they want. The damage that is being done, mercenaries everywhere. For sure. And you wonder, they use that to control the people. And I think that is where our people need to start drawing the line. They need to start telling them that, you know what, you can't outsource your this is survival to outsiders ever. You have 20 million people in that country, in Mali. What are you doing with them? There are Asian countries that have barely 6 million people and they have almost 1 million soldiers. At least if you include their reserve. They are prepared for anything. Why are you not using our people? Like, you know, you said something that I heard earlier on, that these people actually think that they want to be French. This is the problem.
Yeah.
But what puzzles me beyond that is that how about the English-speaking countries? Why are the English-speaking countries doing almost similar things?
Yep.
Look at Ghana today. Ghana is no better ready to manage their security than Mali was. Ghana is just one of those fluke stories that they are literally lucky today. Tomorrow they may not be as lucky.
Yep.
Because they are not militarily ready. Just look at Mali. The country Mali is bordering. Is it not Algeria and one other country? Look at their military readiness. And you can't even copy them. How can you not even copy your next door neighbor? Is it that hard?
Yeah.
See, what is happening to Mali today is not only Mali's problem. It's all the neighbors, all of them, all the way from South Africa.
Exactly.
It's our problem. And you know, you are very well spoken, and I've heard everything that you said. You know, you are quite nuanced. You are quite nuanced. You don't, you know, say, oh, this is bad, this one is evil, and you try to go for you know, the you try to see the grace in the situation. It's not because you actually talked about supporting the sanctions of the sanctions. Yeah. So because not a lot of people will support that. A lot of people on the first time when I was telling them that there has to be rules somewhere.
Exactly. I agree with you.
You can't have anarchy on the continent where every young lad and that has access to Western powers, they will just bribe them and they say it's okay to take over a country.
Correct.
We've tried that before. It never worked.
It doesn't work. Yep. I agree. But thank you though. What you said is it's true. Government, look, nowhere in the world has a government, foreign troops on the ground worked anywhere. Nowhere in the world it worked. If you look at the case for Cuba, you look at the case for Spain, Indonesia, Japan, the case of Germany trying to take over the countries, right? It doesn't work anywhere. So we have to find a way. This is what I say all the time. We have to find a ways to utilize the forces in the African Union to fight for our own affairs. It's true that it's very hard for one country to get out of it every time. You know, you can have the strongest military, but it's sometimes you might need help from neighboring countries.
Yes.
That's exactly the type of help that I thought that we would get from Mali, from those other neighboring countries. But we have invited 15 European countries to come fight for us. We could have 15 African countries to do the same. So we should be looking more of an African, African issues, African-based solutions, not European-based solutions, right? So you just come, help us, give us the tools, give us that, and leave. You cannot stay there. The occupation has not worked nowhere in the world. There's no one example that thing had worked. And also, the speaker is actually my wife, and she wanted to join in and say a couple of words. So
let me just say one last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
To Niger, sorry to catch you there. There's a question, what you're raising now about security and even making the example of Ghana. There's a question that I was going to raise to Brother Yusuf with regards to the Russian, they call the Russian, right? The mercenaries that were requested. I wonder how that structure is going to work out, since we're talking about security, and I know Mr. Two Niger is an advocate for security. How's that going to work out with the Russians now playing a role in helping the government? But hold that thought. I'd love to hear your wife. Sorry, Two Niger, you had a question, so then go to your wife.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. I think one of the last times I saw an African leader request for help, man, I was so embarrassed. It was, man, I don't know how far you can fall with embarrassment, but man, that was a dark day for me. And I think it may have been the Malian president or the Sudanese one. I think it was about a year or 2 days ago. They went to the UN, the UN, to ask for foreign people, the French, to come and assist them.
I agree.
And I was like, how do these people do it? Don't they have shame? And you know what? This is why I think we as Black people, we really need to. It's embarrassing. It's deep.
Yeah,
it's really deep. Because how do you think all the other countries there look at us? our leaders walking there with their 2 legs and ask foreigners to come and save us. And while they are doing that, they have millions of people on the ground in their continent that they are not doing anything with.
Exactly.
Because of the slightest thing. You have a Boko Haram or you have Islamic militants, you invite foreigners to come into your territory. There's no shame about it. And I think that it's about time, especially our men. We really need to be holding ourselves accountable here. We have really, really let that continent down. This is our inheritance. And this kind of shameful thing that has happened, you know what? As much as I disagree with the Malian president, some of the things that he did, some of the other moves that he's making now, I support them. This is both sides can happen, and we can support both sides. We can support the sanction and support what the Malian president is doing.
I agree.
But there has to be rules.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, let your Mrs. speak.
Yeah.
Before to Niger you leave, I also have a question because last time, if you remember, Brother Yusuf, to Niger was of the view that ECOWAS should really sort of make an example with Mali. What about other countries that have been in almost similar situation in the ECOWAS regional bloc that have not been sanctioned or harsh sentences or harsh clauses placed on them? What do you think of that? If I may just put a question to you tonight.
You are trying to make me and your guest be on opposite sides. Is that your plan? Is this guy?
You know, Niger. Actually,
he's up to no good. This guy.
No, I said the same. Actually,
yeah. I think See, the way I put it was that because what happened in Burkina Faso, the ECOWAS negotiated and they come to an agreement that they're going to hand over. And the Burkina Faso, not Burkina Faso, sorry, Guinea. They said they were not even going to take part in the coming elections. That's the ones in the military regime. They were making some good noise, and ECOWAS negotiated and they agreed. The same thing with Mali. But when the Malian head of state reneged on that, then I felt that even the fact that they let Guinea go was not a good idea, because you know it's going to happen again. The moment in West Africa, we know that already. And I felt like that sanction was appropriate given the gravity of the situation, because normally ECOWAS would intervene with military. They intervened with Sierra Leone. They intervened with Gambia. So they do intervene when they fear that military regimes are beginning to proliferate. Because remember, it's not only about the 20 million people in Mali. It's also about almost the 450 million people in other parts of Africa. If in West Africa, if Nigeria decides to go military, God help us, who is going to stop them? So you can see why I felt that somewhere there has to be rules, because this instability is not helping our decision making. What leader wants to come into office thinking that maybe they will come and overthrow me anyway? I might as well rob the country as much as I can before they overthrow me. How can they plan for the country when there is all this instability, democracy tomorrow, military? So that's why I felt that needs to stop. We have to draw a line somewhere. Stability is what Africa needs. We need stability so that we can heal. If you look at it from that point of view, then you start seeing why I support those actions. It's not nice, obviously, but versus what could happen if all the other countries start falling to the same thing. And remember, the military never actually solve any problem. They always make this worse in the end.
Yeah. So I believe that, like I said in the first get-go, I believe that there should be sanctions, like I said. But the sanctions should be appropriate to, again, first is the text that they have, right? It should be there should be a way to deal with those things. How they are dealing with it now is nowhere written anywhere. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the sanctions are inappropriate, because the first part of the sanction where they just put the sanctions on the people in power only, right? Not the population, because these sanctions are on the population. I believe that is wrong. The problem is not the coup, my brother. The problem is the mismanagement of the resources that was happening for the longest. The problem is the lack of development, the politics to develop Mali. That is the problem. We've had so much corruption, so much lane way and all those things. And the military, the people that were fighting the war, saw that there was nothing that was happening for 10 years. They weren't giving the resources. Mali couldn't buy even jet fighters without the approval of France. If you guys didn't know that is how crazy it was. To get military equipment, we had to go through them. So you can't fight if you are in those with those restrictions. So I believe that the coup was definitely appropriate, because there is no other system put in place to actually impeach a president that in the text of Mali where it should be. So I feel like the everybody should talk about better management, not how can we avoid a coup. No, let's talk about how can we have better leaders. Let's sanction the bad leaders. Let's not sanction the people who rise and want the betterment of their population. You see what I'm saying? So I believe that the sanctions right now are suffocating Mali.
I think, sorry about the danger of that. If you sanction only the ones that are doing bad, but even if they are military, you let them off the hook. The danger of that is that you are going to risk military regimes coming. Sometimes the people will support them, because remember,
I don't agree though. I don't agree though, because you have, for example, Senegal. Senegal they don't do coups in Senegal. As bad as it gets, they don't get coups because the military is strong and the institutions are strong. You know, in
Senegal, are you serious? Senegal has one of the leanest military in Africa. Military.
They don't do coups though. Why if they why don't they do the coup?
I think maybe because they saw some of the things that are going on in West Africa, how the ECOWAS. Sometimes you get lucky. It's not all countries.
For the past 50 years, they haven't done it.
It means that they had one great leader. If you look at Ghana too,
exactly.
They always have one great leader.
You are talking about a great leader. You're talking about a good person. You're talking about a good government, good institution. That's what I'm talking about. You have to have good institutions. If things are going right, if you see what I'm saying, it's for the case of Mali, for example, specifically, like I said, 450,000 people who are displaced, you know, in the center of Mali. It's Malians that can't go to their villages, that can't go to school and stuff like that. It's an answer to that. There is no democratic process actually that they have that will say, oh, let's decide to.
Let me give you an example. Like with Greece now, Greece was, in a terrible shape, that they lost so many governments in a sequence within a year, and yet the military didn't come in. Because the thing is, somewhere along the line, we have to draw a line that, okay, we can't be accepting this, because if you look at all the countries in the world, even the ones that have, like China, that is relatively half dictatorship, or Russia, they still opted to go in a more democratic approach, whereby the military stays in their barracks to defend the country. That is their job. So we have to get to that point where we can't have young men just come into the palace, and one of the first things they do is they start destroying state institutions, like dissolving parliament, dissolving this, dissolving that. All those you have to rebuild it again.
I agree, but what is worse? Is that worse than having a super corrupt and bad regime and bad people in place?
No, I think that is not worse. I think the trick is, if you want to take over your country, be smart about it. If you look at what the Egyptian president did, he was a military dictator when he came in. Very quickly, he transitioned to become a civilian leader. Why is it that African leaders dictate military regimes? When they come in, they want to stay as long as possible as military. What is wrong with converting to civilian? You can that Malian president could have been a civilian president now if he wanted to. He could have just done that and saved everybody all the sanctions, and he would still be able to do what he wanted to do.
They can't do elections though.
Well, see, he's the military guy. He can decide. Egyptian elections, it's like almost 90% or 99% votes for the president.
So you're saying they steal it?
Eh?
You're saying they steal it?
Oh yeah, Egypt, there's no election. That's a pure steal. There's only one good election in Egypt. The president that they elected, within 1 year, they removed him from office, and this military guy is now in office. So you see how these countries behave. They play it smart, so that they conform to a level of civility. This is what we need to learn. We can't just keep upping, because that creates anarchy, and it makes our leaders make even worse decisions. Because if you don't feel like your this legacy is going to remain, or you may be overthrown any moment, why would you make long-term decision for a country that is good for your country. You'll be thinking, they could kick me out anytime, and I'm also listening to the French. After all, if I don't listen to them, these young guys will come and kick me out. So we as a continent have to make it unacceptable so that our presidents at least have a level of confidence that their authority is real. Yes, you have bad governments, but it still doesn't mean the military should take over. If you want to take over for a short period of time and transition to a democratic government. Don't destroy all the institutions, improve them, because in the end, stability is how you get growth. If you are fighting and there's instability, that is where Africa is where it is. Too much instability. You know, if you look at Europeans, they are not the magic they are doing is just stability. That is what they forced, because when they didn't have stability after the First World War, they had the Second World War. They decided that, you know what, we are crazy. We have been killing each other like crazy. Let's do the EU and let's have a level of stability here. We will enforce the rules. Look at what they did to Greece. Look at what they did to Italy. They literally forced presidents to resign, put technocrats into office. But yet, you didn't see the military come and take over. That kind of level of strictness is important for Africans to enforce, because if we have stability, do you know how much money that is not coming into the continent because of instability? Do you know how many Africans are going out of the continent because of instability? It's crazy.
I agree with what you say, and the people that, for example, my wife, I tell her all the time, there should be a way to deal with it democratically. There should be sanctions. We shouldn't just always resort to doing a coup. But for Mali, it's a very specific case. This case is different than all the rest. It's not just they just decided to do it because they want to have the power. The people are suffering. That's the reason. Go ahead.
I feel like Tunisia doesn't realize the specificity of the Malian case, because before the coup, there was no stability in Mali. 2/3 of the country was occupied by terrorist group. For example, you couldn't even go to the center of the country. Crops were burned all the time. They'll sell or take the ships. They'll rape the women. There was no stability there. And the military was dying every single day. Like Nabalu said, like Yusuf said, they wouldn't even bury them. We didn't know, people will lose their kids. They wouldn't know where they were. The government wouldn't even make an appearance on TV to talk about the deceased. So it was really bad in Mali. There was no stability. The only stability was in the capital city. So really, the military had no other options. How can we resolve this? As he said, there's no way to impeach a president in our country. So that was actually the only option left in the Malian case. So now that the coup is done, I feel like ECOWAS and all those countries, we have to come together and think of a way, how can we help Mali? And that is not happening right now. They're just saving their own asses. They just want to protect themselves from that happening to them. But their country is specific, and Mali is not the same thing. So a coup will not be the solution all the time. But here there was no other options.
I get what you are saying, that the coup had to happen. And if you notice, the ECOWAS organization didn't exactly just rush into it and, let's blaze Mali. That's not what happened. The Malian leader negotiated with them and they agreed a timeline. Then he just came out without consulting them, properly, and just announced a 5-year extension to the timeline that they had already agreed. When you do that kind of stuff, you are basically bringing the organization to disrepute, and that's something we also have to learn, to hold our leaders accountable, because ECOWAS didn't overnight put that harsh sanction in place.
That harsh sanction that is illegal, we have to say, because they are trying to fight illegality, because they're saying, oh, it's a coup, so it's illegal, by putting illegal sanctions on us.
I bet if it is illegal, they should fight it, and if they want to remove it, they should. You have to understand, my point of view is there has to be an element of rules and there has to be an element of moderation. And if you ask me, ECOWAS approached it from the first go, because remember, there is still 420 million people behind ECOWAS. So they approached it properly and said, you know what, let's talk about this. Let's see. No, this is not a good idea for you to have military regime. I know your country has problem. If you want to solve it, transition to the democratic this thing government. Because you remember, he could have done that. Like I said, your president, that head of state, could have been a president today. He could have done that. He would still have been able to do what he wanted to do. Why
he had two terms. He had two terms. Like we're saying again, brother, it's the
the military leader. I mean the military leader. The military leader could have been a democratic leader by now.
But again, it can't be democratic if everybody doesn't vote. People cannot vote in the center of Mali. People are displaced. People in the north, they don't have access.
I think we are overthinking it. Any election in Africa, you think rigging doesn't happen. You think even in the UK, the prime minister is elected by less than 30% of the people.
Of rigging it, that's not what I am talking about. I'm talking about democratic. So if you use the term democratic, it's the power of the people.
He is beloved of the people. I think he's beloved of the people, isn't he?
If I understand it, you just want someone to be there as a civilian. Doesn't matter if he's elected with everybody.
Exactly.
What is the point? There is no point. My brother, there is no point of that.
He's already popular. That's the point.
The ex-president was an elected civilian who was elected, and he did all those things. Just because you want to have a civilian in power, whatever you have against the military and stuff like that. But if he's just a face, just to have a face, a civilian of the face, which was not elected by everybody, let's just put him there. That's not going to change anything. It's not the fact that he's a civilian or a military. If you're a bad person, you're a bad person both ways.
Yes, but he is a good person now, isn't he? Everybody is supporting him because they think he's a nice person.
If tomorrow he does something bad, I'll come here on your show, Israel. I will tell you guys that he messed up.
Yeah,
so I don't go with the person.
And to Niger, just to be fair as well, looking at on both sides, I think you've given us the angle that ECOWAS took when they made this decision. But what they're trying to tell you is, as much as yes, the transitional leadership is popular and everything, but the most of the country, as he told you, that there's a I think if you saw the map that he was showing us, because at some point they even wanted to divide the country. The other part of the country, it was like a no-go zone for the main government of the country, which is like almost over 50% of the land size of the country, and that's where the most instability is. So they're saying that once if they can stabilize the whole country in such a way that there can be maybe even ballot box reaching most of those regions, maybe there will be a fair and a more transparent government to say it's not just Bamako only where the president or the transitional leaders are recognized or popular. So they want to make sure that the whole country is participating in this election.
There's point, if not.
And the stability, because now, let's say, for example, they make elections. Your Bamako, all these other places that are more on the south, they may go for elections, but you never know. There might be some elections where there can be terrorist groups that can come and shoot people, all that stuff. Unless I think they're fighting to get the country stable in such a way that people can have free movement and everything, the government can reach most part of the country. And then those things will come in terms of election and stuff. That's my reasoning.
It will create even more conflict if we have just to have a civilian, just the term civilian, because I believe that's what Tunaija want to do, just to have a civilian, no matter how, if he's elected democratic, if everybody voted for him or not, let's just have a civilian there instead of a military. That will not work, because even if we do a rigged election, for example, in the south, people in the north will complain, people in the center will complain, people in the west will complain. Okay. Everybody want to participate in it. It will just create more problems. It was a civilian, it was a civilian government. That a civilian government that did everything now that we are talking about for almost 10 years. That was his fault. He was a civilian. For the past 3 years, we've only had civilians. What had changed? I'm not saying all I want is military power. We have military power. The people, De Gaulle was military for 11 years. People loved him in France. We have military power in a lot of the African countries who are doing good. I'm not saying all I want is a military power. No, I want stability. If the person that does the stability, let's go with the person. Civilians have messed up this country for the longest. And now if someone comes in and want to do it, I will let him do it. If not, if tomorrow he messed up, I will be the first one to say he messed up here. I'm not for anybody.
You see, the thing is, the way it works is that the civilians are made up of human beings, and this man is a man that somehow is beloved by his people, and I don't think even when he run an election, he will not win it, even when it is free and fair. So let's not mix that
That's
one
an
up.
assumption. You don't know.
No,
You don't know.
then if he's not popular, if he's not popular, and he's forcing him, he didn't even go through an election and forces himself on the people and this thing reneged on his promise to ECOWAS. How are we defending him?
Aye, man. Okay.
There are so many levels here. You see what I mean? You can't defend somebody on one term, and at the same time, when you say, okay, turn him to civilian, he's already popular. Personally, I believe he's popular, at least in Bamako, because I saw the crowds. I saw how they were running around and they say he's doing the right things. And to be fair, I also believe in some of the things he's doing, like saying the French should leave and all that. I applaud him for that. So I believe he would have won. So why did he do what he did, the way he did it too? And
can I ask you a question?
I've had leaders in Nigeria myself. I've had leaders in Nigeria that will promise you all kinds of stuff. I watched Babangida come into office in Nigeria, and by the time he left, he has left that country in tatters. When he came in, everybody was praising him. And to be fair, some people even still loved him, even after he destroyed the country.
It's a whole different case, but I hear you, man. It is what it is. You have I respect your opinion. I wholly disagree. 100% disagree. I disagree. It is what it's having a conversation, right? I respect what you're saying and all that, but I disagree. I believe that the landscape is totally different, and that basically they even had that he cannot participate in the elections, right? It's written that he will not be able to participate in the election. But you're saying the same thing right now. If he decides to not be a military today and decide to have the rigged election today, and be elected,
you will
agree. You will agree with it. So your problem.
Why wouldn't I agree with it? Didn't you hear what I said?
Having a civilian. That's all.
Tanaja, let him finish.
That's all you want to have. You want to have a civilian, no matter what. So if he does election today and decide he's not a military anymore, you will be happy with it. My problem is not the person. My problem is the development, the lack of development that is happening. So if someone doesn't do it, I would say that he doesn't do it. So if someone is doing it, I would say that he's doing it. The civilian in place the last time, we gave him so long to make.
Can I ask you a question, Yusuf?
Yeah.
So in East Africa, we have the great guy Kagame. Kagame was not a civilian. He came from Uganda to go and rescue Rwanda. So, and again, it's the same question to Niger. Why is it so that we need civilians? Isn't that the case that we need people who have civilian understanding and creating an economy that is benefiting the people that is more important rather than necessarily a civilian? It's the mentality that we need, right?
For me, anyway, in terms of having a civilian, the reason why I say we should be having civilians in office, one, is for continuity and stability. This is how countries are run now. And
you sure Russia is not
Russia
civilian?
Is a civilian. Come on.
He pretends to be
He's not a military. He's not a military man.
But come on, come on. He's not really a civilian. We know.
But same is Egypt, isn't it? Same is Egypt. So that's exactly what I'm saying to him. And he's saying that we will not accept an impure election, but we'll accept somebody that actually violated all kinds of rules to come into office and violated rules.
You are talking about the schematics, my brother. You're talking about the schematics of what is happening. We're talking about the situations that is happening in Mali. The first time I came here, I was the first one to say that I'm for the sanctions. Didn't I say Israel? I said it. I said that it's not right. The way it happened is not right. But you have to take into context what is happening. You can't compare with the case of Nigeria and Egypt and all those other countries. That's to neglect what is happening. What is the Malian population going through? That's what you are refusing to see.
Nigeria is going through exactly what Mali is going through. Don't you see? We are going through exactly the same thing now. We have an insurgency problem. That is one of the reasons why Nigeria is not able to respond. We have an insurgency problem ourselves. So I know exactly to an extent what Mali is going through. What I'm saying is that there are two arguments here. He supports the sanction, which is fine. I agree with him on that one too.
Not the same sanctions that are here. I support the sanctions again.
The first ones, yes.
Okay.
The first one. But where the dissonance is that when I said that the Malian leader could have easily become a head of state president by now. He said we can't do that. We can't have a rigged election, or we can't have anything like that. But he's already popular. If he's that popular, then if he's not popular, why are we defending somebody that one usurped the office that he shouldn't take over legally, then reneged on agreement that he had with ECOWAS? Just then, at the same time, you're saying, oh no, he should be able to do all that, but not run for an election to turn to civilian. I don't understand that. He should be able to run and become a civilian without putting West Africa through all this.
I don't know if you were here.
I don't think you understand
like I said the last time. Like I said the last time, right? The leader of the opposition party, which was second in the national elections that happened the last time, was kidnapped in Mali for a year. He was kidnapped by terrorists for a whole year, to tell you that there is no way there could be election done in the country. So if your problem is that there is no civilian, then I cannot address this problem, because my problem is not that. My problem is good leadership, right? If those people, the people that we claim all the time, Sankara, those people, military, you see what I'm saying? If you do good, I don't mind. The model of democracy that they put upon Africa and all this region, at least West Africa that I know of, it's a system it's foreign to us. It's foreign to us. They want us to understand the system that they have been using for hundreds of years when America got their independence. It's a system that we just got it in 1960s. So we can't understand it the same way that they are understanding it. It's new. I believe that it doesn't work. And that's another conversation. I believe that.
So Yusuf,
yes.
Can I ask you a question? So why can't we do like some high level new ways of solving problems? When Sudan broke itself into South Sudan and North Sudan, they were no longer held at any previous agreements because they were no longer the same entity. So why can't Mali or any other country like Burkina Faso, etc., say, you know what, we have taken over this country, we've kidnapped this country, and then now we're going to change our name to, instead of Mali, we're Malay. Instead of Burkina Faso, we're Burkina Faso. And then we're a different country, different entity, different rules, different laws. We can just copy and paste the same laws, but essentially we're different. Why can't we just do that in an orchestrated way that we prevent the previous agreements with France, the first rights of refusal for economic adherence? So let's say if Mali has a new product, they're selling leather, France has the first rights of refusal for the deal. So why can't we just create a new country, call it Malay?
Okay.
Why can't we just find simple solutions to the problems?
Okay.
Like complicate things.
Okay. There has been parts of like in history, right, where countries will go and annex another country, and the country will decide to kick them out. That happened. I feel like the partnerships right now, everything that is being done, it can be done in a legal way. We can deal with it in a legal way. The partnerships that Mali and France and all those countries has, we can change them. It's a president that signed them. It's a president that can modify them so it can be to the benefits of Mali. So I believe that changing the name, if we decide to say, okay, it's Mali, for example, well, the partnership and things like that are still in there. France is not just going to go, oh, it's a new country, let me turn my back, I'm not going to work in there. That's not dealing with the problem. The problem is that we have to change the documents. The paper that are there is tying us. Those are the ties that we have, and we have to break that bond. But if you worked in Chad, I'm not sure they were trying to do the same, at least to divide it up and down, called the Azawad and the South Mali. That was something that they wanted to do, but you still have those ties that we will have.
Did the Security Council not have to? Sorry, did the Security Council not have to support the creation of a new country?
Okay, I believe if Kadi wanted to say something, she trying to give her.
Yeah, I just want to give Kadi the platform as well to just share her thoughts, her experience, and then we'll go to. I'll give Dr. K. I'll give you already. I know you already jumped in. I still need to give Biggie a chance as well. to ask questions or have a comment as well. But I just want to give the lady tonight, the only lady in the house. So guys, let's be gentlemen and listen
This
to the
thing,
lady.
you better not button this thing.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to the previous conversation about whether or not we can have elections in Mali. I think it's important to remember the heart of the Malian problem. If you've been here before, you know that we have had rebellions in the northern part of the country for years. So this is not a problem that started today, right? So we've had this problem between the north and the south for years. So having an election where only the south, not even the south, the capital can vote, is gonna raise new problems in the future because that leader will not be recognized. They will say, "Oh, you did elections, but we were there were terrorists here, so we don't." There will be the same problems in a few years. We still have the same problem. So that's the third thing. The second thing is that when we have elections in Mali, they happen in school, and all the schools are pretty much closed, so we cannot have them. And also, the focus of this government isn't to stay here forever. When they said the 5 years, it was on the basis of negotiation. They wanted to negotiate to have it down to like 2 or 3 years because France has been in Mali for 10 years, but we still have this problem with terrorism. So it's not in 16 months that they will be able to, make those people go away and make the country great again. So it was really a basis for negotiation. And the sanctions that ECOWAS took were completely illegal. So I think if you really look into the heart of the Malian problems, you will see that an election right now cannot be the solution. And also, Malian like this leader of ours because he's not here to talk about elections. All his focus since he's been here is to talk about freeing the country from those terrorist groups and making our army strong again. So that's his focus, and I think he will lose a lot of people if he decide to run for president or even talk about these elections all the time. So I think it's interesting to look into the history of Mali and the heart of the Malian problem to understand better why we say this and such. So I'll leave you guys to your chat. It's getting late here. Yeah, so
I've got a question.
Thank you very much.
This is Biggie. Um,
Welcome, Biggie.
hey, how's it going, guys? I tried to reach you guys out, but at the same time, I had some few other things to deal with. But at the same time, uh, like you said, there's always a problem between North and South. It's amazing. It's worldwide. It's the North, South, something in the middle that does not make sense. But to your saying earlier, Kay, is that we need to understand the Malian internal differences before we really suggest things here and there. But at the same time, not only the North and South, and it's also the regional issue that you have with the ECOWAS and the ties, the paperwork that went through it. Again, I've been mentioning it that we need a strong analyst that comes out with a better solutions. For us, we can throw a few words here and there in order to get a better Mali and better for Malians to have a peaceful Mali. And of course, everybody is against coup d'etats and everything because there's a lot of things that comes along with it. But at the same time, when this happened, the way it looks like there's some part that didn't agree, but majority agree on this coup happened and taken over on the control in the country. And then it came into the 5 years term to come to a next election. It's not easy to swallow when you have a military government that's coming in and taking over on how they want it. Because I come in from a country that been military take over, and that lasted over 20 years. So I don't think any Malians want to see a 20 years of the same shape, and at the same time it becomes as you get power and get emboldened, and now you got Russia that's involved. So we got history that's almost repeating on what happened to Ethiopia. Okay, and the sooner that the Malian agree, the North and South agree, at least let's have a civilian body that can do that. And then Dr. K mentioned change the name of the country. It's very hard for a country to just change the name. If it is Ethiopia, you're gonna call me Ethio. I have a problem, you know. And I mean, for the business aspect, we're running under Ethio, but we are Ethiopians, or you know, it's just a mix of things that's happening. So we got to get to the deep root of identifying what's the best course for that part that you said negotiation with the actual. I'll call it a temp government, a transitional government, on how it can achieve the best solution. In fact, bringing the North and South together, and at the same time, we also have a terrorist cells that are running around before the coup d'état happened, and now we have to come and satisfy all parties to come to an understanding. Okay, this is the best course to do. Is there anybody in Mali that's really differently discussing this matter, whether it's inside Mali or abroad?
So
that's for Yusuf.
Okay, so the question is how are Malian politicians trying to find the solutions? Is that?
Absolutely, internal and as well external. I think the external will be more futile than the internal.
So, no, external, internal. For example, let's take the case of let's do on Mali. But look, everybody knows that it's messed up, right? Everybody is talking about it. The big leaders, the heads of the banks and stuff like that, right? They know that this is messed up. They knew that a lot of them supported the last president, and they knew that there was no change that happened. And all of them are not talking today because they are ashamed of their support for the past president. So there is definitely talks to find how can we get out of this. And right now we have, if you guys follow the current minister of Foreign Affairs, they always talk about how to find solutions. They people who studied, like I said, they studied economic, they studied law, they studied all that, even for them to know that the sanctions that are happening right now are illegal, and they are working to take legal steps to find ways to exit it, to stop these sanctions, right? Or you have to know that it's people who studied it, who read the documents, and are working towards it. So I really hope that it will work, right? Me, I'm not here to support 100% the transitional government that are here. Like I said, I don't fight for no people. I fight for the things that they do, the work that they put in place. I really feel like right now, at least what is happening is the first time that we have seen ever, at least in recent history, of such advancements in terms of development and good politics that are put in place. Because right now the military is equipped. They are waging war against those people. Just last month, 50,000 people in the center of Mali went back to their villages where they were displaced. It's documented. It's not some how you say it, a conspiracy. It's documented, videos of them. I come from my village is in the center. So my family telling us that things are getting safer and safer. It's not done. Obviously, it's not done. There's still wars, but there's still some couple of random attacks and stuff like that. But the military is having the equipment. The routes are being opened up with Mauritania and Guinea. The politics put in place to keep the price of the goods are being lowered, right? Even if it's at the expense of even if it's the government who loses, they are willing to make these politics to protect the population. Basically, I've never seen it. I've never seen any attraction and love for Mali in the longest time. If it doesn't work, like I said, if tomorrow they do something that doesn't go in the way of the Malian population, I promise you, I will be the first one here to talk about it. I will be the first one here to index them and say what they did is wrong. I'm not for them. I'm not against them. I'm just for the good, and what they are doing right now is something that I support. I wholeheartedly support, because as of right now, they have not shown me any signs that they are not working towards the betterment of the Malian population and the Malian civilians.
So from one African standpoint, what can we do to support it and to promote it in the right direction and maintain that aspect that we're watching you and we really want for the people?
Okay, so what is The case of Mali specifically is a case of bad government. You know, it's a case of bad politics and lack of development. That's basically what it is. You have countries like Niger was saying. We have countries in the neighbors, right, that are they are doing some big investments, right? We see them, we're like, why we're not doing this? Why these are not happening? Because you have just a lack of the politics, the lack of will. So when everybody talks about the bad government in their country and come out and support, we have Niger, Burkina, Ivory Coast, Senegal. Everybody supported the transitional government that is happening. There are pictures of in Senegal, they flooded the streets. In Ivory Coast, they flooded the streets. In Niger, they flooded it since so much that the military came out. So I believe that us having these conversations here, us educating people about it. Me, I love when someone asks me what is going on in Mali and I explain them. They're like, oh yeah, this is something that is happening in my country. Let me fight the regime or the corrupt people right now so that we will avoid a situation like this, right? Because it was just not imposed upon us. It came out of bad leadership. That's what it is. Extremely bad leadership. So talking about it, supporting it, joining the Malian protests in your countries if there are any happening, so that we can put pressure on the people that doesn't want to work for the population. And same from Nigeria, when there was and SARS happening, my brother, I participated in the rallies here in Minneapolis. I went to Minneapolis with my Nigerian brothers and we shared media. We talked about it. We did what we could, but we could only talk about it. We don't have, but there is power in numbers. When we talk about it, they change. So that's how I feel.
Yeah, I think when you mentioned NSAS, I'm taking it that as a Nigerian, I would have supported that kind of this in action. In my mind, when I see those sort of things happening, I often argue that there are better ways of doing this instead of tearing the whole country up. And maybe it needed to happen. Things like that happen sometimes. But sometimes when things like that happen, it leads to a military regime. That's what happened in Egypt and in countries where you are protesting. I supported the protest for the first few days. Then they started breaking into police stations and prisons are releasing prisoners. They are trying. There are forces that want to hijack the state. Will take advantage of that. And when I said online that people should be careful what they ask for, because this is what Egyptians did. They elected the president, the real democratic election in Egypt. They elected him. Within 1 year, they came up on the street again because of the Arab Spring, stuff that is going on. They come on the street and just started protesting the president. Before you know it, they got the military regime. That president now died in prison. So these things, people can hijack anything you're doing, and we don't even know the forces behind these things. See, Big E said something just now that still, this man is saying that he wants to do the best for Mali. One of the first things he did was bring Russians in. You bring another foreign power into your country as a way of solving the problem. You remember, the Eritrean president didn't do that. And Somaliland, they didn't do that before they raised their military level to aid. Mali was an empire once. Since when do you need Europeans to come and help you out to chase militants that don't have aircrafts?
Bro, to Niger, my brother, like I said, we are saying the same thing, right? But the content is different. I'm like I said, nowhere in the world as it worked, it has not worked. Russia and Mali has been in partnership since independence. If you check it, you will see that the military partnership in Russia and Mali have been in place before France, at the time of France, when the colonization was happening. Mali is trained. Our soldiers are trained a lot. They get training a lot in Russia. It's a term of it's a thing that we give us the tools. Let's give it ourselves the tools. Let's buy military equipment from Russia. They bought a lot of planes, a lot of ammunition, a lot of weapons and stuff like that. Things that France was not allowing them to do, right? So they circumvented those restrictions and bought the the equipment. So right now, what is happening in Mali? It's more of a training. If you look at the conflict, like the wars that our military is doing, there is not. I haven't seen Russian fighting for it. It's more of a, as it is right now, right? It's their training, you know. So there has been a conflict where a Russian died actually, and we have to just see that most of it it's training. But yeah, I agree. You can't have another country in your territory fighting for it. But again, the situation is different. It is different in how they're dealing with it. It's different in even how it started. They were suffocating the Malian army in terms of how you get equipment and everything. We couldn't get it, so you have to get it in a way. But if Russian decided to stay there for the next 10 years, I will tell you that no, you know. But again, this situation is different. So if they train it well, all the equipments that they bought, all the satellites, you know, Mali didn't have equipment to see if someone enters their aerial territory. They bought those equipments, and to be able to use those equipment, someone has to teach you, right? So if you buy from Russia, you have Russian instructors showing you how to use them, how to maneuver them. That works with everything. Even Nigeria, if Nigeria buys a jet fighter from France army has to come and show them how to use it. That's how it works. But right now they are massively hiring Malians to join the troops, to join the army, to join the police force, right? They created divisions in every region in Mali right now, a military base. Malian control the military bases in all of the regions and have aerial support, Malian aerial support in all of those bases as well. So it's basically just empowering the military. If tomorrow they decide to stay there, I will be telling you no. I will tell you it shouldn't be. But the situation is different. Mali was an empire, it's true. When you look at, I'm not sure if you support the current Nigerian government or not, but when you read the articles and stuff like that, that talks about corruption and all, they are not exempt of those corruption that happen. So I would like the corruption to end. And if you have to, I just see that there is no there is no reason to not talk about that. You know, if they are democratically elected and they are corrupted, why not talk about it? It's those democratic elected guys that are doing all of this that is happening. So what you are saying is, I agree with it. I promise you, I agree with it. I agree there should be sanctions. I agree there should be democratic way of ending it. But if we use democratic, if you use the word democratic, it has to involve everybody. You know, it can't just be someone just chose to be there, okay, because you have the way to do it. So if you say now there's no more coups, right? People who do the coups are reprimanded in a very bad way. What you said, it will solve your problem that people will not do a lot of coups a lot, but also the bad government, the bad regime, the bad people will come in place, will have all the power that they have, because they were like, hey, regardless, even if I kill these civilians right now, nothing will happen. You know, the Malian government at the time had civilian special task force kill civilians outside of the mosque. The government killed civilians outside of the mosque. That's how crazy things were getting. So you can have stuff like that happen and just be safe. You're like, hey, regardless, no coup is going to happen to me. I can stay here for 15 years and no repercussion will happen whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? So it cannot create that problem on the flip side. But I agree, man. There shouldn't be coups. Coups will deter the democratic process, will stop us from evolving, will stop the continuation of the state. All that is true, but the case is different. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I agree with you, but the case of Mali, I swear,
I also agree with you. Mali's case is
totally
special.
different. It's totally different.
Teenager, sorry. There's a question. There's two questions that I want both of you guys, especially you coming from
Different
the ECOWAS regional block. The first question, this is for you too, Niger, and for you, Yusuf. The first question, it says, how can we get more transparency from ECOWAS and the leaders? That is a good topic. And another one, it's this one from Toko Desmond Taidu. Says, one real question, how are the insurgencies in Africa funded, if not by those that will benefit from a destabilized nation with rich natural resources? Yusuf, from Mali, the guys, the terrorist groups there, who are the known people to be funding this, if they are known? and how are the weapons coming in there? And again, let's start with the first one, which is the ECOWAS question.
Okay, you wanna get a to Niger? Or what? That was for to Niger or
This
me?
one. We can start with this one first, then we'll go to the
Okay.
second one. To Niger, you can start with this one.
Okay,
And
thank
ECOWAS.
you. Thank you. Regarding transparency, I think this is one area I've been saying that we as people of the continent can do even better than the Western economies, because we have the tools. You know, there is the technology out there now to be able to make our system extremely transparent, even beyond what the West have done. I am one of those proponents of Africa having a more advanced form of democracy. I think instinctively we just say, oh, let's go to, you know, authoritarian and all the rest of it. But Africa is so diverse that to cater to all the groups and have an element of stability, you need a more advanced form of democracy, except you have a massive conflagration, which is a massive war that results in a lot of deaths, that then you unify the country by force and force people to probably see their religion, see their cultures. And I don't see that happening. That's a scorched policy. So we have to head towards a more advanced system of democracy. That's my argument for that. And in terms of transparency, technology can enhance it significantly. There is no reason why you give a governor money to run a state, the money goes into some kind of black hole that nobody knows what he's doing with it. We all know what the governor is supposed to do with money: pay his staff, build that bridge, pay school staff, this thing, travel here, healthcare for the citizens. So we should be able to see the money. We should be able to see where the money is going, which company is going to. There is no reason why it can't be transparent.
Why have you saying the same thing? I mentioned this. Blockchain technology will allow you to do that. No, I'm being serious, Niger.
Let's not start that fight here.
No, that's exactly what blockchain is there for. So you agree with me, but you're scared of this technology. I don't know what's wrong with it.
I like blockchain technology. I just said that you have to have underpinning authorities within your countries, because crypto. So then we are on the same page. I believe in this in technology too. I'm just saying that the way blockchain technology is operating right now, most of the time, there is no overriding authority that is accountable for it.
Forget about that one. Focus on the Afrocentric blockchain by country metrics. Kenya right now is actually building, because obviously M-Pesa, they realize M-Pesa is a bit expensive. It's good, yes, it supports the local guy, but transaction, for example, let's say if I send $100, I have to pay $2. That's expensive for the average person. So Kenyan government is building their own digital currency, and then they're asking us, do we want it to be blockchain? I said, obviously, I said yes. That's going to reduce the charges. So to Niger, look, I agree with you, yes. Having a decentralized blockchain is not good. But if an African country can create its own centralized blockchain, it solves the problems. So what do you?
That's what Nigeria has done, and Nigeria has. I've told you this before. Nigeria created the e-naira. We already have a kind of blockchain technology too on that front. But my point, you see, this is what you are saying. We already have the tools. I know in my country, in Nigeria, the Nigerian government can go into people's account and just take 1,000 naira. That's basically force people to contribute. But yeah, you can contribute to fund a 1 million man and this in army. This is crazy. We have the technologies to make our systems ultra transparent, whereby, because we have a right to know what the governor is spending on healthcare, who is paying it to. The only area that should be shrouded in a level of secrecy is security, like the police and all those things. Those ones can have an element of secrecy, but education, healthcare, agriculture, roads, infrastructure, it should be out in the open. The company, that the bidding process should be out in the open. People should see. As a matter of fact, people should have a right to even choose. Say, okay, you know what? We don't like that company because that company, they swindle this country or they swindle that town. We prefer this company that has 1,000 records of building appropriate infrastructure, and it works very well. There's no reason why these things can be ultra transparent now. And that's why I believe that we as Africans have to be more ambitious. We should be more ambitious than the West have done. Because what I find the West does is that they always move the goalposts all the time. Remember when they were saying that, same-sex marriage was a thing? And now we are talking about genders that we don't even know how to pronounce, because they keep moving the goalpost all the time to make themselves seem more advanced than us. And we need to turn the table. If you want to play a game, you don't play the game the other people are playing. You have to take it to a totally different level. And I believe that we have the technology and the know-how to be able to operate a more advanced system that is ultra transparent. I know that because Nigeria is we have so many problems with fraud and all those things. Our banking system is so robust now. It's more robust than the Western banking system. So that is an African solution for an African problem. You know, an African American went to a Nigerian bank the other day. He was like, there is no way this bank can be robbed. There is no plan you will make in this world that bank will be able to be robbed, because it's an African solution to an African problem. This is what we need to start thinking about. And like I said, if you believe that there is any reason why any governor has the right to hold on to money that belongs to the people and people don't know where the money is going, you tell me, because I don't see one reason why anything should be shrouded in mystery at all. Everything should be out in the open. Payments to anybody should be out in the open, so that we have confidence in the system. When people have confidence in the system, they are willing to fight for that system and they are willing to die for that system. That is the transparency we need. And it starts from this in national governments, local authorities, up to this in ECOWAS. And these dark meetings that they have, they don't, you know, they do show some of them on YouTube, but the kind of language they use, the kind of way they approach things, you have to bring it to the people. This is no time to detach yourself from the people so that people don't really get an idea of what you are doing. Because when they misunderstand you, what they will say is that, oh, it's European, it's American, you know, it's not our stuff. Why wouldn't they think that way? Because it's your own failing that is causing it. Leadership, I believe that if you're a leader, if you fail, you didn't just fail. You prevented some other person that could have succeeded. And it's a very heavy burden. You have to do a good job of it. And we have to start putting some serious emphasis on quality leadership. And you know what? I don't even care too much about leadership when you think about it from the point of view of transparency. Because if you have transparency, you don't even care what the leaders are doing anymore. Because you know they don't have the power to steal the money. You can see what is happening with the company account.
But if I may ask, going back to the question, I think partly you kind of talked on other things that are in terms of funding and obviously tracing the money and all that stuff. Can you answer this one to Niger then? In terms of like even in Nigeria with the Boko Haram issue and stuff. This is the question there on from.
That's just that one is what we all know now. There are actors out there that believe that. Not that they believe, they know for their own interest. You know what? I will do the same thing. Let's face it. I'm diabolical like that. I will, if I want to mess a country up, I would rather destabilize it than send my army there. I would rather find a way to make their system dysfunctional. That's the most efficient way to do it. And this is what they have been doing to us. It is common sense, really. Why would you want to send soldiers when you can encourage corruption by allowing people that are corrupt go free, and you can encourage a division between people? It's like, you know what, I'm going to support you when you go and talk about Biafra, but when the time comes, I will pull my support so that you guys knock each other's head to pieces. This is the name of the game. You know, it's an organic system that they put in place to undermine our systems, and this is why I have often advocated that we need to make our systems robust enough, at least to mitigate some of all these things and, you know, shield our systems from it, because it affects, it's so simple, but it's so insidious at the same time, because it makes everything rotten. It affects decision making from top to bottom. Nobody can make good decisions anymore.
And another question that I'm asking myself, this is just for everyone who's here. Biggie, anyone can jump in on this one, and Dr. K, and I'll come back to you, Yusuf, as well to answer your part. You can also jump in on this question. Have we ever had since we Niger talked about actors and obviously maybe influential people, be it political or business people, who have interest in some of those minerals or working with some of these countries that have colonized Africa before to gain access to our resources.
Of course they have.
have we ever had someone arrested, for example, in any of these countries where somebody has been arrested as a top political or business person arrested for arms trade or funding a
Yes,
terrorist group? Have we ever had that?
yes,
Like
but
really
only
popular in
when
Africa weekend?
yes, but only when they have gone against the West. I'll give you an example. So Uhuru Kenyatta was being indicted in the International Criminal Court by being involved in the 2007 election violence in Kenya. Why? Because he did not side with the political agenda of the West. So they will arrest you or try to indict you only when you are against them. If you're not against them, of course they won't, because these people don't care about international law. What they care about is power. Sometimes international law is within their agenda, but that's only a consequence of, let's say, fate. But their real agenda has nothing to do with that reality at all. What they care about is power and also extraction of resources or anything that benefits their countries. So, for example, a lot of people don't understand why there was a war in Afghanistan with the poppies. So in American, let me give some American context. In America, they need obviously poppies to use as lidocaine and other sort of medicine for their people. Lidocaine is a poppy-based extract, just like cocaine and other derivatives of those. So they need to actually get the raw materials from, let's say, Afghanistan or sometimes Mexico. So when they get it from Afghanistan, they don't have to pay taxes. They can just get it completely almost free. When they have to get it from Mexico, they have to pay the taxes, and it's heavy taxes because obviously the nature of the drug is very sensitive. So that's why there's a war in Afghanistan. They will get able to get all these drugs. These drugs are then used in pharmaceutical companies, which make billions of dollars every year. So the point here is
just to add real quick, 80% of all the opium in the world comes from Afghanistan.
Right, exactly. So that's why that war was so powerful. And when you look at this and you kind of look, oh, okay, so Americans and the rest, again, not just Americans, the rest of the world can pay such a small amount of money for these drugs during surgery or even after effect, let's say accident and emergency. You realize these drugs are coming from somewhere. And the law, the international law, as well as American law, states that you have to pay heavy taxes. That's why there was the drug on the war in Afghanistan, because they were able to get cheap drugs from a war-torn country. They were able to take it. Now, same thing with Congo, with the coltan, cobalt, copper, etc. But now that Congo has joined East African Community, I can guarantee you, I will not stop until Congo is stabilized. When Congo is stabilized, East African Community is going to be the richest country in the whole world.
Biggie, do you have something to add to it? Are you still
Yeah,
making
I'm cooking right now. Just getting things done. But one thing that I put in, look at the why everybody went after Afghanistan. You think it's because of 9/11? No, it's not. It's all about the opium that they have in there. And believe me, when it comes to pharmaceutical, they want to get their drugs as cheap as possible, seized, whatever. You think they're going to destroy all that cocaine or whatever that they seize and anywhere in the world? No, they're going to use that, but they deter any other person that's going to come legally and say, you know what, I'm producing cocaine. Have you seen anybody legal to produce cocaine?
It's so difficult. I mean, you don't see it.
Yeah.
No.
No, you don't have anybody licensed to produce opium or anything else. They have them already in these places. So that means it's already contracted out. But at the same time, they have also the illicit drug dealers that's going to be a cartel base or anything else. We're not blind to that. There's nothing officially saying, okay, there's a pharmaceutical company that's processing cocaine or processing opium or processing any other drugs, but everything else is in hush hush. The next thing you know, you got a little pill that's for your tooth pain or whatever, painkiller, whatever that they want to build with it, and there's nothing legal about it, but they're doing it. And Russia tried it 20 years in Afghanistan to control the opium market. If you really look at how much Afghanistan produced when it comes to gold, raw material, on the official page, it says 40 kilograms a year. and you got 538 ton of gold that China is producing. So that tells you, I mean, if there's some gold, they can dig more, but the main goal for them is the opium. So every country went through that mess. The U.S. tried it for 20 years, they failed. So Russia tried it for 20 years, they failed because this is a drug cartel. You think the Taliban is just going to let you have it for free? No, hell no. And the same thing that India is blaming, saying, hey, all this traffic of drugs is coming from this and that. Listen, you're just going to follow the money, and you know what the interest is. Now, coming back to how much corruption that we're getting through Malian issue, ECOWAS, and everything, they're using the same strategy, same confusion, same way of saying, oh, this is a coup d'etat. No, 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 that's negative. Da, da, da. Yes, you got Russian that's going to be involved. You got the West that's going to be involved. So everybody's going to pick and tear that things apart, especially in Africa. We're very vulnerable, very vulnerable, because really a lot of the people that are on the ground have no idea what's going on in the country. Those that know there's something going on, they take arms, they fight, and you see them. But at the same time, they become like another terrorist cell or whatever that you want to label them. So in my opinion, I think we're going to have to take a look more on the it's like a background check. Who am I dealing with? What's the history? We got to be smarter. We don't go in and say, oh, I hate you, or and first of all, I said, what? I don't want to use the word hatred, because hatred is not going to benefit us. The other word is confused. I don't understand. I want that out of our vocabulary here, right on this panel, and including our followers. You're not confused. You're not a person that's built into hate. Our approach is by embracing everything that we have. We got a different type of, even within your own family, you got different mindset. Within your immediate family, your sister, your brother has different mindset, but you're born from the same household, the same life, but you grow up differently, a different mind. So if we got that, then we have to accept the fabric, and at the same time, look for the most efficient way to tackle certain things. It's like certain government, there are little pews that's holding just there on the thread, because you know what? They're not sure. Even in Mali right now, they're not sure, but they trying the best they can to keep it together, because you really shook the world, especially in the ECOWAS. You shook the whole ECOWAS. Now, investors and everything on the rest of the countries, they kind of, wait a minute, is this going to be contagious? Is this going to be something that's going to affect the next country? So look at it from on top. And when you look at it, one is troubling, and this one in the ECOWAS, they want to sanction it. And you're sanctioning another African country based on what? Because there's a coup? Because there's a difference of opinion and understanding, and the country is taking over on their own panels, you have a problem. So that's why they really, really put themselves up front and fighting. So in conclusion, I would say there's a lot of things to understand. Who is our enemy and who is our friends? Who are we going to be dealing with as one?
That was very well said, man. And yeah, when we talk about corruption, the corruption that happens, I was reading some time ago that the corruption that we actually see in Africa, it's a very, very small part of the global corruption, less than 10%, they even say. For example, in the case of specifically Mali, all the natural resources in Mali doesn't get more than 20% of none of them. So we exploit uranium, gold, all of them, oil, all of them. We don't have 21% of none of it. And when we get that 20%, there is 30% that is embezzled before it gets to the government bank accounts. So that is the corruption that we all talk about. That 30% is a lot. It's billions of dollars. But when we talk about it in Africa, we're like, it's crazy. But that's all. It's a small, very small part the whole global corruption. The case of Congo, like you mentioned, in Congo, when they exploit gold and stuff like that, all the resources they exploit, it doesn't go through the database. They just take it and put it in the trucks and fly with it. The government doesn't have control of how much minerals are exploited. That's just how the system is. And in terms of transparency, when for the last question that we were talking about, I run a page on Facebook and Instagram, Twitter, that I talk about corruption. It's like it's a podcast that I do. So there is a national report that comes out every year where they talk about how much money was embezzled or how much money was mismanaged in the country for that specific year. And then so I take that report, it's 100, sometimes 200 pages. I read it and I translate it in my local language so people know that what is happening. But I'm aware that the corruption that I talk about, it's very small. The biggest part of the corruption is being done by those big conglomerates and those cultures, those companies. For the specific case of Africa, I'm not aware of anybody actually that they decided to arrest and stuff like that. Someone mentioned that if you don't do their job, that's why they stop you. I agree. If they don't like you, they just eliminate you. I have to say, if you don't do their job, they will do anything to get you out. But the specific case of Bolloré Logistics, it's a French company that went to court and they got fined. They were found guilty of doing corruption, found guilty by an European court, and they got fined $12 million, which is nothing for Bolloré, because Bolloré is a company that is worth $20 billion at least. So they got fined 12 million, which is, it's nothing. They just pay that. It's a fee, right? They don't go to court, they don't go to jail, nothing happens to them. So yeah, no, the system is done to protect those who do it. When all the fall of Wall Street happened, they only pinned it on one guy. There was a whole system that was there, but only one guy took the fall. So they will protect their own. But like everybody said, like everybody mentioned here, it's a war for resources. It's a war for minerals. It's a war to control the resources that we have. Africa, we are Congo is the richest country in the world. If they are able to capitalize on those resources, we will be the country that those Europeans and Americans will come to. But like I said, we give them time, we give ourselves time. We have to create schools. There in Mali, we exploit gold, but there is no school for gold exploitation or oil transformation, stuff like that. There is no school. There is no trading school for those things. So those things has to be created. We Africans, we ourselves have to control the means of production of our resources. So yeah, I believe there's a long way to go, but talking about it is the first step, I believe.
Indeed.
Absolutely. When I add to it, into what you said, now we have all access. Just imagine, we didn't have this conversation last year. Okay, we didn't have all our bays last year. We are here now. Okay, and we're here to stay. We're here to build one Africa. There's a lot of things that we need to build. So each of us, like I said, in the past, and actually, this is something that I say: you hear it, you see it, you witness it, you read about it, report it. This is my nation. I'm not talking about just my nation. I'm from Ethiopia, but my nation is Africa now. So we have to be in terms of being my nation, my nation state. My nation is Africa. And that's how we start moving. Let's have that one mind and go forward with that one mind. If we're not one in our mind, at least to the minimum, one in mind, we're already divided. Let's be smart. We got a lot of intellectuals, a lot of followers that are in this panel that can do great stuff. Let's go to the basics. Let's analyze it. Let's get down to the business. And what is the benefit? Who's benefiting what? Who's the actor? Who's the player? Let's do a background check. Each of us have a responsibility because you heard it on this panel. You are accountable and responsible to find a solution for this. I'm very passionate about this because you know what? Before you hear it, oh yeah, this is what happened. Oh, I read it. Oh yeah, no, this is not time for that. We want to move forward. We want to make sure that our Malian brothers, all other my nation, to be healing faster and become productive and being very in the insurgency to help our own people. This is the time. Do not let go of your vision. Do not let go of your time because you're spending enough time on different things to get a better result. But let's do it well organized. Let's do it on a way that was sufficient enough to hit the target on what we want to accomplish. And again, you look at today's Mali, tomorrow Burkina Faso, another. How many times we're going to be. Let's find what's this creation. Come on, there's so many analysts in this panel. They know they have information, and those who's got the information, be anonymous. Let's be enlightened, and let's understand. Even if you want on a private chat, we can do that. So we got to be strong stand on anything that happens to my nation. My nation is Africa. Feel that way, we will win.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Biggie. Family, Yusuf had to kind of compromise most of his time for tonight. And of tonight, yeah, he's still in the evening there. He has to rush somewhere and be busy with something. Also, go and make some bread. He also needs to make some bread, guys. I'm just going to ask Dr. K, 2 minutes, your closing statement. Word of encouragement, anything for the people of Mali, and then also to Niger, 2 minutes, your closing statements, and then we're gonna have Yusuf to close for us, and then we'll be shalom for tonight. And
Yeah,
we'll have family, so don't worry, Yusuf will come back here again.
For sure.
Yeah. Shalom, everybody, and Detonet, Bari, and every other African tongue in the register. So I want to say that I do believe that Mali will actually get out of this, and I'm going to hope in the people of Mali to be able to get out of this in a really constructive way. When South Sudan became its own nation from North Sudan, they were no longer obligated by the deals that they did as Sudan. So if somehow Mali is intelligent enough to get out of this deal, I'm not going to say too much. Maybe I'll speak to some Malians in the background and see what can be done. But that will be the most beautiful part of this whole situation. I believe that, according to international law, if you're no longer the same entity, you cannot be judged by the same logic of the same entity that was dealt with. So if Mali can truly be intelligent in this whole dealing, Mali may actually come out as the African intellectual space, because we know a few countries in Africa were more successful than any Eurocentric countries. They went there and they taught them even bathing and other techniques, as well as science, technology, looking at the stars, reading the signs, and astronomy, etc. So I believe that as African people, we're powerful. If we truly believe in ourselves, we are also practical in the things that we do. I think that there's so much done, because I spoke to Niger before previously in my channel about the let's say us needing to develop microelectronics chips technology, and I found out recently, just 1 week ago, that Kenya had already done it in 2021. So this is a beautiful technology, because this allows us Africans as being able to manufacture our way out of our poverty problems. And now, of course, Congo has joined East African community. So this is so encouraging. Now, if the ECOWAS, instead of sanctioning Mali, again, I'm not going to say I disagree or agree. I don't want to go there. But if ECOWAS could go and support Malian children in education and actually make something worthwhile, we're going to see the future of Africa that has not been anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. K. To Niger, your 2 minutes of closing statement for the people of Mali.
think his benefits ran out, so he can't afford the internet.
Or he's making bread somewhere. He's also busy doing other things on the side. To Niger is still with us. Biggie, your closing statements, your words of encouragement, your prayer for the people of Mali.
First of all, I would say, Xavier, bless you all for the tenacity, for being here. And Yusuf, I really appreciate you to come in as being part of my nation. Okay, you're my brother, and we want to see you more. We are really noticed that we are non-biased. We are really looking for a true African revolution to oneness and to be one in spiritual. And nobody will put frontiers that we see now in the maps or whatever that they draw on it. But as long as we believe that my nation is Africa, I want to pass this to everybody. And I said it earlier, and this is my mission. My nation is Africa. Okay, think that way. Any place, anything happen to Ethiopia is my nation. Anything happens in Mali is my nation. It's under my nation. So we have to have a strong, strong tie spiritually to be borderless. We have no borders when it comes to Africa for Africans. And as long we fight that and we become one, everything else in paper, I'll leave it to the legal matters. I'll let the legal people that's going to be working the way to make sure that we are all aligned to one nation. Africa is on the road to one nation and one state. It's a huge one, but we're all the same. We all have the same idea. We want to live in peace, in love, and making sure that we raise our children in a safe environment. Me, as a manager, when I hire somebody, you know what my promise is? I'll give you a healthy, safe environment. So that means as an African, I want to promote the same thing to give our African brothers and sisters a safe and healthy environment to live in, because I want them to survive every chaos that comes in this world. So remember, today's message for me, your nation is Africa. Start believing in that. Start being borderless. And the rest of it is all political, it's all legal. As long as we're one in our spiritual and being to stand for this, let the rest, Xavier, take over. Let the rest, time takes over. But within the time, we have to use our time wisely. We have to be investigative. We have to be full of action. We have to show ourselves when it's needed. When your presence is needed, be present. Because now we're talking about your nation, which is my nation. And I would say to all of you, pray in any which way so you stay aligned to this mission. And believe me, a lot of us now, we are calling each other without calling physically. We are there on a mission. There's a calling, accept it, live by it, and breathe in it, eat with it, drink with it. It is our life. It is our nation. We'll have so much to accomplish together. This is just the beginning.
Thank you very much, Biggie. I'm just gonna allow Yusuf in his closing remarks for today to just close for us in terms of the nation of Mali, way forward, and how we can support them as people of Mali, whether outside the country, in mainland Mali. So, Brother Yusuf, the floor is yours. We've given you the whole platform. And before you close, you said you had a Facebook page. Maybe just share with your family, and then people can also go and like your page.
Okay, so it's actually in my local language, right? It's Bambara. So the language that I speak with, it's in Bambara. So a lot of people will not know, but the page is
1960 in French. So it's spelled out.
So can I ask you to send me the lyrics for Omo Sangaye's lyrics?
Yeah, I love her.
Okay. Please do. I can't find any Bambara lyrics. I want to see the Bambara. I don't want to see English. I want to see the Bambara lyrics.
No, dude, I listen to Gigi and all those from Ethiopia.
Oh, really?
I love them. Yeah, I love.
So you understand that whole very nuanced, sad, happy, future, optimistic music.
I like it. Any music from anywhere from Africa. My playlist, I have 20 playlists. Africa, Congo, Kenya. I listen to.
I respect that.
Yeah, no,
that's
I love
my favorite music from Mali, actually, especially. Okay,
yeah, language is not a barrier for me in terms of music, at least.
Man, okay. Go ahead.
We'll talk about that music next time.
For sure. Thank you for having me a lot. I appreciate it. I appreciate it for being diverging thoughts but I feel like at the end we all want the advancement of our people and stuff like that. So I'm really glad that I'm among you guys, and I love all of you guys. That's me. I'm just for the advancement of Black people anywhere, and any struggle for Black people is my struggle. So I'm always gonna fight for us, no matter what and when. In terms of what is happening right now, I saw a message in the comments that said decolonize your mind. We have to get out of the colonial mindsets. It's embedded. The chains are no longer on our ends. The chains are in the head right now, and we need to remove them. It's what is happening right now will get solved. Like I said again and again and again, we are still young, and the young nation, we are learning how this democracy and everything, all these things work. And then we'll talk about it. We'll fight for it. But the new breed of Africans that is coming out is resilient, and is not going to take their narrative, right? Their narrative. So we are changing that. And thank you guys for supporting Mali. Thank you guys for listening, tuning in, and to check what is happening. Even right now, I just got the news that the Estonian government is leaving they're taking their troops out of Mali. And then, like I said, tomorrow there might be some news that they will stop the French occupation as well. But we'll see how that goes, and I will keep you guys definitely informed. And it was a very wonderful conversation. Hope I will have time to do it again.
Thank you very much.
And let's create. Like, guys, I'm all for us creating things. We have to control the means of production. Everybody, wherever you are, find a problem in your country, find the solutions to the problem. It's only problems that make you money, right? So you have to, on top of making money, you're helping your country. If you have a packaging company, packaging business, right, with just ideas, cleaning companies, just started in your country, so that it's African, it's someone your own who is doing all of this, right? For example, in Mali, craziest thing, in Mali, the streets are cleaned by a Moroccan company. It's not a Malian government. Right now, we have people that are starting to do it. And right now, if all works, right, we will have all the means of will control it. So please, wherever you are, find a problem in your country and solve it. Create a business around it and make money out of it, so that it's your own, and that's the best way to help your country, I believe. We come on this earth, you can't just come and go. You have to bring your part to the problem. So create something, please create something.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. It's been really a pleasure getting the updates, getting the feedback, and seeing a lot of people as well on the comment section, really showing interest, asking questions. And I'm definitely sure anytime when you want to come, there's breaking news or things that you feel that we need to be aware of, that you need support of. Even that crowdfunding account.
For sure. I will send you that. I will send it to you.
Yeah, please. Yeah. And then we can also just let other guys who feel they want to contribute in anyhow, they can do that to support the movement and the people who are in Mali on the ground. And what else? And say a thank you to the madam at home.
Yeah, for
You know,
sure.
we took family time away now.
Yeah, yeah,
Just our, just say we thank you for allowing you
yeah,
to come here and spend
yeah.
over almost 4 hours.
I
Tonight we
know, I
reached.
know. Yeah, I know.
So thank you very much, and thank you to the people of Mali. And from my side and the rest of the team, Biggie, Mika, everyone, Prof. Ezra, Reach, all of them, we say God's hand, God's blessing be upon the land of Mali. Let there be peace in Mali, and let there be prosperity in the land of Mali. And may Mali be a shining light. May Mali's empire rise
Yep.
to empower its people as an empire, and be a great and shining light to the nations of Africa. That one day or in few years to come, we can say Mali is doing well. We can look at Mali just like how people are looking at Rwanda now as one of the shining lights in Africa.
Yeah.
So we thank you, thank you to the people of Mali for giving us Yusuf, and the people of Mali who are there on the ground. We love you, and we
They are
stand.
listening. Some of them are listening right now.
Yeah, we love you, and
Yeah.
this is your home, Swahili Nation, One Africa. Come anytime if there's
Yeah.
anything. This is your home. Yeah, that's from my side. Biggie, I don't know. Is there one few words that I might have missed, or something that you want to add quickly before
No,
you
you're
leaves?
pretty good. I just want to. I posted Marie Antoinette. Marie Antoinette again. Xavier, bless you. Be with you. What you're going through, but you're still contributing. He said this session has been informative. We'll go far with transforming, followed by action. So this brainstorming, this is what we are right now. We get to know each other and come with solution. Nobody talked about that as a group that is so challenging group actually within what we have and pushing us to be in the action mode, bringing the right people to really make us understand what's going on. And it creates also on some other things that we didn't raise, but this brainstorming, this talking, and what we need done is a collective, a collaboration of everybody. It's not just me, you know. Look at Marie Antoinette just putting that, because really it's a brainstorming and at the same time get to know each other. So we're blessed, I mean, again, like I said, this is the era that the third dimension is gone, the fourth is in, and the fifth is actually in, where you use time, that makes it your fourth. So the third dimension is going to die out. And this is the time, the fourth dimension, that's using the time and productively going back and forth, see our past, where we going, the present, and the future. And that goes with time. And those that are in there and think, looking at all this, you are on the fifth dimension. A lot of people don't understand that, but again, that's it's in Revelation. It is written, and this is where we are right now. We got to do the best we can for our nation. Our nation is Africa. Again, I cannot change it anymore or emphasize saying your nation is Africa. Now we can move a lot faster as one. And we're going to brainstorm ourselves to death until we break something right. We know what's right. We know what's corruption. We know what's negative and what's positive. Another thing that I pass on, do not use the word confused, because you're not. You're trying to figure it out. You have questions. And do not use hatred. You never hate. You want to inhibit yourself in love, not hatred. Because the hatred is a resident that does not pay rent. It burns you. So remember, we are one nation. We're Africans. We're going to move Africa to the right direction. It's not going to be slow. It's a fast paced. I don't know, when you get hired, they all say, tell you this is a fast paced business. This African business is a fast paced. There's a lot a lot of things happening. Let's make sure that we get all the details of it. Don't be left behind, because I know our desire is one Africa. So we are one. Anytime that you can ask anybody else, no, my nation is Africa. The rest will solve itself. I really thank you again, Yusuf, and bring other Malians, because it's a Malian issue. We got Ethiopian issues. We got different other issues in Niger, in Burkina Faso, ECOWAS. All this out of brainstorming and aligning ourselves and looking at the right thing. The rest will take shape because we talked about it. Love you guys. May Xavier be with all of you. He blesses you and keep you safe, Malians. Keep the strong faith that you are Africans, and all Africans stand with you. We pray for all of you to be safe.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Israel. And hopefully, I hope Mike is doing well. Micah, tell him I say hi, and everybody take care. I appreciate it. I appreciate the platform. Be well.
Thank you very much. See you soon. As they say, they really want you again, brother.
Yeah, let me reiterate. Anybody want to visit Mali, please call me. Let me know. After
Definitely.
this is all boiled down and everything is calm, just let me know. I promise you, we'll have a wonderful time.
Yeah, we definitely.
For sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Yusuf, again.
Thanks.
Cheers. Wow, what a show, what a night, what an evening, what a morning to some people. And man, thank you again for everyone who has joined us tonight. And I just want to again, there's some people that we need to pray for. The Only also send us a message saying she's not feeling well. Tonight we're adding even The Only Biggie. Obviously Marie Antoinette, Dr. Sedeke, Kaku, and Kuku. So all those 5 people, we are praying for you. Oh, even the nation of Mali, 6. In fact, let's just say the whole Africa and the whole diaspora. We love you, and we are praying for you, and may God be with you. May God rescue you from any hardship. May God heal you wherever you are, and may God give you the strength to go on, and may God bless all your plans in whatever you're doing in this year. In Jesus' name.
And one thing, and one thing I want to add to this prayer, I've been really, my apology to all African brothers and sisters is about the Saudi Arabians prisoners that's been out there, so they can break free. The suffering that they look in, and I'll say this is something that for people that have been persecuted in Saudi Arabia and throughout our African nations, we should pray for that, and we pray for that. May He bring the peace. May He brings the show the glory where we're all gonna be really understanding on what's going on and be part of the solution. So I pray for our brothers and sisters that are suffering in Saudi Arabia prisons, and you will break free. You will be breaking free before you even know it. The Lord be with you. May Xavier bless you. May He keep you, because really what's going on in Saudi Arabia is not what you expect about human rights and all that. It's beyond that. Just being human, being dehumanized, and being thrown like a trash, and being packed in some prison that you cannot even breathe. I feel you, my brothers. I pray for you. I want an expedited mission through the government. May the government itself that's trying to fight of your release be empowered and put the right words for your freedom. I pray for you. I pray hard for you. I pray for all the Maras, for the Oromo, the Tigrais, everybody that's suffering through these wars. I pray for you. I hear you. I hear you. Our sisters, our mothers, grandmothers, I hear you. May Xavier put all his strength through you to support you, to console you, to uplift you. I bless you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Xavier be with all of you that are in this line. Listening to this word, repeat it before you go to bed, repeat it through the day. Put that in your mind because that's the only way we can align ourselves. Let's be honest on what's going on in our world, our nation, in Africa's name. May the glory of Xavier shine through Africa. I bless you all because I never prayed so deeply, seeing all the suffering of all mankind, all women that's been suffering. I pray and pray. May Xavier bless you all.
Amen. 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 Wow, 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 Biggie. It's been a show. It's been a double whammy for you. I know you did double shifts tonight, or this afternoon. You had two shifts. You had the first live stream, and then you joined on this one. I mean, Biggie did double shifts today. Wow, wow, Biggie.
Overdrive. It's
Overdrive.
overdrive.
Wow, 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 wow. That's
It is
hard work
important.
right there, Biggie. You're leading by example with showing us how it's done, showing us commitment in everything that you do. Much appreciated for all your hard work, Biggie. For a lot of people, I'm sure they already know that you already had double shifts. You took another shift, another 3 hours or more. In fact, more than 3 hours. Jump into this 4 hours. So wow, Biggie, oh, we are really blessed, and we thank God for your life, and we really thank you for your commitment and your love for Africa and the people in general, for your mighty love and in everything that you do. You're teaching us as young people on how it's done, and we are learning. I'm learning a lot from you. Silently, sometimes I might not tell you, but I do really learn from you, and I do try to listen as much as possible. Um, uh, uh, Sometimes, you need to also learn and receive from others. So there are times when I might not be talking, but I'm also listening. Sometimes it might be passively because I'm doing something on the side, but I'm listening and I'm learning from every African who's coming here, who's been teaching, who's been uh, telling us about different things. So I thank you, family, for always teaching us, for always commenting, for always subscribing, for always liking our pages. For those who've just joined us or who've joined us late, please don't forget to subscribe if you've not, or just click on that notification icon if you already subscribed but you didn't turn it on. Like if you joined us tonight but you didn't like the icon, just click the like there and share the stream. Some people will watch when they wake up tomorrow or whenever they get time. I know some people do watch bits and pieces as they are busy doing something, because this is very therapeutic. What I do sometimes is some of the things that I miss out, I just let them play in the house. I can be busy with something. I might not be in the laptop, might be doing something, but I'll be listening when people are talking, and so do that. Sometimes just play it like a podcast. You just listen. Sometimes all the audio that you need to listen. You don't really need to see the person. So yeah, family, and tomorrow, I think we will be having Dr. K. He promised to have a conversation with regards to blockchains, crypto. I think even Forex will be also included in those topics. So hopefully tomorrow, for those who are in business, for those who love to invest in those things. And by the way, just a disclaimer, as a channel, we are not saying go and invest in crypto, but learn. And then when you feel that you want to go into those type of businesses or want to invest in those platforms, do so. But we are just bringing knowledge. It's up to you how you acquire the knowledge, and ask so many questions before you even put money. Let's not be lazy when it comes to money and investment. Rather wait sometimes to learn before you put money anywhere else. And don't be lazy to learn things in order to invest your money. A lot of things. I was in another seminar. In fact, I was in church, and my father in the Lord was just teaching us something about investments. As children of God, or as people of Africa, we need to learn all the trades, everything that has to do with business. If you want to go into business, if it's education, learn anything of your own interest. So, and one of the things that you need to know when it comes to money, especially, I would love to iterate this. Do not be lazy. Do not think somebody will take the risk of taking your money and invest on your behalf. You need to learn to invest money on your own. If you want to go into property, go and learn about property. If you want to go into Forex, learn. Don't rush to give people your money to promising you returns. That's why some people get scammed and all that stuff. So I'm just reiterating that, learn. And when you take your money, make sure that you're using the right platforms, the right brokers, the right people who have a reputation. Do not just fall into anything just because somebody said do this, or you just feel like you have your savings, and if somebody tells you, if you give us $1,000 US, we'll return it as a 10,000 US, which means you are giving that person the risk with your money. If they lose that money, some people, that's why they disappear. So the main thing is also learn to do things for yourself. Do not always rely on putting money and then somebody will just bring money back to you. So learn as much before you put any money into anything. So
read the prospectus.
Exactly.
Read the prospectus. That's
So,
the term. It used to be the OPM, which is other people's money, and it's still going on, using other people's money. But at the same time, the investor has to read the prospectus and make sure that you understand where you put your money. You have to be really, if you have any question, and actually we're here. This is the panel. You can bring your question here. We'll have somebody that is expert in that part that can give you a better advice, or we'll find you somebody that's going to give you a better advice, or we can go really after the person that's going to be asking you to invest your money.
Exactly.
We're going to be brutally honest. We're going to be straight to it. And any investment, keep in mind, is all risk. It has a risk. There's no dormant unless you give it to the bank and it sleeps. Even the bank can go bankrupt. And if you're not insured, you lost your money. So all that is very important, that you understand who you're banking with, who you invested with. And that, that's another topic that I would love to bring people that are expert in that matter to show us, and how to invest, how to think of investment, how you get involved. That is another arena. And be careful. We're not promoting any matters when it comes to investment. We're going to give you something educational, but it's up to you to follow and to make sure you do your homework. And we'll advise you to do your homework. Are you sure? Did you read the prospectus? So investment is a very important thing for Africans to understand. They show you some numbers, but those numbers really, if you really look at them, they might not jive to begin with from the get-go. There's a lot of startups that they promise you so many things in order to use other people's money, because this is business. And in business, you're using other people's money, you're using credits, because again, that credit is other people's money. So read the prospectus before you invest on anything. We're not going to promote any businesses per se, but if it is something that you might be interested, you still have your own choice to make. But we don't promote it. We're going to do it educational wise, but other than that, it's all up to you how to really understand the investment that you're getting involved.
True. And wow, Biggie, you've said something that one needs to be aware of, and I think a lot of people in the continent are looking into this, and I see that they're showing a lot of interest in learning about all this pop platforms, cryptos, bitcoins, all this platforms that are out there. So guys, let's learn. I know a lot of people want to make money. The people want to have financial freedom and everything, but there's no shortcut. There's no shortcut. So do the right thing. And there's many different, there's a lot of investment opportunities that you can go for, that you can try and or rely on. And also something about money, especially if you talk about now investments and all that stuff. You need to know what kind of investor you are. Learn as much as you are learning, learn where you think but some of the things, especially in terms of the type of investor, that will take time. The more you start putting your money into different things, that's when you know that I'm more a conservative type of investor, or I'm more into stocks, I'm more into whatever. So look at what you think you're good at, and you'll have the patience for it, And if you want, there are those who want the speculative, they want to go for the high risk, the high margins and whatnot. It also has the downside as well. Know that, can you take the risk? If you win big, good for you, but you know that there's time when you might lose big. So you need to find yourself where you need to be in terms of investment, but start small. Sometimes try it out small, try this and that, and see where it can lead you, and learn as you go. And I just want to answer, I think Sam was saying what time is the discussion? Probably either same time, unless if there's another maybe breaking news, or His Excellency Mika does something, another stream of another topic, maybe that is agent that we need to push for. But if we do have that, hopefully we'll have it after his session, or we'll have it the day after, And I would love to apologize to the family and you, Biggie. Yesterday we were meant to have a show, but yeah, my body yesterday went into another mode I'm not used to. And I thought I was taking a power nap just prior to going to the shows. The reason sometimes I once told them and shared with them why sometimes I can work till late and all that stuff. It was when I told them that I sleep in between the day, especially if, let's say, I'm at home, I'm working from home, whatever. I sleep in between the day sometimes, or I sleep in the afternoon, early evening. I sleep maybe for an hour or two, and then I feel refreshed. I take a shower before coming to the stream, feel refreshed. I can go on until maybe 5 or 6 p.m. the following day, and then maybe sleep for another 2-3 hours, and then wake up, be active, do whatever, depending. But yesterday, what happened was, remember we finished at, I think 5, it was 5 a.m. Central African time, Biggie, on Sunday. Remember we started the stream on Saturday evening, and then I think we had a 5-hour session, and I had to sleep. I slept for 2 hours, went to church, came back later, and I got home, had my supper, and I just felt tired. I was like, no. I wanted to set up a stream, but okay, let me just take a power nap, at least an hour or so, then I can work. And then, boom, when I woke up, you won't believe this, Biggie.
I believe it. In fact, yesterday I can I would have called you, for that. But I
Yeah.
had a meeting with Ridge and Low about the triangle, so we got busy on that side. So we kind of really, it was a very productive meeting, and the time flew. I don't know what happened to the time. And believe me, we spent a lot of hours discussing the opportunities and things that we can put in. And I mean, it took a lot longer on the back end of work. And I said, oops, we're supposed to have we're checking in between if we're going live, and at the same time we get carried over again, different information that we need to add, subtract, and who's going to be doing what. And I mean, we got busy on our side, so we never pay attention to the time. The time flew, and I said, wow. So that means something must have happened to Israel. And we just went on. And I'm pretty sure, in fact, yesterday I might not be part of the show because of the ongoing meetings that we have on the triangle side of the house. So it would be conflicting on what we were planning, what we were doing, and versus on the actual panel. It was really it's a blessing, I guess. We missed it, but I know a lot of our brothers and sisters out there were expecting it. But believe me, at least Israel slept, and me, Ridge, and Lowe did the work. So we're still it's still in action. So Israel, we're not gonna count that against you. I mean, you can do so much, and when you're exhausted, we rather want you to rest and refresh and take a lead again. And again, I appreciate you even today. Just we're blessed to carry on this kind of conversation. I always look at it in a positive way. My brothers and sisters, if you're tired, take a little nap, learn it from Pastor Ezra, refresh yourself, and re-carry again what you need to do. And resting is very important for all of us. Don't forget to drink water. When you're thirsty, drink. Don't let it go. You're always going to catch up. When you need to rest, you need to have a little nap. We need to be healthy. Put it that way. It comes to our health. As you all know, human beings, we are very fragile things. Even the little insect is more robust than us. You take any ants or anything else, that ant, you can drop for 7th floor, it's still survival. It's still see him walking around, but you drop a human being from that height, God knows if you survive it without breaking any bones. So we're fragile. So we need, in fact, rest is always good. Make sure you rest well, make sure you're focused on your day-to-day, and you're already born successful, and the rest is to pass on the success to others, being selfless. That's the whole race. Our race is to get others to be healthier than yourself, or to make successful projects so others can be successful. So rest is very important. Then you'll have clarity of thinking.
Yeah, but
one more hit on health.
You're creative. You were productive last night. You did something very productive. I think maybe God just knew that no, today is for you to rest and let the team do something else on the app side. And you guys are like pushing another section.
Oh, and that was really, really very, really, we'll tell you, I promise you, we'll tell you what happened yesterday. And once we accomplish that goal, we'll make sure it gets public, because there's something in the work. So it was worthwhile. Just mark February 13, what happened to the team, and we'll tell you exactly what happened on February 13. And it was great. Actually, we had a great conversation, and it was a working conversation. So I guarantee you something that was very positive in that aspect of it. Even though we have this ongoing matter of our nation, and really it's something that we'll mention it. What happened to you guys? Then we'll tell you exactly what happened that day. I'll tell you just a hint is over 6 hours work, active work, trying to figure out things. So it's more than what we passed so far, except you still beat us on 9 hours. So 9 hours straight, you know. So looking at today, we're coming close to what? Another 7 hours.
Yeah. Wow. And look who's our co-host is only coming in now. Mwenda Tezi, our weekend co-host.
Just tell them we just finished one of our prayers. We're closing.
We're closing, Mwenda Tezi. Or you want to jump in quickly, Mwenda Tezi? We missed you over the yesterday. Obviously, we never went live yesterday, but Mwenda Tezi, man, are you about to take your walk? Maybe Mwenda Tezi is about to take a walk, a Biggie.
Yeah, I said, good morning, guys. Yeah, he's ready.
He's ready. He's about to go to the beach. You know, as a man who goes to the beach in the morning, take a walk, the morning breeze in Mombasa. You know?
It's so funny that how well we get to know each other. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. This is great. This is really great. But tell Mwenda Tezi, because now I got to make some other breads in the house, so I'm the lead today.
Yeah, hey, go make that bread, Biggie.
Yeah, and it was in the oven already. Let me get it out before you get burned out, and I don't want to be in the doghouse.
Yeah.
I love you guys. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Good night. And good morning, good evening for a lot of you.
Good night, Biggie.
See you, Ezra.
See you tomorrow. I'll see you today.
It is a wrap.
See you tomorrow, because it'll be your tomorrow. But,
that's right.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
That's right. It's a wrap for now.
It's a wrap for now. I think Mwenda Tezi might just be joining quickly before. I said he's joining us. Where is he? I think he's joining us just now. I'm still waiting for him to join. Yeah, I wonder what happened, but seems like okay, while we wait for Mwenda Tezi. Guys, please, there's a lot of videos that His Excellency Mika has been uploading. Watch them, go through them. I know there's a lot. I'm also playing catch up at times, especially if I was busy the whole day. I didn't really have time to like view some of the videos when they premiered. So go and watch them. Go watch them. So some of them you just need to watch them in sequence. Watch, pause, come back later, finish that. Like now after the stream, you can go watch some of them. If especially people that are in America, any place where the time zone favors you to watch some of the stuff while we are asleep here in Africa, then you can watch those videos, play, do catch up and stuff, you know. So please like them, share with other people. I know some people you need to share and remind them. So for those subscribers who sometimes watch and forget, so you can just share the link and say, hey, there's a new video. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. What's happening? The Tezi? We're still waiting. We're still waiting. I think I'm gonna just close the stream, Biggie. I think Mendate is still struggling with network. So family, please continue. Thank you for all your support and continue supporting our channel, Swahili Nation and the One Africa movement. So I'm just gonna leave you with this video.
Mika Chibala. Mika Chibala. Where is Mika? Come on, please. He is our brother from another mother. ታንዛኒያ ነው። ስለ ኢትዮጵያ ተናግሮ ስለ ኢትዮጵያ ጉዳይ አውርቶ ስለ ኢትዮጵያ ጉዳይ ተከራክሮ የማይበቃው በዚህ ምሽት እድል የነበረው ነው። አንድ ደቂቃ የሆነ ነገር ይበል እድል ነበረው። ሰዓታችንን ለመቆጠብ ነው። It's your turn.
Thank you so much, first of all. It's such a privilege to be here in this historical place and amazing people. It has always been my dream to, come to Ethiopia. I've been dreaming for this moment for like 2 years. And one of the questions that people, they always ask me is, why do you love Ethiopia? And I'm going to try to answer 2 questions that maybe even you guys, you have that question for me right now. Why do I love Ethiopia? Ethiopia is Africa. I don't need to know you. I don't need to understand you. I don't need to see you to love you. I simply love Ethiopia because Ethiopia is Africa. And I love Ethiopians because Ethiopians are Africans. So because of you, I exist, and because of me, you exist. The second question, why do I love Africa? I love Africa because I'm African. There is no one else to love Africa except me. There's no one else to protect Africa, to defend Africa, except me, because I'm African. It's my pride, it's my heritage, it's my nature, it's in my blood. I have African blood in me. We might be speaking different languages, we might be like wearing different clothes today. I look like Habesha here. We might be eating different food, but the fact that you're African and I'm African, I love you. Ethiopians are people who are so proud with their culture, with their food, with their heritage, with their people. When I came here, I was really amazed. I think every other African nation should learn from Ethiopia how much they love themselves. They love what they have. And the same spirit that you guys have for your country, you guys you have for your culture, the same spirit we should have for Africa. When you go abroad, nobody call me Tanzanian. They call me African. And whatever I do, they don't say, Mika did this. They say, African, that African guy has done this and that. So I represent Africa. You represent Africa. We represent Africa. That's the reason why we're here today. That's the reason why we should love one another. That's the reason why we should protect one another. That's the reason why we should stand for one another. Because if you fail, I fail. If you don't have peace, I don't have peace. If you die, I die. And if you survive, I survive. And that's what we need. We need people who love Africa with everything they got. Because out there, nobody loves Africa. And it's my responsibility. It's our responsibility to love Africa, to defend Africa with everything we got. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to thank Arts TV for inviting our brother from Tanzania.
Wow. I'm just gonna share that again, and I'll be closing. But I just want to welcome Mendatezi. Mendatezi,
Hey man, how are you guys?
all good, brother. All good, all good. I think
Uh,
with
just,
you here, you can start another stream and go on
yeah,
and
yeah,
on
yeah.
and
That
on
was
and
actually
on.
that was what I was here for, man. It's morning now. Take the coffee, man. Take your coffee. We are starting
Hey,
over.
today I'm having water, man. I'm just having water, you know, water all the way, water all the
why,
way.
why are you drinking water today, man? What happened to the tea? Where's the red tea?
Ish, man, the red tea. You know, sometimes you need to look. You know, water is always good. It's a daily thing that you need to drink water. But no, I didn't have any coffee. I didn't have any tea today. I've just been having water, and I had juice. That's all that I had in terms of drinks. Yeah, but I had a lot of water and some juice, and yeah, that's about it. I didn't really have much, even food. I had some rice, but yeah, I don't really have a lot of food. I don't really have like three-course meal, breakfast, uh, lunch, and no, I didn't have that. I only had supper.
Oh, why is that? Are you in diet or something?
No, not really a diet. But there's times like we know with liquids, sometimes you can survive with liquids. A day if you have a juice, like a proper juice, like 100% juice, not those diluted juices. I'm talking about like proper, like rich, like freshly squeezed juice. You have that, man, it can last you. Unless if you and also you need to learn how to control your body as a person, you know, when it is. You should sometimes stay away from mandazi in the morning. You must tell yourself, this week I'm not gonna have any mandazi. All I'm gonna do is have maybe coffee as usual. Or sometimes you tell yourself, even if I love coffee today, I just wanna shock my body. I'm not gonna have coffee today, or I'll have only coffee before I sleep, or later on, or I'll have my tea later on. I'm not gonna have it. You know, you just rearrange your body a bit. I know some people say, I'll get sick, I'll get headaches. Sometimes you need to learn to control your body to an extent that you can control your body, and your body should really be neutral to anything, not rely on one thing for its survival or for it to function, you know. So yeah, that's how I am, you know.
Well, it's good. It's good. It's good. You know, that's a honorable path. Like I think mastering of the body. I'm also trying to master my body by walking every morning. That's also why my way of mastering. Getting to we were living in the days where you're supposed to be very healthy. Man, these days you don't know. You don't know what you're taking in. We don't. We have so much knowledge. You don't have an excuse. So man, I've just missed Biggie here. I wish I could have said hi to him. Seems like you had a serious meeting yesterday that you.
Yeah, I wasn't part of the meeting. I think you missed what I said. I said, remember we were supposed to have another stream yesterday night or earlier. Hey man, I slept. My body shut down. You know, my body said, tonight you're not gonna cheat me of my sleep because
It refused tactical sleeping. It refused the
hey
tactics.
man, hey man. Hey man, the body just really changed the system. You know, one of those days you think you know your body. That's why, as I'm telling you, your body can also shock you. You also need to shock your body at times. So I thought I was gonna take a power nap for an hour or two, and then wake up, maybe shower or just join the stream. Hey man, I was gone. Didn't wake up. And I tried to put it, I think on one of my phones, I had placed an alarm just to wake me up like 30 minutes before and stuff. And imagine I nearly set up the stream before I slept. And I was like, "Ah, no, I will set the stream before like an hour, 30 minutes before we go live." And I was gone. And I woke up, it was early morning. I was like, what? You know, one of those things when you wake up and your body goes into that last thought that you were supposed to do 1, 2, 3, and then I wake up, I'm like, what time is it? Damn. And I check the time is already early morning. There's, you know, and I was like, man. Imagine if I had set up the stream and then it was live. People are waiting for us to go live, and here I am sleeping.
You could have done that, brother. You could just set up the live stream, and then you put the link on the StreamYard link on you pin it on the comment. Then you just close your eye.
Yeah, I think that's also a strategy. And one of these days when guys are crying for the stream, man, one of these days you'll be running a show. Remember, we coming, the 24-hour show is coming, so you will have your own slot. When it says, I'm sure you must start preparing for if you bring a guest, if you're gonna be talking about specific topics, be ready, be ready, be ready, be ready. And then
man. Actually, I wanted my brother here, Biggie. I don't know. Unfortunately, I've missed him, but maybe I'll look for him in the chat room. I wanted to be. I wanted to. He was talking about something very interesting about the what? What is it? Triangle. The meeting for the triangle.
Yeah, they had a meeting. He was with Rich while I was sleeping. They were working, you know.
Yeah, they were baking. They were making. The smell of bread did not wake you up, man.
Hey, man, I missed making bread last night with them, you know. So they were being productive. I was sleeping. You know how sometimes how sad it is when people are productive and you are sleeping. It's like knowing that your exam is about to start and you sleep. You know, you've got 2-3 days before your exam, and you are, you're just thinking, I'm gonna sleep. I'll see these books tomorrow. And you sleep.
I once did that, bro. I once slept and there was an exam. Oh,
Yeah.
man, I remember that time. It was like, you know, when you're tired, even when the timetable for the exam, you don't read it well. You think it's no, man, you were asleep when the exam was going on. Then, yeah, these things happen, man. But what I was curious is, man, since this, if I could, tag along in those meetings, man, to learn, because I'm trying to enter into that tech thing, man. I'm trying to pivot. I'm not listening. Are you muted?
Oh, man, I had muted. I made a mistake there. You know. So yeah, some of the stuff. I mean, I think there are days when you can control your body, maybe because of other things. Because of I've also been having a hectic. I had a hectic, busy week. I must say. No, it's been busy for me with so many things that I'm also doing on the side. So, hey, man. But yeah, we thank God for the opportunities. Sometimes, you know, one of the things that's one of these days we need to talk about, hey, is how when you look at Matiti Bob, Salam, you know, there's one of these days we need to talk about you know how people want things. You're like, no, I want the new car, I want the new house, I want this, I want that, I want this, you know. But do they know the hard work that goes behind all those things or things that you desire to do? You know? So it's something else, you know, that it comes with something. You're gonna have to, something has to give. If you're thinking you want some other things, it might mean less time with family, it might mean less time with certain people, it might mean
less time to enjoy those things.
Exactly. You know, I was listening to one rich person, I just forgot who it was, saying, oh, they were talking about like the expensive cars, you know, all this expensive cars. Like if when you are rich, and I think that person didn't really believe in having such expensive items like cars. He says he's so busy that when will I even have time to drive those cars? Even if I park them or I buy them, most of the time they'll be parked. I'll never even have time to drive them because this person will be flying to business in London, coming back New York, Hong Kong. You know, those things are just forever lying in your house. You hardly have time to even enjoy some of them. And wherever you go, people drive you and all these things. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, man. Materials, you know, I don't think materials should be a very good motivation, you know, to. I don't know, I feel like I don't know, but you know, some people it is a motivation, but I don't feel like it is a good motivation to do anything. Material goods, I think you should be motivated, you know, by it. I don't know. There are many things that motivate people. So I'm not even, you know, I've seen some people who are motivated by materials and they work hard because they want that, they want that good car. They want, so I can't really criticize. But I personally, I feel like, you know, my own personal motivations. We should be like building something, you know, like creativity and just creating something great, man. But you know, people have different motivations, and you know, we can't all be the same. So that's what I've also accepted. Matitibo, bro. I don't know if you know the mischief in your name, but
what is it? He must know. He probably knows.
So, my brother, what is the plan today? You saw after sleeping today, you're fresh. We continue for the for the till the morning as we go for the walk.
Eish, man, I'm gonna have to cut it because this stream is. I'll have to cut this. Let's see. Somewhere this week we'll maybe do one of those midnight ones, just to push the agenda, the late night agenda. For those who are working in Africa, those who are someone might be studying now, and this show might be entertaining them. You know, even if they're listening,
motivating them, bro.
You know,
motivating them to you know, build, my brother, build that business idea. You know,
yeah.
If you're studying right now, I know there are those. How many people are what? Let me see.
There's like
the 11 people here. Yeah, build, man, build.
If
you're studying in Africa, build, bro, build. Yeah, keep getting that knowledge. You know, keep reading, keep building, bro. If you're motivated by that cool car, yeah, they're praying you'll get it. You'll get it, and maybe even we're praying even together with the time. You'll get it with also with the time to drive it. Yeah, because some people they have that time, bro. Some people they want to travel, you know. So I think, but I don't know why, but I think as Africa, as we continue to grow, man. Because I see these Europeans, you know, they work, but then they still have these holidays, even work holidays. I don't know how long they vacation for. To me, it seems like months, but I don't know. Maybe it's a few weeks, but they do a lot of things. But you know, they come and they travel to Africa. Then they travel to they just travel the world. Then they go back to work after, I don't know. Is it the winter or is it the summer? I don't know how they do it.
It's winter to them. I know some travel like when it's winter that side. Some people it's when some of them they take all their leave days if they are working, and they go for a month. Go maybe in a place where it's summer. If it's winter like now, some will travel to Africa. Come to, obviously you live in Mombasa. They'll come to Mombasa. They'll come to Cape Town. They'll go to Addis, they'll go to maybe Lagos. They just go wherever they feel they want to go and enjoy themselves, whether it's sunny, you know, it's outdoors and stuff. And then they'll come to Africa or other Asian countries if they're not going to. Obviously, even Asia, it's winter in any case. So I think they'll not even go. They'll probably go to all these subtropical or tropical places where it's sunny all year round. So probably Africa is the best place because you can literally go anywhere, whether it's even if it's winter, you can still travel to many places. So yeah, I mean, I know that some of them they take like a whole month. You find that they take all their leave days for that year, and they know I'm going for holiday. They want to rest. They're not going to touch any work for that time. Then when they come back, they push work all the way.
Yeah, that's. I hope Africa. I think Africa we're also getting there slowly. African. I know I'm starting to see also local Africans also taking those breaks and traveling. So maybe one day we'll also be traveling our continent. Maybe maybe even when somebody takes a leave, somebody goes to South Africa, or South Africa they go to Ethiopia. Just taking that. Hopefully also that will make traveling cheaper, because traveling around Africa is not it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the problem currently. That's the problem currently. If we were traveling to each other's countries, I mean, wow, man, the money will circulate amongst us. And imagine when you travel into any country, you're bringing money to that country. That hotel, you're securing somebody's employment in a hotel if they're in the hospitality industry. There's somebody who's a cook who needs to cook for that person. So many things. There's a cleaner on that hotel. It's secured. If you're spending your money, if I'm coming to Mombasa, whatever hotel I decide to stay at, how many people, one person only, how many people will be serving that person for their stay there, and how many people are secured jobs by us just visiting and saying, I'm here for 5 days, 3 days, whatever days that you visit that place. And you've brought money, which means money stays in the country. People can go buy their kids when they get paid because there's clients that come into their hotel. That's how money circulates. So if we can have more of us visiting each other, I think with One Africa, I mean, and other platforms out there, I mean, it's helping. People are starting to see, wow, man, I can literally go to Malindi in Kenya. I can literally go to Mombasa. I can go to this place. I can go to Zanzibar. I can go to, people see all these beautiful places and they're like, wow, man. Sometimes we don't need to be using our money to go to Europe, where you'll not even get the best beach, unless if maybe you're going to Portugal or Spain.
And they don't treat you well.
Nice beach. Yeah. But as for the rest, I'm sorry to the people who are in Europe. But
yeah, it's true, bro. You're talking
the
true.
best beaches are in Africa, man. Best beaches are in Africa.
I don't even understand how an African wants to go vacation in you. You have to the amount of documents you have to just come up with just to go to Europe, man. They even take you. You have to take a blood test. You have to take. Oh my God. Like these are people who are telling you in slowly. They're just telling you without telling you. We kind of don't want you here.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And you're going there to spend money, man. They know that's what I'm.
And more money as well, eh? More money.
But, it tells you what type of toxic relationship we have here with our colonizers, man.
So until we build confidence, I think if a lot of Africans can build confidence and really market our countries very well, yes, we've got challenges, but let's not put our challenges at the forefront of everything. I don't want, when I say I'm coming to Mombasa, I want to come to Kenya, I want to go see Malindi, I want to go to all these nice beaches and stuff. Don't tell me about, hey man, there's boys who pickpocket people's money. I don't want to hear that. Don't send the country that short, Just tell me, as you need to go see this place, there's this beach that I love. I want you to go there. That's a place where you can enjoy yourself. Take me to that place that you think will be safe for me. Yes, we know those things are there, but like when we market our countries in terms of tourism, yes, there's the truth. You need to tell people the truth, make them aware. Fine, but that shouldn't be your first impression when you're telling me about your country. You should tell me, wow, man, by the way, there's A, Y, Z, B bitches, man. There you'll get anything, the ladies, the whatever. You tell me you're marketing the place for me, you know? Because once you start telling me about the fear, when I land in your country, that's why some of the YouTubers, you see them, they start talking about negative things about other people's countries. People get angry because it's something that you take out, and some people don't even relate to that, you know, to that reality that that person is already sending out there, that, oh, I hope they don't steal my bag, I hope that I don't lose my this, you know. So when you market your country, say that the good things that you know. If you don't know, you don't know, just keep quiet. Then just say, yeah, man, come to my country, it's a beautiful country, you know, leave it at that. And if there's places that you know but you've never been there, just tell them, hey man, there's such places that one can go and look. People are raving about that place. This place as well, you can go and check it out, you know. So those are the things that we need to market for our countries, and make sure that people go to those people, those nice places, instead of just few people going there, you know. So we need to even travel our own countries. If somebody has never been to Mombasa, uh, um, it's up to you as somebody who's a resident there to tell me that, hey man, we are a coastal town. Come through. Don't tell me, hey man, it's hot here. It's very, very hot. If the yes, I'm not saying don't lie to me or anything, but those are the should be secondary stuff to me. You know, tell me, hey man, come and see the clear white beaches. Come and see the blue seas. Come and see me. You know, that's what people want. But if you give me the negative first, I might even doubt spending my money. I'm like, ah man, I'd rather stay home, or maybe let me go to Paris and see the Eiffel Towers or something. But people don't go to your country, and we're like, these people, or once you sell the fear, people when they land in your country, before they talk about the good things, they talk about the fear. They're like, Mombasa is not hot like I thought. You really have to go there. Sometimes these things are not necessary, but you
Yeah, you know,
understand.
but I don't know why people. What's wrong with the hotness? Some people take that as a
Yeah, I
as
mean,
a good thing. Oh, it's hot. Yeah, some people like heat, man. Some people.
yeah, outdoors, if you outdoor person, but some people, because they don't like maybe the hot conditions they're having, maybe they get blisters or anything of that nature, then it might be like, maybe I'll pass. I know, I think, hey, maybe I'll go to Nairobi instead of going there.
Yeah, but even when they talk about Nairobi, they say it's too cold.
Yeah, some people say that. Some people are, hey, somebody, I'll bring my big jacket thinking it's cold, and I get there, it's like, actually this place is not that cold, eh? It's not that cold. Who told you it was cold? Which means, as you say, some people will say it's cold. Just say, man, de- depending, I think sell both and say, yes, there's hot days, there's cold days. Come visit the country, enjoy it. I mean, don't block yourself. Don't let anything that is might be a negative to really stop you from visiting the country. You find that you love the country more than you expected, because maybe people had put a lot of negativity into you, like, don't go there, it's like this, it's like this. When you get there, you connect with the people, you connect with the land, and you're like, nah man, I'll be coming here every year. It's my vacation every year. This time I'll be here in this country. And you enjoy it, you even maybe, you know. So, but I think we need to say, because if you look at all these so-called countries that are attracting a lot of tourists, Monatezi, look at them. They hardly advertise any negativity.
Yeah, exactly. But you have to accept, you have to understand also their relationship with their government, man. We're telling you, man, there's a lot of toxicity. And when you see somebody is talking negatively about their country, it's not that they don't like their country, man. It's just that I think in their heads, they are venting. I feel like that is the interior motive, is that this person is just venting. Because a lot of the things when people complain about is always maybe, oh my god, like like as my brother Biggie always say, they're always low-hanging fruits, man. So, you know, when you have a very bad relationship, or when you're disillusioned with your government, like you find that you end up, when somebody compliments your country, it's like they have offended you. You know. So you have to also appreciate that type of aspects, that like like I just read about the ECOWAS. I think you guys have been talking about it. I mean, I think this is the topic that I think it's still in this stream, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, like how people, the coups that have been going on, and I was just reading this thing that they're saying that the problem with this ECOWAS and this coups is that they have a lot of public support, So it's very, and that is why I think they're saying that the article was trying to say that that is why ECOWAS is having a hard time punishing these governments, because they have public support. So it doesn't. It really looks. It leaves them in a very tricky situation, and that is the problem with Africa. So sometimes the mistake is not always because if the government is corrupt, bro, government, we are conflicted here, bro. Like me, my brother. In Kenya, I don't know why we don't like paying taxes. I think, and that's not even in Kenya. I think it's just Africa as a whole, man. People, we don't like paying tax because we know this tax money. Because when you have the politician is like he's not even hiding it. He's flossing it in your face. He's the one. He's buying the private. He's taking the private jets in front and he's posting it on Instagram. He's buying the car. He's posting it on Instagram. The politician's son is bowling in the clubs. It's like, and this politician, where did they get this money, bro? And it's become so obvious. So I find that it's a dilemma. It's It's really a dilemma. And we really need to, I don't know. I don't know, man. Africa is a very interesting continent, but we are going. But if you look at in the bigger scale, like in the last 50 years, we've been going in the right direction. At least you can say that. At least there is positivity over there. In the last, at least progressively we are progressing in the other way. Doesn't, even if the pace might be not to our liking, but in the bigger scheme of things, we seem to be progressing. It's not like as bad as it used to be.
Exactly.
So that's also to be positive. That at least there is a developing, at least there's a developing African middle class, man. These days you can see, even in the hotels in Kenya, you can see some where it used to be just all white people. Now at least we are seeing majority black men. So I've just seen a video where even an Ethiopian, even the Masai Mara, it's full of just black Kenyans and just 2 Europeans. In fact, there's an Ethiopian who's coming. So I'm seeing there's that Africans who have begun to travel in Africa. I think also we have to take the YouTubers, because I think the YouTubers also have opened a lot of countries that we did not get to see. So pouring the water, the coffee, or the tea.
The water. I'm pouring the water, man. I'm pouring the water, I'm pouring the water. And yeah, man, it's just water. Nothing hot, nothing hot. I'll have to turn on the kettle. I need to go to the kitchen, turn on the kettle, and that's the only way I can have a coffee or tea. For now, I'll have it tomorrow. I'll have it today, man. Later on, let's say tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Today, man. Today I've also been busy, so that I've been. I don't know. I can't live without coffee. Can't live without coffee. Really. You can't survive. You can't survive without coffee. It's that. Although there are days I can try, but I don't know. I like what I'm addicted. Maybe I should now start drinking water. Maybe I'm addicted to my robusta.
Yeah, but the only way to beat that craving, right? I always tell people, always have something to supplement something. If you're saying to them, I'm not gonna have coffee, what are you gonna do then? Do something that is gonna replace that slot. That even addictions, you know, besides prayer, besides praying about it and asking God to help you to quit some of the things. There's also something where, in terms of the practical aspect, is you are trying to quit, is to get another hobby to replace another one. If, for example, if let's say you, like you said, coffee, you can't live without coffee. You start shaking if you don't have your coffee at a specific time or something like that. Get something that you can have. Let's say now, instead of coffee, you say, okay, today instead that time when I'm supposed to have coffee, I'm gonna drink water. I know that the first day is gonna be very hard. You'll feel sick, even the water, you feel like spitting the water out. But you just give yourself, you don't really drink it so fast. Just take a sip, 1-2 sips now and then, two. You'll see it will replace that edge for you. Within, they say, what a habit takes, 23 days, is it 21 days to master a routine. Sorry, a routine. So within 21 days, your mind, your conditioning will have really now started to adjust and accepting that 7 a.m. it's water first or whatever. That's why even if you don't have your water, you'll be thinking, I need to have some water. If you're somewhere else and you don't have your water, you'll be like, I need my water. Because now it's a habit that you already instilled in your body. Just like food. I mean, we don't really sometimes need to be eating so much as we think we do. It's because we've placed a habit, a routine to say, man, you need to have breakfast, you need the strength, you need to have supper, or you need to have lunch, you need to have supper. I mean, a person we can eat small portions the whole day without getting full and without any issues. Now, with the African way of eating, of saying you need to eat, you need to put in your ugali there, you need to put your meat there, you need to make sure you are eating.
You have to sweat.
Yeah, you have to sweat. It's a wrong mentality at times. You need to also change the routines. I'm not each for his own. Obviously, I respect others who do that. Some of them, they'll say, you know what, I need to eat 2 ugalis. You need to put, like 2 handful of ugalis here and you put the meat there. It's a habit, and sometimes it puts people off. Like I've seen with some of the men here in SA, where you find that even if they go to a restaurant and eat a burger or eat fish or eat something different, but when they get to their homes, they'll be telling you, hey, my wife needs to cook me ugali. When I get home, my wife will have to cook me some ugali and some meat. I'll have to still eat ugali. I can't spend a day without eating even once no ugali. Like, man, you really, this is tough. As for me, I can live without ugali for a day. Even if I eat it tomorrow, it's fine. But for some men, they don't care, man. They can eat a burger, like go with the family, restaurant, eat. But that person will say later on, my wife knows she will cook when we get home as well.
Man, Africans, we are very interesting when it comes to our food. I was actually arguing that we don't eat. I don't think Africans we eat. I know we say we eat healthily. Okay, maybe me. Okay, let me speak to East Africans, because I think the West African diet is much more diverse. East Africans, we are very. If somebody, especially the older generation, they eat ugali Monday to Sunday. They don't want to change. They don't want it. That is what that is.
Even here, it's the same.
Yeah. So I always
like that.
I feel like it is. I always say that this is not healthy. Like, you can't be eating just one meal, man. Just the same meal every day. You need to diversify, bro, because that's how you'll miss some nutrients, because if you don't eat some, people eat, and that is the thing, man. People eat ugali every day, 24/7, and it's probably ugali with vegetables and maybe meat. And I'm like, guys, you need to eat something else. But no, they say, no, I've been doing this for the last 30 years, 40 years. You know how. So you can't convince somebody who has been doing that for decades. It's very hard to tell them to stop that and change their diet or something. But I read that you really need to have a diverse meal. Man. Even these days, I eat West African food. I discovered this thing. I don't know if it's from Mali or something. It's called mafe. You ever heard of it? It's peanut. It's peanut stewed chicken. Really, really, really beautiful stuff, man. I cook it myself. I just got myself some peanut butter and just put it in. Yeah, you should try it, bro. I didn't realize that this is now I eat it almost all the time. Like, oh, I need to put some peanut butter on that chicken. It's only normally chicken. I did it with fish and I did it with chicken. It was lovely, man. You eat it with rice or ugali.
Wow, I think I might have seen something like that, but I'm not quite sure. There's also an old traditional meal, with us here in the South. Some of the old, because we are not, unlike West Africa. I think West Africa, what helps them compared to us, maybe in East and South, is in terms of restaurant, you can easily find restaurants that sell their like homemade foods, So like in the South, we have foods that you won't find them in most of the restaurants.
Don't trust other people's cooking.
Yeah, it's food that you get. If you visit me, Monatezi, the day you come to SA and you visit, right? I'll show you. I'll take you on a Sunday, especially where what we eat on a Sunday. Those foods that you'll probably find, we can go a lot. Even though we have when people say, like, people like here in the South, there's no food and whatnot. Maybe in terms of walking on the street, finding just the food, you might find some, but you won't find a lot. Most of the restaurants, obviously, they come. Even though we do it in South African way, like all this nice, what people will say it's Western food, we do it our own way here. I think it's same thing in Kenya. You guys have, even if you got restaurants that are selling other types of food, be it macaroni and cheese, or whatever, you're probably doing it your own way, not the Italian way of doing things. And even America, all their foods that they claim to be enjoying, or what they call Western foods, most of those foods are coming from other nations. In any case, they are not native, really 100% native to America, even though they've commercialized it to suit them as a country, So us, same thing. We are doing them our own way, but then there's the other African way where it's like really old traditional, how we cook it this way and this way and this way and this way. Those you won't find a lot in restaurants, but if you go to our homes, if you spend time with the people that are locals and say, hey man, I want to eat something that you guys will eat in your house, and then I show you, like, this is the food, man. Let me cook this ugali, for example, or even if it's not ugali, even rice. The way we do rice is a bit different. We don't do it like West Africans, where they mix it with so many things, Sometimes we just have it plain. You'll mix it with your own other sauces, your gravy, or pumpkin and all that stuff. You just put it there. So, but there is food. There's foods that are now there's some slowly dying, because it's like the grandmothers are obviously getting old and passing away and stuff. They're living with some of the recipes of some of the foods there's foods that I know I've never seen them anywhere else, but when I was young, I used to eat them, and my grandmother used to do it for us, and I will enjoy them. But now I can't, because the knowledge was not passed on to me. I don't know how to cook them, but I know what was the ingredients, but I don't know how to cook them. I've never even attempted to cook those things.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, also, I've realized that I don't know. Okay, I think I think maybe the same in South Africa, but in East Africa also, we don't like going out to eat something that we can cook at home.
You're actually right. And you know, if you go to restaurants where they sell such foods that you might find at home, you might end up criticizing them a lot. Where you're
Yeah.
like, oh, their rice is sucks. I won't eat the rice like that. I'll not eat the meat like that. You know, you criticize so much because you know in the homes, this is how they normally cook. Because in the restaurants, everything is quick. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Also, you know, that is the reason why people, you know, like, where did I go out if I'm going to eat something that I'm going to cook, you know, that I can cook at home, you know? I think that is the mentality in Africa,
And I think,
except maybe, yeah, maybe
now
West
saying
Africa.
that's where we miss the opportunity to make money out of our food and commercializing our food. Like if you look at, for example, the Ethiopians, how they've opened restaurants all over the world, the diaspora and stuff. They're selling their foods everywhere. That's why Ethiopian food is known worldwide. Um, Nigerian food is also more West African dishes. Some of them are known in other places because if you look at their diaspora, numbers of diasporas, they have a lot, you know, so they can open those restaurants and not afraid to showcase their foods. Hence, some of us in the south and east, maybe that's where we're missing out because we are not commercializing our food so much, or the old traditional food, bringing them in the forefront of society to say, hey, we do eat this. We can have a serious restaurant where you can do this. And I'm not saying there are no restaurants that are selling traditional foods. They are there, but they're not in big numbers. And we
Yeah,
are not exporting it to other nations. Mostly you find that we only eating, like, man, the way we do meat, like the meats in my country, I think some of the meat, if we had to export our type of way, this the way we season our meat and all that stuff, I think the world will enjoy our food. Will enjoy, especially because we eat a lot of meat. I think even East Africa, you guys eat a lot of nyama choma and stuff, like barbecues and all this stuff.
actually, yeah, you know, that's the thing, you know. I don't even think, okay, yeah, our meat is good. I'm not going to say it's good or not good, but our best, I don't think our best food is our meat. I think our best food is usually the vegetarian meals. Now, like the beans, like, I think our beans are the best. Like, we know how, I think that, I think one of the best, one of the best recipes we have in Kenya, I think Kenya, we have one of the best recipes is our beans and our chapati. I think that is one of the best country. If we can export that, although I think we've begun to export it, especially I am hearing that there are Kenyan restaurants outside Africa that are coming up in the name of Swahili restaurants, you know. So I don't know, maybe I think we have begun to understand this capitalism thing, this how the world works. So hopefully, you know, one day we get there. One day we will be. Although I think it's coming. I don't think personally. I don't think we are going to be. We're going to be trendsetters. I think because we have the youngest population in Africa right now. I feel like in the next decade we're going to be very powerful in terms of global influence when it comes to culture and stuff like that, because you know the youngest population is in Africa, so those guys are going, you know, so whatever Africa, already you can see it, you know, African music is already starting to touch global. African dances are becoming global, so you know we're going to be starting to be very influential when it comes to the global arena, you know? So one day, when I think we're going to, you know, already I don't understand it, bro. You know, like right now, man. Like I said, I've always said this. Like Kenya, we have the runners, man. Why are we not selling shoes? you know. But like, you know, I hear, you know, the Michael Jordan shoes, the Jordans, you know, that guy is a basketballer, bro. You know, he's selling shoes, and that is that company, that shoes are, you know, what is making him really big money. We have the
How much?
fastest runner in the world in Kenya, in long distance. He has the gold medal. He has broken the. He's the world record holder. Is it Kipchoge? Man, why is he not selling shoes? I'm like, why are you not? He's, you know, I'm just it's crazy. It's crazy. Like nobody's telling him. Although I think it's because he likes to be humble, man. So yeah, that's another thing. He likes to be humble. That's his thing, man. That is all his vibe. That is his vibe. Even now, you know, he still lives in the village. He still he still runs in the village. You know, he likes to keep things simple. So that is his vibe. He doesn't like complicated things like that. I don't know. Maybe he has been approached and he has said no. So you have to also look at that. No.
I think other sports is because of the media platforms, the sponsors, and the exposure. Whereby, I mean, if you look at even what you talked about, like the Jordans, I mean, they are an umbrella. They're under Nike, and and especially in NBA, I don't know if you do watch NBA like basketball. If you look at some of the superstars there, they're getting endorsements from all this sports brand or the shoe brands. Unlike, I mean, even soccer, there's a lot of endorsements for many players. You find that players are using maybe Nike approaches you to say you want to make a shoe line or something like that. Then obviously agree on terms and sales, and they'll tell you obviously how much you'll be making per shoe, or maybe they give you a lump sum or they give in quotas depending on the agreement. And they say, okay, we're giving you a 20 million endorsement deal for that type of shoe, and then you need to wear it obviously, your attires and everything. So, but in other sports, I think it's a matter of the sponsors. If you don't have a lot of viewership, you don't have a lot of sponsors playing a role in those sports, then hey man, it's quite hard to even get endorsements. Then you find that some of them get endorsements just maybe they buy you a ticket, buy you the shoe, any shoe and stuff, but they will not really give you like big contracts. You won't sign any big contract because like sports like running, I mean, like let's say athletics, it's a more seasonal sport, and it's short, unlike other sports where it's a season, it's a long season, like soccer, football. If you look at soccer, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
long season, and unlike other sports where running, maybe you run two, or maybe in a year you find that this person only went to like 8 competitions and that was it.
Yeah,
You
but
see?
I used to think like that, but I came to realize that no, running is actually a very popular sport, man. Like these white people, they really obsessed with it. Go just check out YouTube, man. Just check out YouTube Kenya running. You find they get like thousands of views, man, from the white people because they are really obsessed with jogging. Like it's like especially the Western world, they're really obsessed with jogging, and how fast they can jog. So they actually come to Kenya, like tourism, jogging just to jog and learn how Kenyans run. So it's actually a community. It's a very big community. I think Kipchoge was once he was given an endorsement with the what Nike, but I didn't like it. I don't know if it will happen. I don't know, but I saw something like that a while back. Oh, look at yeah, you see in USA college it is big. Yeah, run. I've seen it. It's actually has a very big audience. It's a very people really like to jog. It's a very popular activity. And what I was trying to say is, man, that why is our Nike? Why are we not making? I don't feel nice when I see, when you see an African maybe artist, musical artist, and he's wearing Gucci. And he's Gucci, he's wearing Gucci's, Giorgio Armani. I'm like, they're not even paying you. They're not even
no endorsement, nothing. You're spending a lot of dollars on those things.
Yeah. Like they're not even paying you. They're not like, why are you wearing, and we have our own designers in Africa. They are even, this is where I know you talk about this is where as artists, our sportsmen who are doing big internationally. This is not, sometimes we can say yes, they can be approached, that maybe a Nike to approach them, but now because we're in a situation where our companies are the ones that need help from them, not them getting help from the companies, because if you're bigger than the company, man. If you're a worldwide celebrity in your sport, so you can easily say, let me promote this company, or you can even make your own. Nobody can. You will just create your own. It will sell. I think even Mario Balotelli, if you saw, if you don't know, if you follow football, you saw what happened to Kat Zuma and the cat, the saga. You saw that.
Well, I've not been paying so much into football.
Okay.
Especially since last year, I haven't really been. I've just been getting highlights now and then.
Yeah. Actually, I also don't. I don't actually. I also not. I don't watch football that much, but I also follow highlights. I stopped. I stopped. I used to be. I'm a supporter of Chelsea, but I came to realize, I'm also part of the problem. So when like, why am I not supporting a local African? So when I started seeing that situation, that passion, that what is it? The joy I used to get from watching like football, from maybe English football, it went low, man. It didn't come really. It's diminished because I was like, okay. Now I just see them as, okay, this is an English team. It's an English team, so I'm supporting an English team. People are buying English team jerseys. I'm just, where is my team? Where is the African team? So it made me lose a lot of the joy. Was not there anymore. I don't even but I still follow the highlights and the what's happening, especially with the African players like Katsuma. He's been going through some controversies, and all this Mario Balotelli, because of the controversies Katzuma is going. He has lost a lot of sponsorship. Katzuma has lost a lot of, him by the way. Do you know that defender, Katzuma? He lost a lot of sponsorship because he hit his cat. He slapped his cat, man, and he recorded it. And white people, they love their animals, man. You don't do that. They don't like black people. But
exactly. You might even get sued for such things, eh? And all that stuff.
They are talking about arresting him, man. There are calls to arrest him, to take him. He might spend time in prison because. Yeah. But now he has lost a lot of sponsorship. They have given him like a fine of £250,000, man. That's a lot of money. And he has lost his. I think his Adidas have cancelled his sponsorship. All those. He has lost a lot. It's not good. But now Mario Balotelli said, "You see how they don't value us. We should." He was saying that we should, as footballers, since we have a lot of money already, as footballers in the Europe and all, and we already have a lot of influence. We should start our own league in Africa. That's a good thing. People, at least at least I can see even the footballers are having this type of conversation. that we are already, us as people, we Africans, we are getting very influential, and as we get influential, we should now be using that influence to to be.
But you tell you they're gonna nail him and say, "Nah, man, you come from a rich family. That's why you can talk like this."
Yeah?
It's come from, I think, a billionaire family or something like that. He comes from a well-off family. The family that raised them in Italy.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm telling you. But I feel like why not? Man? Why are we not having developed African food? We are very good at football. Why are we not having a football league in Africa that is respectable, bro? I want to see teams here, man. I remember I used to watch the Kaiser Chiefs and Orlando Pirates. I don't know if it's been a while since I've had them make the news. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, man, they're still there. It's just obviously with the COVID thing, soccer is not, it's been a bit, things have been really quiet. I mean, it's only now things are picking up with so many sports, especially now with the borders being open, even public places being open now to operate at full capacity. So stadiums, I mean, they were prohibited and stuff. There was a lot of restrictions. So it's been tough. But in terms of shoes, there's lots of brands that are popping up that are popular, but they're not more. They're more like sneakers. There's a lot of sneaker brands that have really gained momentum in SA that have been selling, doing well.
Local.
Yeah, local, and black owned on top of that. So that I'll probably share one of those days. There's one called Drip. There's one called Batu. There's another one called Via. You know what? Let me maybe just quickly share it with you there. Let me see if I can find them.
I've actually heard of Drip.
Drip, ne? Yeah, they also wanna take it to like the whole continent and stuff. So Drip has been doing well. There's been a lot of young people, man, not like old people. So these are also some of the nice things about when we see young people that are doing things. Guys who are below the age of 40 or 35, 30, 20 something. It's always nice when you see such age groups, I mean, doing very well. So there's Drip, there's Batu, there's Batu means shoe, and it's a street lingo to say, or street slang to say shoes. So there's just different brands, and just now it'll be like I'm advertising them.
It's good to advertise them. Let me tell you something. These guys now, they need to now get like a footballer or or a celebrity. This who I don't know who South Africa celebrity, the biggest celebrities who are internationally known. They start wearing these things. Let them wear these things. Let them show the world. They may wear for my food. My shoes are from South Africa. Instead of us wearing Gucci,
this is just one of those shoes. This is Drip. There's like different colors and different shapes, but there's more like sneakers there. We sell sneakers and stuff. So yeah, just one of those things. You see, there's lots of colors, different designs, and that one can get. So no, there's a lot, man. There's just one. Let me just maybe share quickly Batu. Those have been the trends that they've been trending, and a lot of locals people really buying into them, buying them. And there's a lot, man. I can name them. Sneakers in Africa, there's a lot.
Yeah, and also there's this one called Enda. It's also Kenyan. It's a lady. If you haven't heard of it, it was actually featured in one of Wodemaya's videos. Enda. It's also a shoe brand. But that is a sports shoes. It's not for It's not sneakers, it's sports shoes. That's which one is this?
This one is Batu.
But oh, even they are very colorful.
This is Batu. And if I show you the owners, and there's another one, it's a high-end brand. There's two that I know of, and the guys are selling their products at the high price, and they're saying if you mentioned Gucci and them, they're saying if those guys can also go for this high price, they believe they're also selling high brand. One is called Matrosa or something like that, and there's another one called this guy who sells jeans and stuff. They call it Tap or something like that. I mean, there's a couple of them. It's just that those are like a bit expensive if for an average person, but they sell good product, good material, like product. Their product is very good, right? When you see them, you'd really be impressed. So I don't know about Drip being a USA company because as far as I know, I can even show you the unless maybe they got some of the designs and stuff, the foundation they were using, they were working with some Americans. But as far as I know, the guy is only 34 years old who started the company. Even this one, the guy was, I think, an accountant or something like that. Then he left his auditing and accountancy job. All this, he worked for this big multinationals, accounting firms, and then he went into business. And also young, I think he's just 80 or 31, somewhere there. But yeah, it's. I mean, all these creatives. I mean, there's a lot of them, and I think, yeah, it's one of those interviews that one should really try to find a contact that I can make one of these days, and just try to get one of the young guys who are running this business to come and join us, and then just to inspire people as well.
Oh
'Cause
man, look at what
we
D is saying. That Drip is in USA. This is how they also corner us,
Yeah, man. I mean,
they say, oh, it's local. Then, oh,
no, man. I think. Oh, you know what? What might be the case? What's Monatezi? Again, the word drip. I think it used to mean clothes or something like that, or like in the
oh,
American way of saying things. So, but as far as I know, whether it's in the US or whatnot, but as far as I know, it was it's a let me see, let's check the owner, man. It's a young guy, man. I know, not really
maybe that
young.
is the CEO. The CEO is not the owner. It might be or.
But the word might be an American name, but in terms of the shoe line, as far as I know, it was started here in the country. Shoot. I'm just trying to Google. Let me just see this. Okay, let me just go to their website. Why do I really need to go anywhere else? Okay, yeah, let's share this. Their team and whatnot. I need to get maybe an interview with this person. I'm gonna try. Here's the team for Drip. Is it the team that I is it visible there?
Yeah,
This is the team. So this guy with shades is the founder of the company. I think these are the employees, the team, the whole team. It's all young people. So yeah, you see, I think this D is now even correcting. It's a drip. I know it's American slang, but they made a brand out of that same word into an attire. I mean shoes. Sorry, not attire. Let me see. If you go to their website, that's where you can find more about them and stuff. Even what's this? Where's this other one?
You know, I think what Dee is trying to say is that is it what is the headquarters of this company? I think
It's in South Africa. It's the word drip. I think it's an American word, a slang, American slang. But the brand, the shoe brand, because they're selling shoes. They're not selling any other thing. They're selling shoes. The shoes, and not just any shoes. More sneakers. You can see it's more streetwear type of clothes, the type of shoes. So it was, I think, in Joburg. The guy, I think they started in Joburg somewhere. I don't know the whole history. Once we get him on an interview, then it'll be nice to see this.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
In
but
Kenya,
where is it? People, yeah. I mean, this. I'll maybe just share this.
I think more Africans. Yeah, I think when Africans start entering this fashion industry, I think we are going to dominate because we're the ones with the colors, man. I don't think anybody else can match us when it
Yeah,
comes
man.
to.
Let me show you this. Let me see here. I'm gonna show you another one. They're selling weird clothing, very, out of the ordinary. Like, I think these are like, I think, I think, I think we're talking about two different things. The headquarters is not. Just go to their website. It's called dripsa.co.za. That's where you'll find. I think I'm talking about two different things. The drip that you're talking about, it's a slang in America. The company is in Joburg, in Johannesburg. I'm now saying Joburg. It's for those who don't know, it's Johannesburg. So yeah, let's see. I'm gonna show you the other one, but these are like clothing. The clothing is a bit steep for some people. I don't know if you see this one.
Oh, how do you pronounce that?
Matosa, like Xhosa the language, but then Matosa is like it's a plural to say Matosa, yeah. You click from inside your tongue. Matosa.
Okay.
You see that clothes? It's out of the ordinary. It's not your normal type of colors. It's just,
Like I said, I'm telling you, man. When we're the ones with the patterns on the colors, they can't match us. If we start Africans start just the way we are going on with the fashion, nobody's matching us.
So here's the stuff. I mean, this is not cheap, eh? By the way.
Yeah, I'm seeing the thousands of.
Yeah, if you were to convert this, you'd probably be talking about something like maybe $400 or something like that.
What?
Which even in America, some people cannot afford some of this clothing.
But okay. No, this is another. Now this is another thing I don't like about fashion.
Yeah, you get your niche, yeah. I mean, for them, this is their business. I think even if we can get the guys who started this as well, their vision is not. They obviously how can West.
The market is not the poor people, in short.
Yeah, and obviously, if you look at their attires, you can see it's like weird colors, color coordinations, and so it's not for everyone. Obviously, if you're not into bright colors like that or too many colors and stuff, you probably shy away from them. But if you want to explore, you could just buy or if you are into those crazy fashion, you get guys that can mix up very like crazy attires together and make something. You find they're the only weird one in the group, So, and there's the other one called, I think it's Tepo. Another one is, man, there's a lot. There's a lot of youth that are doing great things. I mean, in the whole continent. I'm not just talking about SA only, but those are the one I was just showing you. Those I know that people they've been trending a lot. Like, that
Yeah,
have
but
been trending.
I've come to realize they are expensive.
Yeah.
Even the one I'm looking at, the Kenyan one. There's a Kenyan one called Enda, and I thought they were cheap, but oh man, they're also going for okay. I'm like, they're not as cheap as I thought they will be. I thought they will be the Kenyan price, but now this is something.
But we need to support it. We still need to support it. Because if we don't support it, that business will not grow. And if we support,
but you have to address something. You have to address something. That means cost of production in Africa is not cheap.
You are right. Or else they'll take it to Vietnam or China to go and manufacture them, or India.
Yeah, because these are not normal prices, man. These are not. These are not normal prices. So, but I understand the need to support them, because if we support them, we give them economies of scale, and when we give them economies of scale, things become cheaper. I've seen that happen even in Kenya. I've seen that happen with the telecom, Safaricom. Internet is cheap in Kenya, cheap as hell. Like me, I go walking, I just use my data, and it's 2 cents, and I'm just walking unlimited, man. So it's like, that's because they are when they dominate like that. Look at what they say. In Kenya, we are making clothing for the EU that we never wear. Then they send it back to second hand. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there are some manufacturing in Africa. I know even in Ethiopia they do have some. Like in my country as well, we had a lot of companies that closed down when the Chinese started rising, and in fact the Asian countries started.
Then the Chinese,
they shut us down.
Rahel is here. We have brought the people of our. When Rahel is here, just know it's 4 a.m. It's now morning. It's not.
Yeah, hey, Rahel, you always come late. You always come. Nearly, we're about to sleep. In fact, I'm going to sleep very soon. I need to go sleep because I've got an early meeting, and I need to start working early tomorrow. Or today. Let me not say tomorrow. Like now, soon. I need to maybe sleep, get my 3 hours or 4 hours of sleep, then wake up and push. In fact, I'm not gonna have even that 3 hours. I think maybe 3 hours max. If I sleep now, I'm gonna have 3 hours.
Tactical sleeping.
Ish, man. Time will come for sleeping at times. So for now, let's work. Let's do whatever we need to do.
Yeah, man. But that's the. This is what now. This is where we can say, when it comes to like manufacturing. This is why I am very. We cannot work against our leaders. This thing where we can say really that we cannot ignore our leaders. Like, we're doing the work, let's just ignore the leaders. You can't do that, bro. Because now look, the cost of manufacturing. You think you cannot change it without the leaders,
Exactly.
Yeah.
You need them.
This is why when we say, when we complain about leaders, we're told, oh, no, don't complain about leaders. What are you doing? Like, oh, bro. Now this is where you see the problem is. You see, these are people who are doing things, but now look. These are people who are doing things, and now look what their prices are. They have to put extremely high prices, and they're competing with China, man. And China is making probably the same type of shoe, 10 times cheaper. They are operating. Oh, I was reading this message here. What we are operating with what is it? What was I saying? Like we are competing with China. Right. What's that? You under attack.
But if you ever try to attack us, you cannot win.
Hello.
Can you hear me now? What's happening here? I don't know, guys, what's happening. Getting a feed. Maybe it's time to go, eh?
Maybe that is the sign. That is the sign.
Yeah, you know, we had a time. I think I think we need to have sometimes some of this informal talk like this, where not everyone is coming.
The crickets the crickets have decided to join us. The crickets, it's. I don't know if people don't know it's midnight in. It's in midnight in what in Africa. It's not even midnight. It's 4 a.m. in East Africa. I think it's 3 a.m. in.
Yeah, Central.
Although me I've slept, me I woke up at 3. I think I woke up at 2:30, and I slept at around 9. So.
What time do you start work, Militism?
Huh?
What time do you start work?
What? I'm not hearing you.
I'm saying, what time do you start work? Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you well. I'm saying I'm hearing what time. You've gone. Okay, guys.
What time was starting work? You know what happened? I now know what happened. Something. I think I logged in twice in the same stream. Oh, sorry, guys.
Oh. Okay, now I've now taken over the stream. As you can see in my profile picture, there is a very beautiful lady picking tea in a plantation in a region in Kenya where I think, if those who have ever heard of it, it's called Kericho. It's a very beautiful place. You guys should visit Kenya. It's a very, very beautiful land. For those of you who wish to conduct some hopefully Rahel, I can get a woman as beautiful as this one to marry, a beautiful melanated queen.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
Maybe Rahel is a partner, eh? You never know. You must take your chances right there.
Yeah. But as I was saying, I was talking about how the rise of China. China is like these guys are not joking, man. These guys are creating products and at 10 times cheaper than even the Europeans are struggling. The Europeans are struggling to compete with China right now. Like, if you look at the products in your house, how many are coming from Europe and how many come from China? Right now, probably majority is just China. It's just taking over. So I don't know, man. In the world of this is the dilemma of manufacturing now. It's actually it's one of those problems that Ethiopia, whether we haven't had who the brain has been silent for a while, you know.
How is
And then
making bread? Remember, he has a
making
project as well.
oh
The education forward a project that he's busy with. He told us. Remember, like was it?
oh yeah, the
No?
manifesto. Do you have the link? You know, I wanted to read the manifesto, but I found that I had left the stream and I don't know how to. It was in the private chat. It was not even, you know. I'm like, did you still have that?
Gosh, man, I'm not sure. Hey, I'll have to check some of my documents because in fact, you know what's happening. I got a new laptop. I only started using it this week, so and a lot of my stuff is like in another hard drive, and I'm just trying to slowly move things over. So ish. And the other old machine is not okay. So I'm not sure if I think I might still have most of the documentation stuff that I've saved into that external hard drive. So
Oh, okay.
yes, I'll ask him to send us because you were saying he's still busy with that. So yeah, we hope to
My
see
man
him.
he's very passionate. You know, one day also, very
Mm.
soon, I'm going to be writing my own manifesto. I feel like it's just something you have to have, bro. You know, you have to have a manifesto. Just to say that you have a manifesto. That's such a powerful thing to say. You read my manifesto. Hey, man. Yeah. Man, oh my god. You know when you somebody, I've always been like, when you say like, yeah, that's a powerful thing to have, bro. Like, imagine having a manifesto. People, you know, people are doing great things, bro. Great things. Like, you know, that means you're passionate. You know, to the point that you have a manifesto. Huh?
Yeah,
But
man. You can see
maybe
that a lot of guys have all these things, man. They have got plans. Most of the guys that are coming in here, most of them are very smart people, man. When you see them outside the stream and stuff, what they're doing, wow, you'll get more inspiration to work hard in whatever you're doing.
yeah, man.
So it's just one of those things that family, all the guys that you see coming here, they've got businesses, they've got projects they're running, they've got so many things they're studying, man. I mean, in all the guys that come to Swahili Nation who participate a lot, most of them are not doing one thing. It's not like they wake up, go to a job, and come back. They've got lots of things in their plate. They've got business, they've got work, they've got either doing their PhDs. Man, everyone is doing something. So I wish one of these days some of the guys can come out. I know most people are also a bit, you know, with certain things that people do, there's things that you reserve for personal and things that you reserve for public. But some of
Yeah.
them, if you just open up and tell you, no, I've got a PhD in this, or I've got a master's in this, I'm doing this, you're like, wow, man, where do you have time to do all these things? But
Guys are
doing
busy. Guys are busy. You have, like, that is the thing, bro. You have to, like, you have to, you know, you have to utilize every second you have in this life, bro. You just, you know, you have to do it right. Yeah, Tanzania, you're right, man. Like, I think that's a powerful thing to say. Like, hey, you know, you want to come and back and read. Will you prefer that or somebody who tells you that, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what are the lines these days guys use. You know, I think maybe you come and see my. Let me not go there, man. Let me not go there.
this Tanzan saying, ah. Tanzan, hey girl, you want to go back and read my
Like, yeah.
hey. Tanzan, you know, I'd love to see your face. I'd love to send my manifesto to you, Tanzan.
We also Tanzan is very passionate about music, but
yeah, and Tanzan, we need to organize something for us.
She,
Talk about music. In fact, we were meant to talk about music. Remember, I think I don't know why I forgot about that topic the other day. Tanzan, we need you here. We need you to come and teach us more about music. And you know she's from Kenya, right? You know that.
Yeah. I know she's from Kenya.
Yeah.
She should give us her musical manifesto, man. Like, bro, I'm telling you, this thing really, that thing really like, wow, man. That's a. If there was ever something to brag about, it's a manifesto. Like, it's like, hey, that thing's a powerful thing. Like, it really, okay, it was really powerful. It really hit me nicely, man. It's like, oh. Hey, man, that's something like that's passion, bro. Because I have, like I just said, you know what, I have to have one.
Yeah, you need to build one. You put it there and send it out, and
And yeah, man. Like even just like what, this is my manifesto in wow, man. And then you just put the link like a put it in your business card. Just the link there. Just put it. Just ready for anybody. Oh my god, that was a great stream. That was a great.
You should even create a website for that. Your manifesto, your ideas, and you put them there.
man.
So the guys will be like, "Wow, this guy is really serious about this thing," and be sharing all your projects and stuff on that platform, saying, "This is our new manifesto. This is our new plans. All that,
Man, that is the dream, bro. That is the dream, bro. But what I was going to say is that this is one of the problems of manufacturing in Africa, is that is that manufacturing is very difficult to start. It's a very difficult industry. You just don't, you also have to understand that you just don't say, hey, let's start manufacturing. You see, because who's going, those machines, like the other day you were saying, we were talking about the number plate machine of South Africa. It was taken to Germany, to get fixed. See that's another thing. So if you have like if you enter into manufacturing, let's say maybe you're making shoes. You see how expensive those shoes are, and those shoes are not to me. Okay, they're like regular shoes, bro, because you can probably get them cheaper, but because they are ours, you have to support them. But you can really tell that it wasn't just to get that final product. There are a lot of costs. Because some of them, they don't want to be expensive. I'm sure they are trying to make it cheap as possible. They're trying to put that price down because the lower the price, the more the demand. But but even with that cost cutting, even with all that cost cutting and trying to push that price down, they still had it still ended up expensive. So because manufacturing is not easy, bro. Because the machine, people don't understand that if you manufacture shoes, you have to build the machine. The machines for manufacture, you have to import them. You get
exactly.
And and then when that machine breaks down, you have to the person who's going to fix that machine. I really wanted to actually. This is what I was actually planning to enter in manufacturing, but then these are the things that I had to do when I was doing my research. These are the things I came across. Like, yes, the machine is here. The China is just here in East Africa. It's just across the swimming pool. It's the ocean, but so they can bring you. They make these things, bro. They make these things, bro. The machine is there. And it's cheap, relatively cheap for a machine. You can get a machine for around $5,000 or $10,000. and it's a money, and you can build your own factory for just $10,000, $20,000. You're building a factory, and which isn't that bad, right? But who's going to when that machine breaks down, which it eventually will, it has to, it's a machine. Who's going to fix it?
That's the challenge.
You're going to have to import a Chinese to come here and check out that machine and tell you, you're going to, and then so the thing is that's one of the things people don't get. Then that machine, the factors of production, like, yes, you have the machine. What if you don't make the machine in your country, like the nuts and the bolts and all those things, where you have to import them, you find that if a country just rushes into manufacturing like it has done before in Africa, I think even Ethiopia is a victim of this, where this is where the economists say this is a problem, where you find that the country is actually importing more than it's exporting. You get that you are importing these things that make the product. You're importing the machine. You're importing the things that will make the machine. You're importing a lot of these things in the fact. Then when you find the final product, it becomes expensive. You export less. So you find that now. Oh my God, we are importing more than we have even increased our imports and you have decreased our exports. So the country goes into it becomes an economic crisis. So this is why it is very, it's not encouraged just to rush into manufacturing. It's actually a very big dilemma. That how do you enter? When you enter manufacturing, when you enter manufacturing, organically, where this is where the Europeans had the advantage, because like you said in Germany, the guy who makes the screws and the bolts, it's there, he's in Germany, and the guy who makes the metal plates, he's in Germany. So you find that there's a lot of cohesion, and when it comes now to manufacturing, you find that there is less imports and more exports. Well, guys, good morning welcome to the involuntary midnight stream. I see Madara and Sam, you've woken up.
Hey man, I can't close the stream. I don't know what's happening, I'm telling you, man. I think maybe it has to do with my laptop. I think, I'm not sure. I need to maybe try to check that old laptop with my settings and whatnot. Let's see.
What's the time? It's 4:20. Sam, it's not. It's an involuntary. The stream has refused to close. Pastor, you're here.
Mandatezi, I'm leaving you there. Speak to the people, man. Talk to the family. Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know what's happening. Honestly, do not know what is this. Oh my! Something changed.
Oh, Rahel, you've asked a question. Is Kenya still? Kenya is Kenya is still in Africa. Yeah. Kenya is still in Africa, and Africa. It's not even Kenya. It is Africa. Is the continent of Kitu Kidogo. It's not. Nothing is changing. Although there's no positive twist that I'm going to. There's no positive twist to it, man. We are still there. They speak about what they speak about elections. I think this is the election year of Kenya, and we're going through some, a lot of lies in our campaigns, man. A lot of lies in our campaigns. Ezra, can I share something? Pastor, you've gone. Oh, I'm alone here. Okay. Welcome to the good morning, guys. I've now taken over the show. It was eventual. So, what do you guys want to talk about, man? As we the cook as the well, what do you call them? What is the good name? I wanted to call them cooks, but maybe that is not maybe the rooster. Rooster. That is the best name. The rooster. The rooster is crowing already in east side of Africa. Maybe in South Africa, it's I think 1 hour behind. So I think it's 3:20. When the Tezi is in Kitu Kidogo, I think. Basically, Kenya is not in a Kenya is still corrupt. I think this is a. I don't want to get controversial like the way I was last time, man. But if you watch that last stream, you know who I blame for this type of thinking that we have as Kenyans and as Africans. Yeah, man. The police. Let me tell you something about the police. The police. I don't even blame them anymore. If you look at how much they are paid, in fact, if you want to topple an African government like Kenya, just come and start rioting for the police. Just start going for riots. Say we need the police to be paid well. There will be so much confusion, man. They'll be like, okay, do we had the police? We know how they send the police to stop you. Now they'll be like, okay, this is too much confusion. The police will be very conflicted. Like these guys are rioting for our salaries, you know. And I think one of the biggest budget, the big chunk of the budget goes to civil servants. I think in Kenya, and the police is one of the biggest chunk of the budget. It goes to them. So when there's corruption, I think it is actually the police that get hurt. I think in all African countries, I don't understand. Corruption hurts civil servants, especially if you don't have minerals. Like a country like Kenya, we say we don't have minerals, But so when you have that like a budget and there's corruption, the person who gets hurt are the people who don't get paid, the people who the government pays, because corruption hurts the economy. The government gets less taxes. Yo, guys, man, yeah, I can't be ranting the whole night. Pastor Ezra, where have you? Pastor Ezra's gone, man. He's left me alone here. Bro, man, this is very interesting. Let me see if I can share something. Rahel, what time is it where you're from?
Welcome to Africa Dance.
You guys are seeing this? Are you guys seeing the screen I'm sharing? Yeah, man, I can't share it, man. The Pastor Ezra has to be here for me to share it. He has to approve it, and I'm not the admin, so. Nice one, Rahel. Nah. Sam knows the dance, man. Some, you know that dance, man. That dance was really inspiring. You know. I wish. Let me see if I can. I don't think I can do anything because I was trying to share it. Let me see if I can share the link. Okay, I've communicated with the pastor. Let's see if he's trying. I think he's trying to come back. Yeah, Sam, you're right, bro. It's the lady with the a lady like not much different from the one in the picture you're seeing right now in front of me. But she was celebrating something that only an African woman can celebrate. You know, women. If you, I think if you've seen that video, maybe you can post it on. Yeah, maybe you can post it on the chat. Yeah, let me see if I can post it on the chat. I think I can. At least that I can do. Yeah, I've posted that I've posted it. Go check that video out, bro. That my people, you understand why it is very difficult for feminism to take root in Africa. Yeah. I think we can take this time at 4:20 in the morning in the eastern part of Kenya, next to in the beautiful city of Mombasa, to appreciate our women in Africa. I see Rahel, we have watched it. I think yeah, she's carrying what I think you know, you know when when your wife is satisfied and that the point that she can go out and dance like that, you just know, you know, you can just tell that she loves her husband, you know. And I don't think anywhere in the world will you find any women dancing for like that, you know, except for Africa, man. So you have to appreciate our women. They really love the men, you know. You know, that is something I really we should actually talk about one day. How the African woman appreciates the African man, and you know, we can have, I don't know, is there a link? Oh my God, let me see if I can actually send the link here. Since Pastor Ezra has left me to my devices, they will regret, man. We are going. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Where is it? Oh, the link is here.
No.
Pastor, you're back.
We are back, man. Yes, man. We need to close very soon now, because we're struggling. That's why I was switching on my other machine. I'm trying to get access and stuff. Sorry, guys. I had to just leave you like this.
No problem. No problem. We have we have bonded over a dance. I think let me see if I can share it.
Oh, who's that?
Huh? You've shared?
No, we saying which dance, Mondatezi?
You don't know if you can see it.
Mondatezi. Oh, you're saying you're sharing a dance. What dance is this? Where's this video from?
It's a video from I saw it in it's a video, I think, to check his platform, but it's an African dance. I don't think it's or do you think it's troublesome? I don't know. I thought it was just an African woman dancing.
My only concern is we don't want to be struck by him.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. So I don't know.
I think this one, save it for Mika to just clear it with Tunacheki first, and then maybe we can play it.
Okay, I think the people have already watched it. I've sent the link in the chat. So.
Oh, okay. But I think for tonight, let's just end it here, since we had troubles. But at least now everything is back to normal. Sorry, guys. Somebody sending me a message saying the stream is on.
It was me, man. I was trying to communicate.
Sorry. Yeah, because I didn't even check my phone. I'm only getting messages now and stuff. Oh, okay. What can we do? All right, man. Let's. I think for tonight, let's end it here, family. Tomorrow, you'll be with Dr. K. You must join us, Amanda Tezi. He's also a brother from Kenya. I think he'll be talking about, for those who just joined us, we'll be talking about the crypto stuff. Kenya
is adopting, Kenya sent out a CBDC. He's trying to adopt the CBDC.
Wow.
You haven't posted it, Sam?
No, I haven't.
No, I'm talking to Sam in the. He said he was posting a link. I think, and he hasn't posted it.
Oh, Sam. Oh, yeah. Check this Ivory Coast. Then check it out at 4. At 4. But yeah, I didn't send anything. I wonder what's happening there, Sam. But the other video, you can just send me the link. I'll just clear it with them. Whether then we can even also clear it with Tunacheki that he doesn't maybe strike us and say, "Hey guys, copyright, you guys are using my stuff."
I don't know. Is that okay? I think maybe it can be copied. I don't know. You can it be. It's a dance, you know. It's not. I don't think he's the one who. I don't know. I thought. I don't know. I thought it was just a normal random dance that somebody got from the internet and just posted it. I don't know if it could be copyrighted. I didn't know that.
Some of them you be surprised. Remember, we once strike while doing live and sharing some videos. let's rather wait that. But I think this video I'm gonna ask him to just cut it in half, the interview, and then the other stuff. This part can be taken out, or or edit some other time somewhere.
Yeah.
So family, let's meet again tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day. No, I was asking him, and it says like, what time are you starting your day tomorrow or today?
9, bro. 9, bro. Although I've already started technically. I've been doing something. Yeah, I'm opening. I'm having multiple tabs here, so I've already begun. So yeah, but you know the official hour of is 9.
Yeah, I mean that tells you. I know that we had an informal talk, but we must have that conversation as well. The one that we talked a bit about. But for now, we'll just keep it as that conversation. I'll not go there. You know it, right? You still remember?
Yeah, I remember, bro.
Yeah,
I'm actually interested in tomorrow's talk. Let's see. Let's learn about some Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, man.
Yeah, I also can't wait. Looking at the energy from what's his name, Dr. K.
Yeah,
he's very passionate about those topics and conversations.
Yeah, man. It's a very it's a very interesting topic because like I said, it's very. In fact, I think Kenya is one. I think East Africa, even Tanzania. We are higher. They're telling me we don't like paying taxes, bro. And that is.
But all the governments are looking to take their money. They're trying to find ways to tax people who are into all this business.
The problem is now. Here's the thing. The problem is if it comes from the government can actually control what you spend.
It's gonna go there. I mean, eventually it's gonna go there. They're trying to, government. They just try to get something.
And the purpose of Bitcoin was for it to be decentralized. That was the purpose of to have a decentralized system of finance. That's why there is everything is that's why Bitcoin is popular actually, because it doesn't belong to any government. I think I don't know if we will have space tomorrow to ask these questions. I will be interested to see what Dr. K has to say. Because I don't know, man. Because if you give the government that power, they will abuse it, man. Like, in fact, a typical African government, bro. And you know what? Did you know that it's actually, let me now, guys, I'm sorry, man. I have my conspiracy theories here. Let me.
What is it? What's your conspiracy?
Let me go with them. Yeah. When you have this, I feel like this is a global conspiracy, because CBDC is actually it's not only the Kenyan government, it's not only African governments that are launching it. It's actually coordinated with global governments like Europe, all over Europe. Even I don't know if the United States is getting in. If the government has information and can control what you're spending on, can I ask you, who controls our governments? Huh?
Interesting question.
So in the end of the day, we are getting colonized in a very clever.
I mean, that's why like the control part is as they say that there's sometimes other people who are like in the background of government, that control stuff.
Man. That's what I'm not a big fan of this CBDC. That's why I'm like, if we're going to cryptocurrency, just let's do the ones that are like Bitcoin, where nobody controls it, where there is really it is just for everybody. I think that's why Bitcoin is very popular, because the whole purpose of cryptocurrency is anonymous. I don't think it's anonymous. I've read about it. I've had some small research about it, and it's not anonymous. Is it pseudo anonymous, where nobody knows your username. You can have a username that nobody knows, and nobody knows that you have that wallet or something like that. So I think that is why people like it, because you can't track me if you don't know my username.
Exactly.
Which is why Kenyans, we like it, because we don't like paying taxes.
Don't tell the government you don't like paying taxes. They're like,
what? They know. I'm telling them, they know, man. This is, you cannot be, you cannot. But when is the music program? We're not serious, bro. Tanzania.
Oh, no, she asked me. I think I forgot to tell. Let's see over the weekend. There's another request already for Saturday. So obviously I need to see what's happening with other programs. What are they suggesting? But there's somebody who's asked for a slot, who wants to come and share something as well. This weekend, I don't know if we're gonna have. Else we can maybe try Sunday night, the music thing. I think Sundays are fair. It's all chill. No one is thinking very hard, especially later on.
Okay. Tanzania, you've had. I hope you're preparing the manifesto so that you can come and bombard us with links.
Yeah, Tanzania, please. And look, knowing Tanzania, she likes coming online around this time. When morning after.
If you go, if you know the 4 o'clock is Rahel. Tanzania actually starts. Sometimes she starts with us.
But she disappears for a while.
Yeah, obviously.
Maybe she takes a power nap and she sleeps.
Tactical sleeping.
Tactical.
Yeah. So I think it's a good time to close the show. I've already given my conspiracy theory. Sam wanted me to repeat the conspiracy theory. I was saying that the CBDC, that is the cryptocurrency that the government control, like the Chinese cryptocurrency. I don't know if the government can, if the government can know how much you're spending and on what you're spending, that's what the CBDC does. It because it's a public ledger that only the government has access to. I think it's basically a private blockchain that only the government can access. So if the government knows that how much sum you are spending on this and this, and it can tell if you are spending on a banned product. If they ban a product, they can tell you're spending on this banned product or not. So this means that the government has a lot of control on what you're spending on, and it can control what it can really control what you should spend on and what you should not spend on. Now the question is, who controls the government? You know, because this information is not private. You know, because you know now we have wondered. You know, we don't have strong as Africans. We do not have strong governments where you can say, yeah, this information will only stay with our government. They will not, you know. We don't have those type of. Our governments are they are lapdogs, man. They listen to their masters, and their masters are just up there. Our masters are up here, you know, up there up north there in Europe. You know, so if the Europeans and the Americans can start colonizing, we'll have now, you know, access, because now they will be telling the government, say, buy from our companies, spend on this and this, don't spend on. Then you know they imagine, so somebody, some rich colonizer somewhere will be able to influence us, and say, hey, your people will not be spending on this. And if they have the political power, you know, they have the political power, or they have the financial power, they'll probably look at what's happening with the vaccines, bro. The V, look how powerful they are already. They are flexing their power with the V, you know. Now you think, you know. So now if we give them control of our financial systems like that, man, you really think they will not flex? They will flex it. That's why I'm like, yeah, man, I don't know. This is a very huge conspiracy that I'm seeing that is coming, that we should be very wary. You see, even Sam is saying already that, yeah, they're already controlling what you're spending on, you know. So we should be very wary, man. We should be wary. You know, if they send, because already look at the second-hand market that we are here, that the governments have tried to ban it, but the United States, and they said, no, we have to give you our second-hand clothes, you know, or else. They said, or, you know, when they do the or else, man. So, man, we are in an economic chokehold, bro. I don't know how we're going to get away from this. I would like to. Maybe Bitcoin is the answer, because, you know, it's not regulated by anybody. But tomorrow we'll ask these questions, man.
Let's see tomorrow. Let's hear them tomorrow. And this question reserved. I'm gonna send you the link earlier, and you can also join and ask these guys, Dr. K and his buddy, who's doing who's already using all these platforms, and just find out from them.
Yeah, I'll ask, man. I'll ask, man, because this is, you know, you have to be very vigilant. You know, you have to see this, as our brother to Niger, he always says, man, you have to see these things coming from far away.
At least Madara is not there to be giving people titles. You deserve to be
low level designer, low level engineer. You know?
And he tells you after that no, man, I'm even complimenting you.
I'm complimenting you. You're a low level. You know, it's a very funny guy. You're a low level designer. I'm complimenting you, but me, I think like a high level designer. You know that. Then he tells you like, then me, I think like a high level. So it's like. Some people are professionals, man. These are things you can, you know, you don't know. It leaves you. You don't know anything. You don't know if you have been insulted or you have been complimented. You don't know. It's a very, but you know, that's how you meet characters. When you meet the interesting people, man, that's how you learn.
But let's close now. Let's talk tomorrow, and then we'll have another chat like this. I think we can ask His Excellency that we have Yeah, one of those chill out sessions, and we just talk, man. And no any serious conversation set up. We just talk, let everyone in, and whoever's gonna come with politics or wanna be on a serious note, be like, no, not today, tomorrow. But we just talk, get to know each other, like get to know people, and I hope Tanzania will be there, Rahel, Sam,
Yeah,
especially
Tanzan.
love posting only.
Yeah. The only has
Yeah,
disappeared.
the only she said she was not feeling well today, and we pray for her that she gets healed, and
Look how Tanzan is saying now.
Wow, Tanzan. It's not your fault. Please, Tanzan, please don't promote Madara like that. Please. Don't join forces with Madara. Get you into trouble. But man, let's talk tomorrow. Let's have a chat with Dr. K. And then let's hear them out, what they have to say. And then good night, family. We're going to sleep now. Need some power nap. I know Muratezi, maybe you'll be doing some mandala. I don't know. What are you going to do? Are you done with your work? Are you back in the house?
Yeah, man. Me, I'm not working today, bro. Today I'm busy. If I said I've got
okay.
today I've got some stuff to do, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Tanzania is on fire, man. Look what you say. She says, "Good night, tactical sleeping." Tanzania, one day you'll join us, and then you'll see how we do things.
Yeah, man.
Very efficient. Very efficient. Yeah, let's talk tomorrow.
But let me tell you something. Let me give you another fact before people go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I know some people are going to sleep right now.
Mm-hmm.
When human beings, we're not meant to sleep once a day. We're meant to sleep at least twice a day.
What? Why?
Yeah, man, that's a fact. It's a fact. We're not meant to sleep once a day. You're meant to sleep at least. This thing that you deal with all your sleep once and then you have no, you're supposed to sleep. That's why people feel sleepy in the afternoon, even if you slept. That is how you're supposed to sleep, bro. And and the more sleep you get, the longer you live. Yeah, it's a proven fact. And the more healthier you are, you will be. Just sleep. I don't know. I think there's a lot. I don't know. I've not researched, but there's a lot that happens when you sleep. We need to. I don't know who we need to have a professional who knows about this, because we really need to investigate what happens during sleep, because a lot of good things happen that it may. How come when you sleep you get healthy? And I've tried to research. Scientists don't know. Because if it was about resting, you can just rest without sleeping, and you'll still feel sleep.
But all the people that invented all the great things, they didn't sleep too much. If you didn't sleep too much, you'll also not achieve a lot sometimes, unless if you're not really doing much in any case. So
I don't know. I don't know if they put the sleeping schedules of those people who invented things. I don't think.
even business people, you know, like even presidents, I mean, leaders and stuff, people just think those guys are just living well, they're just sleeping, they're not doing.
Nah, man, they sleep well,
You
bro.
know, right now you'd be shocked that we can call your president, President Uhuru Kenyatta, and we'll find him awake right now if we had to call him. We can call him, or we can
No,
call
no, no, no.
him.
Let me tell you something. They sleep well because I've seen my boss. My boss sleeps well. So
Not all of them, but I'm saying some of them. The days when you can call them literally this time, and you say, "Hey, let me just call him," or he calls you. I don't know if you've had. Okay, maybe with myself, I've had people that, like people that you hardly think that they will be. You know, you maybe you meet somebody, you think they just live a normal, ordinary life, and they call you on some awkward times, and they're telling you, "I need a advice on one, two, three. Can you do you know you know?" And you find that, hey man,
you see,
this
when just
person,
me,
you thinking they're sleeping. Like now, there are guys who are not sleeping as well. We might think we are the only ones who are like this, and you find that there are other guys who join us. They're not even in America or wherever. They're in
they're in
Africa.
Africa with us.
Yeah, and you'll be shocked, you know.
No, I think it's a. I have a theory that this is a myth because the great people I've met, I was like, oh, I used to think like that. Then I was like, oh my god, I've seen them sleep, bro. I've seen I'm talking about. Let me talk about my boss because he's to me he's like okay, he's a successful guy. He sleeps, bro. The guy.
No, he delegates his tasks, you know.
Yeah.
He delegates his tasks, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell you, let's just end here, bro. Because I won't pack these things. I want to just put them in my bag for tomorrow. I want everything to be packed, and then when I wake up,
Just
I'll
me,
just
that's a myth. Just me, that's a myth they like to say when they get interviewed. That's what they like to say. That I wake up every day at 2 a.m. at 3 a.m. and stuff. It's a myth. It's a myth.
I know some of them they don't even
There are
say
those,
it.
there are those, but there are those who don't. Yeah, and I think the ones who don't are majority, because the ones I've man, me have seen like just go look at your own bosses. Just look at they sleep, bro. They sleep well.
I know, I know. Look at what the Zen is saying. He says the prison calls you. One day I'll get him on the line. You'll be like, what? Never
Yeah,
know.
man.
You never know.
I'm telling you, you
And she'll
never
be
know.
shocked that
Maybe
day.
they're
But
watching. If the president is awake, maybe he's watching this channel right now. It's like, oh, let me just watch this
exactly.
one. Talking, what is this for him?
Even presidents are watching us, you know.
Because look at the president of Ethiopia. The president of Ethiopia, when he was talking about the media of Africa needs one media, maybe how high are the chances that he was just watching a Swahili Nation guy like Madara or I Can Fire? These are the things they always like to say, right? Like the narrative, the media. Well, there are high chances he just watched because he has YouTube, he has a phone, he has a smartphone, he has YouTube. Why is he? We think he doesn't use it? Nah.
And he has people as well that he works with. So people tell him like, hey, this show, man. You need to, these people. Watch this. Have you seen this before? What is this?
Let me tell you something. Okay, let me give you an example. My brother just me. In college, man, there was this guy. Let me as we close off. There was this guy. He was always like he was the top of the class, and he never used to study hard. He used to sleep well, but the way he used his time, he sleeps, he reads, and he used to use his time very well, man. And I was like, damn, and he doesn't, and he's the type of guy he reads from day one, like from day one when he just reads from. He used to study from just day one, and he sleeps well. He just lives normal life, man. And he doesn't. That overnight reading. He doesn't do that. He just So I think the time he was given, that the time of the day, he used to utilize it very well. Just that time
Exactly.
he had, he used to utilize it very well. And because of that, and so this, and one day, and he was a top. He was one of the top. So he was beating those guys who were who were studying overnight. He was beating them easily, and he didn't even look like he was struggling. And so I'm sure these are the people. So it's a myth. I keep telling you, it is a myth. It's a myth. There are people who use the day well. Just use the day well.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying you need to know
if you don't sleep well, you are not You are not what is it? You are not efficient. That's a fact. If you don't have enough sleep, you're not efficient. You're not beneficent in anything. Like you can't be operating with 3 hours or 4 hours of sleep. You're not going to be efficient. These are just things you can go and research. The guy who has slept for 8 hours and he works for. In fact, this is why these days they're introducing. I think is it in Europe or I don't know where the guys who are in Europe or the USA they work too hard. I can't even compare US. Europe, I think they have.
China, they do allow it as well.
Yeah,
some Chinese companies do allow even day sleep. You can sleep during the day and stuff.
Yeah, China, they have actually beds at work. So they have like sleep. Yeah. That was China. China is a whole nother machine, man. It's a whole nother machine.
but in the country, even one company I know of, like during lunchtime, they're getting 1 hour lunch, so they normally sleep. When I'll visit them on their site, I'll find them, or maybe I'll be working with them. But during lunchtime, they know lunchtime. Lunchtime is lunchtime. There's no.
Oh, so they sleep twice a day also.
All that stuff. When it's 12, even some Asian manufacturing, you talk about manufacturing. When they like Honda, I once saw the one for Honda. When it's the change of shift, there's no such thing as I'm still finishing my production, whatever you didn't finish, you must be out. If there's another shift coming in, they need to take over wherever you where you left off. So even this thing, I mean, sleeping, there's a company I know that is allowing for you to go and sleep during, like, as long as it's your lunchtime, you can sleep. They won't be this saying, you're sleeping at work. No, it's lunchtime. That's your time. The only thing is the time that when lunch is over, you need to be back and be productive.
So they also know the advantages of sleep.
Yeah, they have the advantages of sleeping. I mean, so yeah.
Like
I think
I keep saying,
as I told you, like if you don't really what's this? People think sleep is everything. Now, for me, it's not everything, guys. That's why I'm saying learn how to different patterns for your work. If your work obviously it requires you to work from a specific time to a specific time, okay, you have no chance. You have no other chance but to make sure that you sleep at night. But it's not the only way. And I disagree with D saying no sleep, die young. There's no such thing. There are people that have been working for many years. Just manage your time and be efficient with whatever you're doing. And I'm gonna sleep this time. Wake up to recharge and do 1, 2, 3. Wake up, do this. But if you just sleep, there's times that's why people struggle when they like during exams and other times when they have to put more hours because they are not used to working overnight. You find somebody wants to study the whole night because they are writing the following day, but they are not used to. That's why they are struggling so much. But if you know that I can sleep this time, work this time, rest or eat, whatever, relax, go back and do this, you find that you're more productive than somebody who wants to do 15 chapters overnight. I mean, come on. People end up studying. You spotting what you're studying. You're like, I'll study this. I'll leave this out. I don't think this is important. So the main thing is just to be focused. Find yourself. Find a pattern that you can utilize. As you said, the other guy probably was more efficient during the day. if you know that you're more efficient during the day, do it. But if you're efficient more at night, do it. Look at your strengths and work around your strengths. For us, maybe to be here, we maybe are more night people. During the day, as I say, sometimes I sleep during the day sometimes.
Yeah, man. I'm also a night person, man. Night, man. The
You
night
see?
is just the night. I
Yeah.
don't know why the night. I think Tanzania say some. The silence of the night is just, it's just intoxicating. It's just.
You know?
Yeah.
But let's end it here for tonight. It's already 5 a.m., bro.
Yeah.
Let's meet tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Have you guys have a good night? For those of us who are in Africa, good morning. Get your coffee. Be productive today.
Yeah.